Between the Indus Basin in the east and the lands of the Euphrates and Tigris in the west stretches the great Iranian plateau, a vast elevated world enclosed by harsh natural frontiers. To the south lie the ocean and the Persian Gulf. To the north rise the dry steppes beyond the Oxus and Jaxartes, along with the Caspian and the valley of the Aras. This immense land stands on average around 4,000 feet above sea level and forms a broad, uneven rectangle more than 1,500 miles across from east to west. In the east, it widens to roughly 1,000 miles, yet, at its narrowest point, between the Caspian and the Persian Gulf, it contracts sharply. Farther west, the plateau expands once more toward the mountains of Azerbaijan. It is a land both isolated and self-contained, not cut open by deep sea inlets, and not shaped by the kind of mighty rivers that define other ancient civilizations. This isolation gave Iran a character of its own. In some ways, it resembled Arabia, especially in the fact that both regions held a vast and difficult interior where desert conditions limited settled life. Yet Iran was never as uniform as Arabia. Its surface rose and dipped more dramatically. The northern half stood higher than the south, while much of the interior sank into a great hollow basin. In the eastern parts especially, waters descending from the surrounding mountain rims gathered in inland depressions and formed lakes that made life possible in otherwise severe surroundings. Compared with Arabia, Iran possessed more valleys, more oases, and more pockets of cultivable land. Even though many of its rivers vanished into sand or emptied into minor inland lakes, they still carried enough water to support agriculture across broad stretches of territory. The northern regions were richer and more varied than the lands facing the southern sea. The southern edge, dropping toward the coast, often resembled Arabia in both heat and dryness. The north told a different story. There, mountain chains carried green pasturelands and deep forests instead of bare rock and lifeless ridges. In areas such as the Hindu Kush, the Elburz Mountains, and the highlands of Azerbaijan, the landscape rose into cold and imposing alpine zones. Along the eastern boundary, the plateau rose abruptly from the valley of the Indus like a wall. Only a handful of long and difficult passes cut through it. Beyond them lay high ground that could be bleak and exposed in the north, and even more barren and fiercely hot in the south. One major exception was the valley of Kabul, whose river flowed toward the Indus, and whose terraced lands were fertile enough in places to produce several harvests in a single year. The western edge of Iran opened in a very different way. There, long parallel ridges ran from the northwest toward the southeast, and between them lay narrow but well-watered valleys, as well as broad mountain pastures. In the northwest, the lower lands supported meadows and woodland. Farther south, where the western and southern ranges approached one another, the climate grew warmer and at times intensely hot. Yet these districts could still be rich in plant life and strikingly productive. This variety of terrain made western Iran especially suitable for a mixture of herding, farming, and local settlement, and it gave the region a complexity that stood in contrast to the harsher simplicity of the desert interior. The height of the plateau softened the heat, though it never removed it entirely. Spring often brought violent storms, but once they had passed, the skies remained clear for months. From late spring into early autumn, clouds were rare. The air was dry, thin, and remarkably transparent. Mountain lines stood out with unusual sharpness, and at night the brightness of the stars seemed almost to replace daylight. Yet this beauty existed besides severe extremes. A traveller might descend in a short time from snowy terraces 8,000 feet high into plains scorched by intense heat. In the northeast, oppressive summer warmth could be followed by bitter cold. The northern lands endured heavy winters, with deep snow and icy winds sweeping in from the Caspian and the steppe. In the south, the desert announced itself in another way. Fine dust filled the air, and hot winds drove the sand into shifting ridges that looked like waves, sometimes lifting whole clouds of it into the sky. From the earliest periods that can be traced, this plateau was occupied by related peoples who spoke closely connected forms of the same broad language family. Around the edges of the central desert lay belts of pasture, and beyond them, long treeless steppes. These lands were never entirely dead, but life there was sparse. Brackish pools appeared here and there, and salty vegetation gave just enough support for camels and buffalo in the more marginal zones, before the land turned wholly barren. In the western part of these steppe lands lived a pastoral people, known to the Greeks as the Saggatians. They were riders by tradition, yet they were said to rely less on conventional weapons than on skill and speed. In battle, they cast looped ropes made of twisted leather over men and horses, dragging them down and killing them once they were trapped. Their way of fighting marked them out as a people shaped by open country, mobility, and the demands of a hard frontier existence. Closer to the Indus and beyond the treeless, burning shores of the southern coast, the land flattened into sandy wastes, broken only by thorny plants and scattered palms. Water was scarce, and springs often lay a full day's journey apart. This difficult region belonged to a people known in Greek tradition as the Satygidae, and later associated with the Gedrosians. Living beside the Gandharians to the east, they occupied a severe country and are described as following a restless life, marked by movement, raiding, and adaptation to unforgiving conditions. Under Persian rule, these southern and eastern peoples were at times joined administratively, despite the roughness of the land they inhabited. Along the coast itself lived communities remembered by Greek writers as extremely poor, surviving from the sea, using fish and tortoises for food, and making use of whatever the shore provided. Their homes were said to be built from the bones of whales washed up by the waves, while their nets were woven from palm fibre and their weapons were simple spears hardened by fire. Even today, this southern coastal belt offers only scattered, fertile patches. No large rivers break through the southern ranges to reach the sea, and the result is a coastline with little room for sustained agricultural development. Farther inland, east of the central desert, and roughly midway between the northern and southern edges of the plateau, lies a large lake basin that became the centre of one of the most important settled zones in eastern Iran. Around this lake, and in the valleys, feeding it spread a region made productive by rivers, flowing down from the surrounding highlands. The greatest of these rivers came from the southern slopes of the Hindu Kush, and ran for hundreds of miles before joining the basin. Other streams descended from the north and east. Together, they sustained a landscape of cultivated fields, riverbanks, orchards, and inhabited valleys. Closer to the upper courses, forests clung to the valley walls before giving way farther east to stony and exposed heights. Around this basin lived a people remembered in Persian and Greek traditions alike, under names associated with the lake itself. They occupied one of the more fertile and strategically valuable districts of the eastern plateau. Ancient writers described them as warlike and highly capable horsemen, equipped with bows and spears and noted for their performance in battle. Some groups among them were even praised for living under orderly and just customs. The region's ruined cities and abandoned irrigation works still suggest that it once supported a far denser and more prosperous life than it does now. East of them, along the valley of another important river, lived the Arakoti, whose country was known above all for its water and relative richness, compared with the harsher land surrounding it. The people of these eastern highlands and border valleys formed part of a wider world that later generations would connect with the ancestors of the Afghans. Their territory stretched from mountain chains in the east toward the valleys of the west and from the southern plains toward the Kabul region in the north. Over time, new powers entered these lands, but the older population preserved its own identity, language, and mountain traditions. Their speech remained distinct and rugged, linked to the older eastern Iranian world and shaped by centuries of life in upland valleys, passes, and frontier zones. Far to the northwest, where the northern edge of Iran rises once more and then descends toward the Caspian, lay the land of the Hyrcanians. This was one of the richest natural regions of the plateau. Greek descriptions speak of mountains thick with oak forests, wild bees in abundance, fertile valleys, and soil so rich that grain could spring from seeds scattered by chance. While such accounts may sound exaggerated, the essential picture is credible. Water pouring down from the heights of the Elburz fed a coastal strip of extraordinary lushness. Marsh forests, rice fields, and dense woodland followed one another in succession. Sugarcane, figs, mulberries, olives, oranges, and vines flourished there. In some places, the growth was so vigorous that vines climbed and spread through the tops of tall trees. Yet this richness came with danger. The region was shaken at times by earthquakes. Winter storms descended violently from the north, and snow piled deeply along the mountain slopes. Heavy rain trapped by the ranges could burst suddenly into destructive floods, sending torrents through ravines and drowning large tracts of land. The marshy air weakened the body, and in summer the heat and moisture bred deadly fevers. It was a fertile land, but never an easy one. Beyond it, where the Caspian ended and the Iranian mountains declined toward the desolate steppes near the Oxus, lay the country of the Parthians. Much of it was rough and hilly, and only the lower depressions offered reliable fertility. Farther east, however, another important river valley opened across the land. Flowing from the southern side of the Hindu Kush, this river ran westward along the inner edge of the plateau before cutting northward and losing itself in the sands. In this valley lay the land later known through the city of Herat, home of the Aryans, a people whose name itself was tied to the possession of water. North of them, in the valley of another river that also disappeared into the desert, stretched Margiana, one of the most productive cultivated districts of eastern Iran. There, vineyards, irrigated fields, numerous settlements, and a large population grew up wherever the water could be controlled. But the fertility of Margiana had clear limits. Beyond the reach of its rivers and canals, the desert quickly returned and reminded every inhabitant that life on the Iranian plateau always depended on a fragile balance between land, water, and endurance. Along the northern rim of the Iranian world, where the mountain front begins to fade into the Great Steppe, lived peoples who occupied a borderland between settled life and open migration. North of Hyrcania, Parthia, and Margiana, and close to the steppe routes that stretched toward the Oxus, lay the land of the Khwarezmians. Their country allowed only limited farming, so their way of life stood between permanence and movement. Some communities were rooted in place, cultivating what land they could, while others still followed older patterns of mobility, shaped by pasture, distance, and seasonal need. This was a frontier in the truest sense, a zone where the agricultural world of Iran met the harder rhythms of the northern plains. Farther east, the landscape changed again. There, the edge of the plateau rose into the towering mass of the Hindu Kush, and on its northern slopes opened one of the most favoured regions of the eastern Iranian world. The upper Oxus flowed out of the lofty Pamir highlands, a roof of the world rising far above ordinary habitation, where the great mountain systems met and divided the lands of Central Asia. From that elevated source, the river ran northwestward past broad upland meadows and valleys protected by wooded hills. The mountain air was cool and clear, the pasture land supported large herds of sheep and horses, and the watered hollows below offered space for orchards, crops, and permanent settlement. In this transitional zone between high plateau and lower plain lived the Bactrians, whose land became one of the richest and most strategically important regions in the east. Bactria was a country of sharp contrasts. Some districts were green and productive, lined with fruit trees, vineyards, springs, and carefully worked fields where grain could be raised in abundance. These fertile tracts supported horses, cattle, and a sizable settled population. In the shadow of the mountain ranges stood Bactra, the great city that became the centre of the region, set by a river that flowed close to its walls. Yet outside the cultivated districts, large parts of the country gave way to arid expanses. Sand and waste stretched across the open ground, and strong winds could sweep through with such force that dunes were formed and paths vanished beneath them. In such moments, the land could become disorienting and dangerous, forcing travellers to guide themselves by the stars as if crossing an open sea. Even with these harsh elements, Bactria was long regarded as one of the finest lands in the eastern half of Iran. Earlier traditions suggest that its people had once stood closer to the world of pastoral nomads than to urban civilization. But the richness of the country allowed them to build strong settlements and durable centres of power. The land was broad, and where irrigation or natural water made cultivation possible. It produced a great variety of crops and fruits. Cities rose there in number, and fortified strongholds were built on commanding heights, suggesting a society familiar not only with farming and trade, but also with defence, regional rivalry, and the need to control movement across mountain and plain. The climate of these northwestern terraces below the Hindu Kush could be warm enough to support rice and other southern produce, especially where irrigation was well managed. Not far below the permanent snow line and north of the point where rivers descending from the mountains reached the open country stood Balkh, one of the most famous urban centres of the region. In later centuries it declined, but its ruins preserved the memory of a much greater past. The remains of the old city extended over a vast area, and the surrounding countryside still bore the marks of an older hydraulic system. Dried channels, ruined aqueducts, and surviving watercourses showed that this had once been a highly organised agricultural landscape, shaped by generations of labour and engineering. Even where decay had set in, the bones of an earlier prosperity were still visible in the land itself. Beyond Bactria, north of the Oxus and along the western slopes of the eastern mountain systems, lay the country of the Sogdians. Their homeland centred on the valley of a river that flowed westward across the land but never joined the Oxus, instead losing itself inland. This was the land later associated with Sogd, a region defined by fertile pockets, exposed plains, and a strategic position between major river systems. The Oxus marked a natural boundary between Bactria and Sogdiana, while farther north the Jaxartes divided the Sogdians from the nomadic peoples of the steppe. This placed Sogdiana at the meeting point of worlds, between the settled societies of Iran and the mobile cultures of Inner Asia. The Sogdians appear in ancient descriptions as closely related in custom to the Bactrians, though often judged somewhat rougher in manner. Their chief city, Marakanda, later known as Samarkand, stood on one of the great arteries of the region and already in antiquity was counted among the important urban centres of the East. The climate there was demanding. Seasons could swing from severe heat to deep cold, and the fertility of the land depended heavily on careful management of water. Yet despite these challenges, Sogdiana became one of the great crossroads of the Iranian world, well placed for trade, communication, and political influence. Ancient descriptions often grouped the peoples of eastern Iran together because of their similar appearance, equipment, and ways of life. The Bactrians, Arians, Parthians, Sogdians, and Chorasmians were all seen as belonging to the same broad Eastern cultural sphere. Their military equipment showed common patterns, especially in the use of bows and lances, though regional differences remained. Such observations reflected more than surface resemblance. Across eastern Iran there existed a deep network of linguistic and cultural ties that connected these peoples to one another more closely than geography alone might suggest. Even where landscapes differed dramatically, from mountain valleys to dry steppe margins, these populations shared an older inheritance that marked them as branches of a common historical world. That larger identity was expressed through names that would echo across Iranian history. In the eastern lands especially, terms related to the word later rendered as Aryan carried the sense of a people who saw themselves as noble, distinguished, or set apart from outsiders. This identity was not confined to one valley or kingdom. It stretched broadly across the Iranian plateau, and in some form it was known in both east and west. Over time, however, the eastern lands seem to have preserved the older form of this wider identity more vividly. The name that later survived in the word Iran was part of this tradition, a reminder that beneath local divisions and separate tribes, there remained an older sense of shared origin. This connection becomes even more striking when eastern Iran is considered beside the Indo-Aryan world, beyond the Indus. The resemblance in names, speech, and certain social and religious patterns points to a close relationship between the peoples of Iran and the early ruling groups who entered northwestern India. The strongest links appear in the east, where proximity encouraged long contact and preserved older similarities more clearly. Language offers some of the firmest evidence. The surviving traces of ancient Iranian speech, whether in Eastern or Western form, reveal undeniable kinship across the plateau and beyond it. Religious tradition also preserves parallel features, suggesting that these populations emerged from related historical experiences, before developing along separate paths. The exact route by which these Iranian-speaking groups entered the plateau cannot be fixed with certainty, nor is it possible to say precisely when they arrived in each region. What is clear is that Iran was not their earliest homeland. They belonged to a broader Indo-European family whose earlier unity had already broken apart before these migrations reached the plateau. It is equally difficult to determine with confidence whether they encountered older settled populations when they entered Iran. The surviving evidence does not clearly reveal a strong pre-Iranian linguistic layer across the plateau as a whole, though there are reasons to think that peoples of different origin occupied some peripheral regions, especially on certain western and southern fringes. Later, foreign influences on Iranian languages came from historical contact, conquest, and long political domination rather than from a fully visible earlier substratum across the entire land. The eastern half of Iran was likely settled before the west, largely because of its closer relationship to the Indo-Aryan world across the Indus. If Iranian and Indo-Aryan populations were still closely connected at the time these eastern regions were occupied, then eastern Iran must have become part of their world at a very early stage. From there, Iranian-speaking groups spread farther across the plateau until they also held the western lands. By the time historical traditions begin to take shape, Iran was already firmly an Iranian-speaking world, and its peoples had established themselves deeply enough that later invasions, even when politically overwhelming, did not erase that foundation. That endurance is one of the most remarkable features of Iranian history. After the fall of the Achaemenids, the land was entered and ruled by foreign dynasties and conquering powers, including Hellenistic rulers, Arab armies, Mongol invaders, and many others. New peoples moved into the region from the steppe, and borderlands in the northeast and northwest saw repeated pressure from migrations and military expansion. Yet the core of the older population survived. The ancient linguistic and cultural identity of Iran did not disappear. It adapted, changed form, and absorbed outside influences, but it remained alive beneath every political transformation. Language tells this story clearly. The old forms of Persian gradually gave way to later stages, each shaped by time, power, and regional shift. During the age of the Arsacids, the earlier language moved into a middle phase associated in later memory with Parthian dominance. In the western regions, this development emerged from older Persian foundations, while in the east, related forms evolved out of Eastern Iranian speech. Later still, under the Sassanids, new forms of literary and administrative language took shape. Then came the Arab conquest, which brought Arabic into a dominant political and religious position. Yet even this did not extinguish the native tongue. Instead, in the eastern provinces, a powerful cultural reaction gradually produced the foundations of New Persian. That revival gathered force in places such as Merv, Balkh, Seistan, Ghazna, and Kabul. It did not restore the old faiths of Iran, but it preserved something just as enduring: the language, the memory, and the continuity of Iranian identity. The northeastern and southeastern regions played a particularly important role in that survival. Some of the older linguistic traits remained strongest there, and in areas inhabited by Afghans and Baloch, speech preserved forms that still carried echoes of a much earlier world. These border populations, often shaped by mountain life, tribal independence, and long-distance contact, stood closer in some respects to the eastern Iranian past than the more heavily transformed centres farther west. Their continued presence showed that the Iranian world had never been a single flat cultural field. It was a layered and varied landscape, within which ancient patterns endured unevenly but powerfully. Even after centuries of warfare, upheaval, migration, and imperial rule, the majority of the population across Iran still descended from those old Iranian-speaking peoples. Foreign elements were certainly present, and in some regions they became especially important, above all in the northwest and in parts of the northeast, such as Bactria and Sogdiana. But the older population remained the central human foundation of the plateau. Observers in antiquity often commented on distinctive physical features among these peoples, and later writers continued to describe recurring types that seemed to set them apart in the eyes of neighbouring civilizations. Just as striking was the persistence of mental and cultural traits long associated with Iranian societies: practical judgment, quick intelligence, and a strong poetic instinct. These qualities, preserved through immense historical change, helped carry the civilization of Iran forward from the ancient world into the medieval and early modern ages, without breaking the thread of its deeper identity. Among the ruins of the Assyrian royal centre at Kalhu, near the meeting of the Greater Zab and the Tigris, archaeologists uncovered a black obelisk set up by Shalmaneser, one of the great kings of Assyria in the 9th century before Christ. The monument celebrates his victories and lists the tribute brought before him from distant lands. Among the exotic gifts appear animals that could not have come from the ordinary western provinces of the Assyrian world: the rhinoceros, the elephant, the humped ox, and the two-humped camel. These details matter because such animals belong to the far eastern zones of the Iranian plateau and the lands beyond it. The two-humped camel and the yak were especially linked to Bactria, the southern Caspian lands, and the inner regions of Central Asia. Elephants too would later be associated with eastern Iranian rulers. If these creatures were truly part of imperial tribute, then Assyrian power, or at least Assyrian raiding expeditions, must at some point have reached far enough east to establish contact with those distant peoples. Later, Assyrian records suggest that this eastern reach was not a fantasy. The campaigns of Tiglath-Pileser pushed along the Iranian highlands far deeper than earlier kings had done. His inscriptions name lands that can be connected with eastern Iranian regions, including territories that seem to correspond to the Nicaean country, the Saggatians, and the land of the Arakoti. This indicates that Assyrian armies advanced at least to the Hillmend basin and perhaps even farther. Yet this eastern activity had clear limits. From the surviving inscriptions, it appears that the great Assyrian kings, who later brought their empire to its height, did not establish lasting dominion in the Far East. Whatever temporary force Assyria could project into the Iranian plateau, it did not transform Bactria into a stable Assyrian province. On that point, the evidence suggests distance, terrain, and local power remained decisive. Where the Assyrian inscriptions become silent, later, Iranian epic tradition speaks with great confidence. In the old heroic narratives preserved among the Medes and Persians, Bactria appears not as a vague frontier but as a mighty kingdom. In those stories, the Assyrian king Ninus, after conquering nearly all the known world, finally turned against Bactria. There, he met an enemy unlike the others. The land was difficult to enter, its people were numerous, and its warriors fought with skill and determination. The first advance failed. Forces coming out of the mountain passes were driven back with heavy losses by the Bactrian king, Oxyatis. Only after assembling a far larger host and pressing the war with overwhelming numbers did Ninus begin to break the resistance. Even then, Bactria was not described as an easy prize. Its cities had to be reduced one by one, and the capital itself, Bactra, stood out as a vast and wealthy stronghold defended by a powerful citadel and above the plain. In those same traditions, the fall of Bactra becomes one of the defining achievements of the Assyrian age. The city is portrayed as rich in treasure, fortified by nature and human effort alike, and capable of holding out long after other centres had fallen. The tale gives a dramatic role to Semiramis, who is said to have climbed the citadel and made possible the final capture of the city and its stores of gold and silver. Whether taken as legend, memory, or political poetry, the meaning of the story is clear. The Eastern Kingdom was imagined as formidable, wealthy, and worthy of being named the final and greatest conquest of a world-ruling empire. The same cycle of stories later places Bactria at the centre of Semiramis' preparations for her invasion of India, and again as the refuge to which she returned after disaster. Bactria in this tradition was not a remote edge of the world. It was one of its great strategic centres. The old Iranian epics return to Bactria once more in the stories of Assyria's collapse. When Assyria faced rebellion from the Medes and Babylonians, and when the struggle for freedom from Assyrian rule reached its crisis, Bactria again entered the narrative as a decisive military power. A strong Bactrian force appears as a potential saviour of Assyria. The Median leaders, understanding the danger, resolved to strike or win over the newcomers before they could change the balance of the war. In the end, the Bactrians abandoned Assyria and joined the rising against it. From that moment, in the logic of the epic tradition, Assyria's fate was sealed, and Nineveh was doomed. The significance of this image is enormous. In the minds of the poets who shaped these tales, Bactria belonged among the great powers of Asia, a kingdom whose allegiance could decide the fall of empires. Even if these stories are not read as literal history, they reveal what Eastern Iran looked like in the imagination of the early Iranian world. By the time these traditions took shape, Bactria was remembered, or at least believed, to have once possessed a powerful monarchy, a great capital, enormous wealth, and a warrior population capable of resisting the strongest kings of the Near East. The picture is too detailed to dismiss as accidental invention. Its geography is broadly correct, its capital is placed plausibly, and its military character fits the region's position between settled agriculture, fortified cities, and the mobile horse culture of the uplands and steppe margins. In that sense, the epics preserve something valuable, even when they exaggerate. They show that Bactria had long stood in Iranian memory as a land of power. Actual imperial history supports at least part of that impression. Assyrian inscriptions show that the eastern Iranian world was never securely integrated into the Assyrian state. Western Iran could be raided, pressured, and at times made tributary, especially from the 8th century onward. But farther east, the empire did not hold firm control. That distinction remained important when a new power rose from Iran itself. The conquests of Cyrus transformed the political map, yet surviving accounts of his eastern campaigns are brief and incomplete. Greek writers state only in broad terms that after defeating Lydia, he turned eastward and subdued the peoples of Upper Asia one after another, including the Bactrians and the steppe tribes. Some traditions claim that eastern peoples submitted after uncertain fighting. Others, that many of them joined Cyrus once Median power had collapsed. However unclear the sequence, the result is not in doubt. By Cyrus's time, the eastern half of Iran had been drawn under the rule of the new Persian Empire. Cyrus moved through the lands of Arachosia, established relations with peoples of the eastern highlands, and extended authority toward the Kabul region and beyond. The southern Gandharian lands fell within his sphere, and the northeastern frontier was marked by new fortresses. One of the strongest of these stood near the Jaxartes and bore the king's name, a sign that he regarded the eastern frontier as strategically vital. These foundations were more than military posts, they were statements of permanence, proof that eastern Iran mattered deeply to the Achaemenid state. Some traditions even say that Cyrus entrusted Bactria to his son Bardia. Whether every detail is secure or not, the underlying reality remains persuasive. The Persian kings treated Bactria and the surrounding regions not as distant margins, but as major pillars of imperial power. The inscriptions of Darius provide a clearer view of this eastern empire. They list the lands of eastern Iran as part of the royal dominion: Parthia, the Sarangian country, Arya, Khwarezmia, Bactria, Sogdiana, Gandhara, the Satygidian lands, Arachosia, and the Saka lands, to which were later added the Indian territories on the upper Indus. Tribute records preserved by Greek authors offer another perspective. They show that these eastern provinces did not merely exist on maps. They were organized, taxed, and productive. The Sarangian lands and neighboring peoples paid a heavy annual sum. The Aryans, Parthians, Sogdians, and Khwarezmians also contributed substantial revenue. The Gedrosians and Gandharians paid less, but still enough to indicate structured control and regular extraction. The Bactrians alone contributed an especially large amount. These were not symbolic figures. They point to real agricultural wealth, significant populations, and a system able to convert local production into imperial income. Such revenue implies a high level of development across eastern Iran by the late 6th and early 5th centuries, before Christ. Fields, orchards, irrigated lands and pastures must have covered broad areas to sustain such taxation. Bactria and the Harmoon Basin in particular emerge as rich and densely used landscapes. Their wealth depended on water management, fertile valleys, and established settlements. These were not empty lands ruled only through cavalry and tribute raids. They were provinces with enough stability and productivity to support the administrative and military framework of a world empire. At the same time, the inscriptions of Darius remind us how fragile that system could be. Early in his reign, several eastern provinces revolted. Parthians, Hyrcanians, Magians, and Sagartians rose against royal authority, and Persian commanders had to suppress them with force. Arachosia, too, saw rebellion, and its fortresses became sites of executions and military reprisals. Eastern Iran was valuable, but it was never passive. Under Xerxes and his successors, Bactria remained important enough to be entrusted to royal princes. Its place in the imperial military machine was equally significant. In the campaign against Greece, the Bactrians marched with the armies of the empire. And among the troops considered strong enough to remain with the main striking force were the Bactrians, the Saka, and the Indians. The image is revealing. To Persian kings, the East supplied not only wealth but some of the finest manpower in the empire. Yet Bactria could also become a center of opposition. Under Artaxerxes, the province rebelled under its own governor and had to be reconquered in hard fighting. Even then, the sources preserve a touch of dramatic fatalism, claiming that the deciding factor in the final battle was the wind itself blowing against the Bactrian forces. When the Persian Empire faced Alexander, Bactria again stood close to the center of events. Darius III received a major cavalry contingent from Bactria, and at the Great Battle in Assyria, the Bactrians fought on one of the crucial wings of the army. After the defeat, Bactrian horsemen accompanied the king in his retreat eastward. Darius hoped to continue the struggle from the eastern provinces, where distance, terrain, and loyal forces might still give him a chance. But before he could reach safety, he was seized and killed by the satrap of Bactria, a man who seems to have imagined that he could create an independent eastern power for himself. That ambition failed, but it reveals again how much political weight Bactria carried in the final years of Achaemenid rule. Alexander did seize Bactria, but the conquest was anything but simple. The speed of his first advance caught local forces off balance, yet control proved elusive. Bactria and Sogdiana became the scene of prolonged resistance that tied him down for 2 difficult years. Mountain strongholds, local leaders, and the stubborn character of the land made this one of the hardest phases of his eastern campaigns. Only after imposing a harsh peace could he use Bactria as the base for his Indian invasion. He gathered his army there, prepared the crossing of the Hindu Kush, and descended into the Kabul Valley. In this final act, Bactria again appears in its familiar role, a hinge between Iran, Central Asia, and India. After Alexander's death, the eastern provinces first passed into the hands of Seleucus. But Seleucid control weakened over time, and in the middle of the 3rd century before Christ, 2 major revolts shattered their hold on the Iranian world. In Parthia, Arsaces founded the power that would one day reunite most of Iran. In Bactria, the satrap Diodotus established an independent Greek kingdom. From that moment, Bactria entered a new age. Under Greek rulers, it became both a Hellenistic monarchy and an Eastern Iranian power, drawing on the wealth of the land and the strategic possibilities of its location. While the Arsacids struggled for survival in the west, the kings of Bactria built an energetic and ambitious state in the east. This Greco-Bactrian kingdom soon proved its strength. Antiochus III campaigned eastward to bring it back under Seleucid authority, defeated its ruler, Euthydemus, in the field, and pushed him into his stronghold. Yet even this effort ended not in destruction but in recognition. Bactria remained independent, and under later kings such as Demetrius and Eucratides, it expanded beyond the Hindu Kush, into the Kabul Valley and toward the Indus. At the same time, the great Mauryan state in India was fragmenting, and this opened enormous opportunities. Greek rulers from Bactria pushed into northwestern India, took advantage of political disunity, and built an Indo-Greek sphere of power stretching far beyond their original homeland. Their success was possible only because Bactria itself was prosperous, well organized, and capable of sustaining long campaigns. Ancient writers describe Bactria in this era as a land full of cities. And although such numbers may be exaggerated, the underlying message is convincing. The region was not merely militarily active, it was flourishing. Its coinage offers especially strong evidence. The coins of the Greco-Bactrian kings rank among the finest of the Hellenistic world. Their portraits are highly individual, their Greek legends confident, and their imagery deeply rooted in classical art. Yet over time, Eastern motifs began to appear more openly. Alongside Greek gods and heroic forms came the horse, the elephant, and the humped ox, symbols tied to the realities of Eastern life and power. Even the shape of some coins points to older regional traditions. Bactria did not simply receive Hellenism from outside, it reshaped it in dialogue with its own past. This blending can also be seen in writing and administration. In the Eastern Iranian world, there existed local alphabets and scribal habits distinct from those of Western Iran. Inscriptions and bilingual coin legends reveal a literate culture able to move between Greek forms and regional traditions. While Western Iran had long relied first on cuneiform habits and later on Aramaic script, the East preserved its own written pathways. This too matters. It shows that Eastern Iran was not culturally blank before foreign conquest, nor passively remade afterward. It possessed traditions resilient enough to meet outside rule on equal terms and durable enough to influence the form that rule took. Yet the Greco-Bactrian kingdom did not last. Pressure mounted from two directions. To the north, steppe peoples driven by wider movements across Inner Asia began pressing southward. To the west, the Parthians were rising rapidly under powerful kings. Around the middle of the 2nd century before Christ, Mithridates I of Parthia absorbed Bactria into his expanding realm. Greek rule in Bactria itself was broken, though Hellenistic influence survived much longer farther south. Greek commanders operating beyond the Hindu Kush still carved out states in the Indus region and the Punjab. An Indo-Greek power remained visible in coinage and local politics for generations. Even so, Bactria as an independent Greek kingdom had come to an end. Long after empires rose and fell, Eastern Iran continued to shape the religious and cultural history of the wider region. On the western coast of India, communities descended from migrants out of Iran preserved one of the clearest living links to that older world. Their own tradition tells of flight from Islamic conquest, first into the mountains of Kerman, then to the island of Hormuz, and finally across the sea to Gujarat. There, they established new communities while carrying with them the memory of their homeland, their sacred customs, and their ritual texts. These people later became known as the Parsis, a name that itself preserved the memory of Persia. Their story is important because through them, fragments of a much older Iranian religious tradition survived beyond Iran itself. Their sacred writings point unmistakably to the Eastern Iranian world. The language of those texts stands very close to the ancient Indo-Iranian speech, shared in older times by the peoples of Iran and northwestern India, and it preserves forms more archaic in some respects than the royal language of the Western Achaemenid inscriptions. The geography inside these texts is even more revealing. They know the lands of Eastern Iran in detail. They speak of Sogdiana, Bactria, Margiana, Arya, Hyrcania, and regions stretching toward the Indus. By contrast, the western centers of Median and Persian power receive little or no attention. This imbalance suggests that the oldest layers of that religious world were formed not in the far west, but in the east, across the belt from eastern Media to the lands beyond the Hindu Kush. Because of that, the old sacred tradition of Iran becomes one of the few native voices that can still hint at the deeper past of Eastern Iranian civilization. It preserves not a political chronicle in the ordinary sense, but memories of ancient rulers, sacred kingship, heroic struggle, and the ordering of the world. The earliest royal figures appear as bringers of abundance, protectors of livestock and men, masters of divine favour, and opponents of chaos, monsters, or destructive enemies. Later generations of kings are remembered as defenders of the Iranian lands against hostile outsiders, especially the Turanian adversaries of epic memory. In these stories, Eastern Iran is no empty backdrop. It is the homeland of sacred kingship, the stage on which order, legitimacy, and divine truth are contested. By the time Zarathustra appears in this tradition, the older heroic age is already presented as belonging to an earlier order. The kings before him are figures of primordial custom and ancient law. Then, a new teaching enters the story, carried to the court of a king who becomes its royal protector. That moment would shape the later spiritual identity of Iran, but its setting is crucial. The drama unfolds in the east. There, in the lands of Bactria and its neighbouring regions, mythology, kingship, and faith come together, and that alone is enough to explain why Eastern Iran mattered so deeply, not only in imperial politics and warfare, but in the imagination and memory of Iranian civilization itself. These scattered traditions and images are almost everything that survives from the deepest past of Eastern Iran as preserved in its oldest sacred heritage. Though fragmentary, they carry a striking sense of authenticity. Their themes, symbols, and narrative patterns closely parallel those found in the ancient traditions of early India, revealing a shared cultural foundation that once stretched across both regions. The sacred drink known in Iran appears in India under a slightly altered name, shaped by differences in sound and language, yet its meaning remains the same. It is both a ritual offering and a divine force, and the birth of great heroes is tied to its sacred use. This shared structure is not accidental. It points to a time when the peoples of Iran and the Indo-Aryan world were still closely connected, preserving similar myths about kingship, divine favour, and the order of the cosmos. Among these figures, the king known as Yema stands out as the central image of a lost golden age. He is remembered as the first ruler, the organizer of human life, and the guardian of prosperity. Under his rule, the world exists in perfect balance. There is no hunger, no sickness, no conflict, and no death. Life is abundant, stable, and filled with light. The earth itself expands to hold the growing population, and all living things flourish. This vision reflects an ancient memory of ideal kingship, where the ruler maintains harmony between nature, society, and the divine order. Yet this perfection does not last forever. The myth explains its end through failure, not of power but of moral responsibility. The king refuses a higher calling, and with that refusal comes a break in the balance of the world. From that moment, the forces of disorder enter human life, bringing suffering, division, and mortality. The story continues with a powerful image of preservation. As the world declines, a protected space is created where selected life can survive in its pure form. Within this enclosed realm, chosen humans, animals, and plants continue to live in harmony, untouched by the corruption outside. Time itself behaves differently there, moving in a slow and almost sacred rhythm. This idea reflects a deep symbolic structure. It is not simply a story of survival, but a vision of continuity, suggesting that even when the world falls into disorder, a hidden core of life remains intact, waiting for renewal. Alongside this vision of kingship and decline appears another set of stories centered on struggle. These myths describe battles against monstrous forces that threaten to destroy the world. A great hero rises to confront a terrifying being associated with destruction and chaos. A creature that devours life and spreads devastation. The hero overcomes it through strength, divine support, and ritual power. These stories mirror similar themes found in the wider Indo-Iranian tradition, where cosmic order must constantly be defended against forces of darkness. The struggle is not only physical, but symbolic. It represents the ongoing conflict between order and chaos, between life and destruction. Other figures appear as healers, warriors, and protectors, each embodying different aspects of human and divine power. Some are linked to the origins of medicine and knowledge, showing an early attempt to understand and control illness and suffering. Others are remembered for their strength in battle, defending the world against enemies, both human and supernatural. Together, these figures form a layered tradition, blending mythology, early belief, and reflections of real social structures. As the stories move forward, a new group of rulers emerges. These kings are no longer purely mythic beings of the sky, but figures who begin to resemble earthly rulers more closely. They build strongholds, wage wars, and seek dominion over both land and people. Some traditions describe them constructing great palaces with supernatural assistance, while others tell of their attempts to ascend to the heavens. Their stories reflect a transition. The old cosmic myths are gradually reshaped into narratives of power, kingship, and political struggle. One of the most important themes in these later traditions is conflict with northern enemies. These opponents are portrayed as aggressive and destructive, constantly threatening the lands of the Iranian world. Their homeland lies in the vast open plains beyond the cultivated regions, and their way of life is shaped by movement, scarcity, and the search for resources. This contrast between settled and nomadic worlds becomes a defining element of Eastern Iranian history. The fertile valleys of regions like Bactria and Sogdiana stand as islands of civilization, surrounded by the pressures of the steppe. Historical evidence supports this pattern. Over time, nomadic groups from the north repeatedly moved southward, driven by their own internal pressures. They were drawn to the richer lands of the Iranian plateau, where agriculture and settled life offered greater stability and wealth. These movements were not isolated events, but part of a long cycle of interaction, conflict, and adaptation. In later centuries, these pressures would become even more visible. Steppe peoples advanced into Bactria and beyond, reshaping the political landscape. The importance of horses in this world cannot be overstated. Names, symbols, and rituals all point to a culture deeply connected to horse breeding and mounted warfare. Horses were not only economic assets, but also central to military strength and social identity. The great sacrifices described in tradition often measure value in terms of horses, reflecting their role as the foundation of power. Even in later historical periods, Bactria is known for its cavalry, and its coins frequently display the horse as a defining emblem. As agriculture expanded and populations grew in the fertile valleys of eastern Iran, the need for protection became more urgent. The constant threat from the north forced communities to organize themselves more effectively. Over time, this pressure led to the rise of a warrior elite capable of defending the land and coordinating resistance. These leaders gradually transformed loose tribal groups into more structured political systems. What began as a necessity for survival became the foundation of early state formation. In this way, eastern Iran developed differently from the western parts of the plateau. While the west was protected by natural barriers such as mountains and seas, the east remained exposed. Its open frontiers required constant vigilance and strong leadership. The result was the emergence of organized kingdoms, built not only on agriculture and wealth, but on the ability to defend against external threats. Among these, Bactria appears as one of the earliest and most significant centres of power. The traditions surrounding later rulers suggest that by around the early 1st millennium, before Christ, such a kingdom had already taken shape. Its rulers were associated with strong authority, military organisation, and connections to both priestly and noble families. The memory of this state survived in both myth and later historical accounts, which describe it as wealthy, fortified, and capable of fielding large armies. It stood as a major force in the region, long before it entered the clearer light of recorded history. Even after it was eventually absorbed into larger empires, the legacy of this early Eastern kingdom did not disappear. Its traditions continued to shape cultural memory, its symbols remained visible in later art and coinage, and its strategic importance endured. Bactria, positioned between Iran, Central Asia and India, remained a crossroads of civilizations, a place where ideas, goods and armies moved between worlds. The rulers of the Sassanid dynasty approached religion not as a passive inheritance, but as something that needed to be restored, clarified and strengthened. Their rule marked a turning point in the history of Iranian belief. Ardashir, the founder of the dynasty, appears as a figure deeply committed to reviving what was seen as the original and pure form of the faith. This was not a solitary effort. He worked alongside learned priests, who carried the traditions of the old religion, men who were believed to possess both authority and knowledge. Among them, later traditions speak of figures who guided this revival, shaping the religious structure that would define the Sassanid era. One of the most striking stories connected to this period describes a priest who entered a deep, ritual sleep before the royal court. In that state, his soul was said to journey beyond the physical world, passing through realms of reward and punishment, observing the structure of the universe itself. Whether taken literally or symbolically, this narrative reflects an important reality. It shows how the Sassanid rulers sought to anchor their authority in a vision of cosmic order, presenting religion as something confirmed not only by tradition, but by divine insight. Under Ardashir, a clear effort was made to define what was considered true belief. A standard was established, separating accepted doctrine from deviation. Yet this unity did not last without challenge. After his reign, divisions began to appear within the religious community. These divisions were not random disagreements, but the result of new ideas emerging in a changing world. The empire was no longer isolated. It stood at the crossroads of cultures, exposed to influences from Mesopotamia, the Eastern Mediterranean, and beyond. During the reign of Shapur I, a new religious movement appeared that would test the strength of the traditional system. Its founder sought to create a universal doctrine by blending elements from different traditions. His teachings drew from multiple sources, combining ideas in a way that aimed to explain the nature of the world through abstract principles, rather than established ritual and myth. This message attracted followers, spreading across regions and social groups. For a time, it posed a serious alternative to the established order. The response was decisive. Debate was allowed, but only to a point. Eventually, the new movement was suppressed and its founder executed. Yet the challenge it represented did not disappear entirely. Other influences, especially the spread of Christianity, continued to reshape the religious landscape. Faced with these pressures, the Sassanid rulers recognized the need to reinforce the foundations of their own tradition. It was in this context that a major effort was made to gather, organize, and standardize the sacred teachings. Under royal authority, a respected religious figure took on the task of collecting the scattered traditions, refining them, and establishing an official version. This process did not simply preserve what already existed. It involved selection, clarification, and interpretation. The result was a more defined body of religious texts, structured in a way that could be taught, transmitted, and defended. This reorganization significantly reduced the material that was accepted as authoritative. Earlier traditions spoke of a much larger body of sacred writings, but only a portion of these were preserved in the final compilation. What remained formed the foundation of religious life in the later period. It became the standard against which belief and practice were measured, shaping both public worship and private conduct. The language of these texts adds another layer to their history. By the time they were collected and arranged, the original language in which they had been composed was no longer spoken in everyday life. It belonged to an earlier stage of Iranian culture, preserved mainly through ritual and scholarly tradition. This created a gap between the text and its audience. To bridge this gap, explanations and translations were produced in more familiar forms of the language. Yet even with these efforts, the meaning of the older words was not always fully accessible to everyone. At the same time, the system of writing itself had evolved. Earlier methods had been replaced by new scripts influenced by contact with neighbouring cultures. One of these writing systems developed in such a way that it combined elements from different linguistic traditions. Words from one language were written down but understood as if they belonged to another. This created a form of writing that could only be read correctly by those who had specialized training. It was not meant for general use, but for a learned class that preserved and interpreted religious knowledge. Over time, different versions of this script appeared in different regions, reflecting variations in pronunciation and usage. Eventually, one form became dominant, especially under the Sassanid rulers, and was used for official purposes including inscriptions and coinage. The consistency between these inscriptions and later manuscript traditions shows that the written form of the sacred texts remained stable over centuries, even as the spoken language continued to change. What survives today is only a small portion of what once existed. Among these remnants, certain texts stand out as particularly important. One focuses on laws of purity, dealing with the removal of defilement and the protection against harmful forces. Its structure suggests that it was considered essential for maintaining order in both the physical and spiritual worlds. Another group of texts consists of prayers and ritual formulas used in ceremonies and acts of worship. Together, these fragments offer a glimpse into a much larger system that has largely been lost. The loss itself is tied to historical events. As new powers entered the region and new religions spread, many of the older traditions were either abandoned or deliberately suppressed. The remaining texts survived because they were preserved within communities that continued to value and protect them, even under changing political conditions. Despite these losses, the surviving material raises important questions. How much of what remains reflects the earliest form of the tradition, and how much was shaped by later influences? The centuries between the fall of the earlier empires and the rise of the Sassanids were marked by strong external influences. Greek ideas entered through conquest and settlement, while Aramaic language and culture spread through administration and trade. These influences left their mark on many aspects of Iranian life. Even during the Sassanid period, these external elements had not entirely disappeared. Intellectual exchange continued, and foreign ideas were still present in certain circles. Some rulers even encouraged the translation of foreign works, bringing new perspectives into the cultural environment. At the same time, internal movements arose that challenged established beliefs, offering alternative interpretations of the world and its origins. These developments show that the religious tradition of Iran was not static. It evolved over time, responding to both internal debates and external pressures. The effort to define and preserve the sacred texts was part of this process. It was an attempt to create stability in a world that was constantly changing. Another route can still lead to the same conclusion. The condition of the sacred traditions in Iran during the age of Alexander and the Seleucids has already been discussed, and even earlier, Greek writers preserved traces of the older Iranian faith. Before the time of Hermippus of Smyrna, Aristotle had already described the Magians as teaching that the best thing was what had been created first, and that the world stood under two opposing powers, a good deity and an evil one, named Oromazdes and Imanius. Theopompus also referred to these two beings and to their struggle, and when he added that a day would come when the dead would rise, when human beings would become immortal, when prayer would give them power over all things, and when, after the triumph of Oromazdes, people would live in happiness without the need for food and without even casting shadows. He was repeating ideas that match the old Iranian religious system with striking closeness. Hermodorus likewise spoke of a succession of teachers who followed the first master of the Magians, the Persian Zoroaster, down to the campaign of Alexander of Macedon. Other Greek writers went even further. Eudoxus of Cnidus treated Zoroaster as the founder of a most beneficent wisdom, and the followers of Prodicus claimed to know writings that went back to him. Plato called him the son of Oromazdes and stated that the heir to the Persian throne was educated in the wisdom of the Magians and trained to remain truthful throughout his whole life. That detail is especially important, because truthfulness stands at the heart of the Iranian religious tradition. If Greek thinkers in the 4th century before Christ could speak of Zoroaster as the great teacher of the Persians, connect him closely with Oromazdes, preserve the names of the good and evil powers with reasonable accuracy, and repeat the main doctrines of the faith, then the natural conclusion is that the religion associated with Zarathustra had already taken deep root in the Achaemenid world. Later, Greek testimony strengthens that impression. In Plutarch, the last Darius invokes truth with reverence for the great light of Mithra. His servant replies by praying that Oromazdes may cause the royal light to shine once again. Artaxerxes is described as having learned that the Persians received from God a law distinguishing good from evil. He swears by Mithra, and in another scene, after the death of a rebellious son, he calls upon the Persians to rejoice, because the great Oromazdes has judged those who had planned wickedness. Elsewhere, Plutarch places in the mouth of Artaxerxes a wish that Ariamanius might plant destructive thoughts in his enemies, so that they would cast out their own bravest men. These details are not random. They show that Greek authors understood the Persian world as one shaped by a moral struggle between opposed powers, and that they knew important divine names belonging to that system. Other writers add information about ritual life. According to Denon, the Magians prophesied while holding branches, offered sacrifice beneath the open sky, and regarded fire and water as the chief visible signs of the divine. Xenophon presents Cyrus as praising the gods and sacrificing every morning under Magian guidance. Herodotus, although he never mentions Zoroaster by name and does not refer directly to Oromazda, gives a description of Median and Persian rites that closely matches what later Iranian religious texts prescribe. He says the Persians did not build temples, statues, or altars because they did not imagine the gods in human form. They called the whole circle of heaven Zeus and climbed mountain heights to sacrifice to it. Besides that supreme heavenly power, they worshipped the sun, the moon, the earth, water, the winds, and fire. When sacrificing, they did not build an altar, kindle sacrificial fire, pour libations in the Greek way, or use flutes, cakes, or barley meal. The worshipper brought the victim to an open place, crowned his tiara with myrtle, cut up the animal, cooked the flesh, spread it on fresh grass, and while a Magian stood by reciting the sacred history of the gods, later carried the meat away for a feast. Herodotus also says that the Magians considered it a worthy act to destroy harmful creatures such as ants, snakes, and creeping or winged pests while sparing dogs and men. He reports that Persians would not pollute a river or even wash in one casually, because rivers were treated with great reverence. The dead were not to be burned, and he says that among the Magians it was openly accepted that a corpse should be exposed until torn by a dog or bird before burial. He adds that among the Persians having many children was considered a mark of merit, and those with the largest families received yearly gifts from the king. Birthdays were celebrated above all other days. Lying was treated as the most shameful of acts, and debt came next, because debt was thought to push a man toward falsehood. Lepers and those with certain skin diseases were driven from society because they were believed to have offended the sun. When Xerxes reached the Hellespont and prepared to cross, Herodotus describes him praying to the sun, pouring libations from a golden cup, and casting rich gifts into the sea. Almost every one of these customs matches the spirit of the old Iranian religious law, from reverence for water and truth to the exposure of corpses, hostility toward creatures seen as harmful, and the sacred recitation that accompanied sacrifice. Only in one point does Herodotus seem mistaken, when he treats Mithra as a female divinity. Taken together, this body of evidence from Western authors shows that the beliefs preserved in the Avesta and associated with Zarathustra were current among the Persians and in Western Iran by at least the early 5th century before Christ. That means they must have been present in Eastern Iran at an even earlier date. The royal inscriptions of the Achaemenids carry the argument still further back. Artaxerxes Oshus prays to Oromazda, Anahita, and Mithra for protection. Artaxerxes Mnemon invokes Oromazda and Mithra. In the inscriptions at Behistun, Darius, the son of Hystaspes, calls Oromazda the greatest of the gods. Alongside him, he also refers to other gods, designated by a general divine title. Darius and Xerxes repeatedly declare that Oromazda is the great god who created heaven and earth, who created mankind, and who created all good things for human beings. After crushing the rebellions that shook the empire at the beginning of his reign, Darius gives thanks again and again that Oromazda granted him aid and victory. He and his successors insist that their throne and kingdom come from Oromazda and that they rule by his grace. Darius also explains why he believes Oromazda supported him. He says that he was not a liar and had committed no sin. He asks Oromazda to protect the land from hostile armies, from crop failure, and from the lie. Rebellion, in his view, spread through the provinces because of the lie. Persia, he says, is a land granted to him by Oromazda, beautiful, rich in horses and full of people, secure by the god's favour. He ends one inscription by asking future kings to preserve it. If they do so, Oromazda may be their friend, grant them many descendants, and give success to all they undertake. If they destroy it, may Oromazda strike them and bring their house to ruin. On his tomb, Darius declares that all he accomplished was done through the grace of Oromazda, and he calls on mankind not to think evil, not to abandon the right path, and not to sin. Xerxes ends his inscriptions with a similar prayer that Oromazda, together with all the gods, may protect him, his kingdom, and his works. This language fits the old Iranian system with great clarity. A supreme god stands above all others, and creation is attributed to him. Trust in this highest deity is complete. Victory in battle, success in kingship, protection from enemies, protection from blight, and defense against falsehood all come from Oromazda. long life and numerous descendants are seen as blessings granted to those who follow his will. The lie is treated not merely as a moral flaw, but as a destructive force that breaks kingdoms apart. Darius warns his subjects against evil thought and against leaving the right path. And in this moral language, the spirit of the Iranian religious tradition appears in royal form. Additional traditions point in the same direction. Some ancient writers say that Cyrus or his father bore a name meaning given by fire, and that Cyrus granted a title of benefactors to a people who fed his starving army. Such details fit well with a religious world in which fire held sacred meaning and good thought, good word, and good deed were highly valued. From the inscriptions of Darius and the wider tradition surrounding Cyrus, there is little room for doubt that the teaching of Zarathustra was already known among the Persians in the age of Cyrus. If it was already firmly rooted in Western Iran in the 6th century before Christ, then the fact that Herodotus does not describe any major religious break between Medes and Persians suggests that the faith must have reached them before the rise of Median power. Even a detail such as the story that Deioces forbade spitting in his presence recalls purity rules that required the mouth to be covered before approaching what was sacred. On the reliefs of Persepolis, attendants stand with covered mouths beside the king, a small gesture that may preserve the same attitude toward purity. From these scattered but converging clues, a broader picture emerges. The worship of Ahura Mazda was established among the Persians by the middle of the 6th century before Christ. Among the Medes, it seems to have been active at least a century earlier. If an hereditary priesthood already existed among the Medes around that time, then the doctrine they guarded must have arrived still earlier, perhaps before the middle of the 8th century before Christ. Herodotus calls the Magians a tribe of the Medes. That description matters. A priestly body does not become a hereditary order overnight. Such a class only takes shape when ritual grows complex, when doctrine develops beside ordinary belief, and when purity laws, sacrificial rules, and long liturgical formulas require special training that can be preserved only within priestly families or disciplined schools. A distinct class of priests implies a religion that has already passed through generations of growth and refinement. If the Magians were already known as a hereditary order around the time traditionally assigned to Deioces, then the religious system behind them must have been established considerably earlier. That allows the conclusion that the doctrine associated with Zarathustra must have reached the Medes before the year 750 before Christ. By that stage, it was strong enough not only to flourish in eastern Iran, but to spread westward and win over neighbouring peoples. The exact path of that expansion cannot be traced with certainty. Later, writers speak vaguely of prominent Median teachers through whom the religion spread in the West. Some names appear in Greek and later tradition, and there are stories linking figures like Osthanes and others with the transmission of Magian wisdom. Whatever the reliability of those lists in detail, they preserve the memory of a continuing line of teachers, and that memory itself matters. If learned men in the West were writing about Zoroastrian doctrine by the early 5th century before Christ, then teachers, students, and priestly circles devoted to such learning must have existed there well before that date. And if such circles existed in the West, they almost certainly had deeper roots in the East, where the tradition itself began. A further question then arises. If the religion was this old, how old was its written literature? Could sacred texts already have existed in written form by the time the faith spread westward? The answer depends first on writing. Herodotus suggests that by around 700 before Christ, the Medes already made substantial practical use of writing. He says Deioces had complaints submitted to him in writing and issued written judgments in return. If legal business in Media could be handled in written form by that date, then writing was already well established in western Iran. Herodotus also describes letters passing between Media and Persia in the 6th century before Christ. Hebrew sources say that when Cyrus allowed the exiled Jews to return and rebuild their temple, he issued the order in writing, and that the decree was later found in the archives at Ecbatana. It is certain that Darius sent written commands to his satraps, and the seals that authenticated such commands are known. The earliest surviving royal inscriptions from the Persian Empire belong, if not to Cyrus himself, then certainly to Darius in the late 6th century before Christ. The script used in those inscriptions was derived from Mesopotamian cuneiform, yet it was radically simplified. A highly complex syllabic system was turned into something much closer to a phonetic script. A reform of that kind does not happen in a moment. If the Medes became familiar with Assyrian writing only after entering into closer contact with Assyria in the 8th century before Christ, then they first had to master it before reshaping it. That suggests that the cuneiform system used in western Iran, as seen under Darius, could hardly have been established much before 600 before Christ. Yet eastern Iran did not adopt that western script. This is significant. If cuneiform from the west did not displace local writing in the east, the reason is likely that eastern Iran already possessed another script of its own. That eastern script, often called Aryan, appears clearly only much later in coins and inscriptions. But it would not have survived so strongly under imperial rule unless it had already long been in active use. There is therefore no strong reason to deny that eastern Iran may have had writing in the 8th century before Christ. If writing existed there by that time, then the prayers and sayings associated with Zarathustra could have been written down. That possibility, however, does not prove that they actually were. At first glance, the surviving legal material of the tradition seems to point to a very early age. It says nothing about Persians, Medes, Ecbatana, or Persepolis. Instead, Bactria appears as the centre of power, and the furthest western land mentioned is Raga in eastern Media. Some eastern lands are criticised for straying from true belief, while Raga itself is described as wavering, though still within the fold. That could suggest a moment when the religion had spread across the east and only just begun to press into Media, before the Medes became a great power and before the Persians rose. Such evidence seems to fit a time around the middle of the 8th century before Christ. Still, that conclusion cannot be treated as absolute. The silence about Western cities and peoples may have other explanations. The tradition came from eastern Iran, and the religious memory of the East may simply have ignored places that had no direct connection to the life of Zarathustra, or to the earliest priestly centres. It is also possible that differences had arisen between Eastern orthodoxy and Western practice. Greek accounts agree broadly with Iranian law, but they also preserve hints of variation. If Eastern priests regarded themselves as guardians of the pure doctrine, they may have chosen not to dwell on Western deviations under the Achaemenids. In that case, silence would not necessarily prove that the texts were composed before Persian and Median greatness. Even so, the larger conclusion remains firm. The religion had reached the Megids and Persians by the middle of the 8th century before Christ, and it is entirely plausible that written collections already existed in the East by then. Language offers only limited help in fixing a date. The surviving manuscripts are much later and reflect changes introduced by centuries of transmission. The forms preserved in the text do not always retain their oldest features clearly enough to serve as secure evidence. Political and social life inside the tradition is not described in a way that allows exact dating either. It praises kings, heroes, and sacrifices in a general sense. Elsewhere, it speaks of lords of villages, tribes, provinces, and districts. There are references to wealth, animals, money, physicians, palaces, pillars, workshops, furnaces, and even glass making. Some of these details seem ancient, others more developed. None of them alone can fix a precise date. What matters more is the religious and intellectual character of the material itself. The tradition as a whole is too elaborate to have been created at once. It laid down not only doctrine and worship, but also rules for priests and ordinary people, and even legal and moral principles covering daily life. A religious canon of that breadth can only arise after long development. Belief must first be shaped into doctrine. Ritual must become fixed. Consequences for ethics, law, and social order must be drawn out over time by a strong priesthood. Before such a canon could exist, there must already have been schools, lists of prayers, ritual manuals, legal opinions, and partial collections built up generation after generation. That long development is visible in the surviving material. Some prayers still preserve an older and more natural tone, but much of the liturgy is highly formal. Many invocations no longer show fresh poetic feeling. Instead, they try to name every attribute of a divine being, repeating titles and formulas in long sequences. Certain prayers are valued not only for their meaning, but for repeated recitation. Some are meant to be spoken 100 or even 1,000 times. The liturgies are detailed and careful, sometimes taking the form of dialogue between officiating priests. And they show anxiety not to neglect any divine power or fail in even the smallest ritual duty. Such features belong not to the first outburst of religious imagination, but to a later stage in which a priestly tradition has become highly organized. Alongside this formal structure stands a more intellectual side. In the oldest poetic sections, good and evil are not only opposing spirits, but part of a larger effort to explain the world in terms of truth and falsehood, order and destruction. The contrast between what benefits life and what harms it is linked with moral categories. Reality itself is divided into the true and the deceptive. Service to truth is not only a path to prosperity in this life, but to salvation beyond it. This is already a highly developed religious vision. The same texts also fill heaven with personified ideas and abstract powers. Such a system does not belong to a purely early and simple stage of religion. It shows thought that has already moved toward reflection, categorization, and doctrine. The legal material confirms this impression. Much of it is framed as dialogue between Zarathustra and Ahura Mazda. The prophet asks what should be done in countless specific cases involving impurity, sin, childbirth, corpse pollution, the killing of certain animals, or contact with unclean things. Ahura Mazda gives exact answers. He lays down punishments, purifications, confessions, and acts of repentance in minute detail. Sins are sorted into classes. Remedies and expiations are carefully graded. Such material cannot have appeared all at once. It must rest on long practice, on real disputes, on precedents, on questions raised in priestly instruction and answered over time. What survives is not the first beginning of the religion, but the outcome of generations of scholastic labour. It belongs to a mature priestly culture. For that reason, the surviving tradition cannot be taken as the direct product of an untouched early age. And yet, it also preserves very old elements. Ancient myths, older divine figures, and the traces of a less systematic religion still remain within it. Complete consistency was never fully achieved. This mixture matters. It shows that the tradition contains layers. Very old material lived on inside a later religious system that had become more abstract, more moralized, more formal, and more legal in character. A similar process can be observed among the related Indo-Iranian peoples further east, where abstraction, ritual complexity, purity laws, and repetition also developed at an early date. The Iranian tradition may be drier and more severe in style, but that does not make it young. It reflects a different temperament, not a shallow history. The safest conclusion is that several centuries must have passed between the rise of the religion associated with Zarathustra and the writing down of its great textual collections. Short prayer lists and ritual notes may already have existed by around 800 before Christ. Larger and more developed books may have taken shape in the centuries that followed. In any case, the oldest poetic hymns must have been composed before the age of Cyrus, and the essential core of the Avesta already existed in eastern Iran before Persian power replaced Median power. The major parts were likely brought together before new religious movements began to transform the world of northern India around 600 before Christ. Bactria stands at the center of this story. Its importance under the Achaemenids is clear, and its wealth suggests that it was already a land of high material and social development. Long before the Medes rose to power, a kingdom had grown up there, and by around 800 before Christ, the teaching associated with Zarathustra was already active in that region. If the beginning of that teaching is placed before the middle of the 9th century before Christ, or even around 1000 before Christ, that dating need not be too early. Around the same broad era, related peoples in India were also reshaping their religious world. In both regions, older gods were pushed into new positions. Abstract powers rose in importance, and a stronger drive toward unity appeared. In eastern Iran, the powers of good and evil were gathered under greater principles, and the Lord of Light became the creator of heaven and earth, surrounded by abstract beings that challenged the place once held by older gods. The impulse is recognizable. It is the search for divine unity and moral order. There is therefore no strong reason to reject the old claim that a ruler named Vistaspa stood over Bactria when this religious transformation took shape, or that Zarathustra, a man connected with a noble lineage, gave voice to that reform. If Vistaspa belonged roughly to the age around 1000 before Christ, then the kingdom of Bactria itself must reach back earlier still. However uncertain exact dates remain, the broad outline is clear. Before the rise of the Persian Empire, before the Medes reached their greatest power, and long before Alexander entered Iran, Eastern Iran had already produced a religious tradition of remarkable depth, one that spread westward, shaped royal ideology, created a priestly class, and left behind one of the most complex spiritual systems of the ancient world. Mithra advances in strength, moving forward with authority, his gaze reaching across vast distances. From afar, he observes the world with unblinking awareness. Lands that seek his favor are guarded and sustained, while those that fall into wrongdoing are broken and cast down. He stands not only as a divine power over wide pastures, but as a protector of households, villages, and entire regions. Those who honor him are called to preserve what has been entrusted to them, to guard the fields rather than destroy them. As the sun rises above the high mountains, so too does the hope of overcoming the forces of darkness. With raised hands, people call upon Mithra, asking him to lead them toward a state beyond decay, towards something enduring and unbroken. Offerings are made with careful words, spoken clearly and with reverence. Sacrifices are dedicated to him with intention and precision, carried out according to sacred tradition. Those who invoke him ask him to listen, to accept their offerings, and to carry them to the unseen realm where divine judgment is made. Mithra is not distant from human life. He is described as a savior, a force that supports both the land and those who dwell upon it. Where impurity has been removed, he brings prosperity. Homes flourish under his presence, and strength is granted both in peace and in times of war. Those who call upon him ask not only for survival, but for abundance, for clarity, for honor, and for victory grounded in truth. His role extends beyond material blessing. He is asked to grant understanding of sacred words, to give the knowledge required to confront enemies, whether human or unseen. Those enemies include not only rivals in battle, but also destructive forces, both spiritual and physical. Deceivers, violent men, and harmful beings are all counted among the threats against which protection is sought. Mithra is called upon to stretch out his far-reaching power, to shield those who remain faithful, and to guard them in both the visible world and the unseen one beyond it. Protection is requested against death that comes too soon, against chaos, and against forces that rise in violence with cruel intent. When later editions are set aside, the figure of Mithra emerges in a more ancient and powerful form. He appears as a radiant force of light, standing in direct opposition to darkness and disorder. Unlike later interpretations that subordinate him, this older image places him at the forefront of the struggle against destructive powers. He moves ahead of the sun itself, reaching the mountain peaks before its light spreads across the earth. In his presence, hostile forces retreat. His brilliance is not only physical, but moral. He represents truth, vigilance, and justice, seeing everything that lies between heaven and earth. Nothing escapes his sight, and no deception can remain hidden from him. As a warrior, he brings courage to those who honor him and fear to those who oppose him. Armies that fight under his favor gain strength and resolve, while those who fall under his anger lose their power and direction. Weapons fail, arrows miss their mark, and confusion spreads among the ranks. His presence determines the outcome of conflict. He does not merely observe, he acts, shaping the course of events. Victory is not random, but tied to alignment with truth and order. Those who live in accordance with his principles are rewarded with growth, stability, and success. The struggle against destructive forces is not his alone. Another figure, known as the Force of Victory, appears as a companion in battle. This being represents triumph itself, the breaking of resistance and the destruction of enemies. In earlier times, this role may have been part of Mithra's own identity, but over time it became distinct. This victorious force is described as powerful, well-armed, and unstoppable. It moves through battle with overwhelming strength, bringing collapse to opposing forces. Those who seek success in war offer sacrifice to it, asking for strength and endurance. The winds also play a vital role in this cosmic struggle. They are not mere natural forces, but living powers that sweep away darkness and bring movement to the world. The morning wind drives away the remnants of night, clearing the sky and preparing the way for light. It is described as swift, strong, and unstoppable, clothed in brilliance and riding forward with force. Those who seek victory call upon it, asking for speed, strength, and the ability to overcome opposition. It is both a destroyer of hostile forces and a purifier of the world. Water holds equal importance. Flowing from hidden sources, it sustains life and brings fertility to the land. It is imagined as descending from a high and sacred origin, spreading across the earth through rivers and streams. The guardian of these waters is envisioned as a powerful and radiant figure, associated with purity, abundance, and renewal. She is the source of life itself, granting growth to plants, strength to animals, and fertility to human beings. Those who seek prosperity call upon her, offering sacrifice and prayer to ensure the continuation of life. The movement of water is tied to the cycles of the sky. Clouds gather, rains fall, and the land is nourished. Yet this process is not without conflict. Forces of drought and destruction attempt to hold back the waters, creating struggle between opposing powers. A celestial force associated with a bright star rises to release the rains and defeat the agents of dryness. This battle ensures the continuation of life, allowing fields to flourish and rivers to flow once more. Another guardian stands watch during the night. This figure protects the world when darkness falls, driving away harmful beings and maintaining order. Armed and vigilant, he moves through the night, striking down threats and awakening life at dawn. His presence ensures that the world remains secure even when light is absent. He represents discipline, awareness, and protection against unseen dangers. Fire, too, is central to this system. It is both a physical force and a sacred presence. It protects, purifies, and connects the human world with the divine. It is treated as a living being, one that responds to care and reverence. Those who tend it properly receive blessings, while neglect leads to loss. Fire stands as a witness, revealing truth and exposing falsehood. It is both guardian and judge, present in daily life and in sacred ritual. Alongside these forces stands the sacred drink, prepared and offered in ritual. It is seen not only as a substance, but as a divine power that strengthens those who partake of it. It grants vitality, courage, and clarity. Those who prepare it follow precise rules, ensuring that the offering is made correctly. It is both a physical and spiritual act, linking the human and divine realms. These elements together reveal a shared heritage between different branches of the ancient Indo-Iranian world. Many of the same divine figures, ideas, and rituals appear in both traditions, though they developed in different directions over time. Some figures remained central in one region while fading in another. Others took on new roles or merged with different concepts. Despite these changes, the underlying structure remained recognizable. The tradition preserved in Iranian texts reflects this deep and ancient foundation. It carries within it both older forms and later developments, showing a long process of transformation rather than a sudden creation. Some elements appear even more archaic than those found elsewhere, while others show clear signs of refinement and reinterpretation. This combination confirms that the tradition was not a later invention, but a continuation of an older system, shaped over centuries. At the center of this transformation stands Zarathustra. His appearance marks a turning point, not because he introduced an entirely new belief, but because he reshaped what already existed. He brought new emphasis, new clarity, and new structure to an ancient system. The world he addressed was already filled with belief in opposing forces, but his teaching sharpened this contrast, turning it into the central principle of religious thought. According to tradition, his birth itself was seen as a sign of change. The natural world responded, and even the forces of darkness were said to tremble. From an early stage, he was portrayed as a figure chosen to bring order and truth into a world threatened by deception and chaos. He was not alone in this effort. He found support among followers and rulers who accepted his teaching and helped spread it. His message reached beyond family and tribe. He called upon people to recognize the difference between right and wrong, urging them to choose truth over falsehood. Yet his path was not easy. Opposition came from those who held to older ways or resisted change. He is described as seeking allies, calling for support, and eventually finding it in a powerful ruler who embraced his teaching and helped establish it more widely. This support marked a crucial moment. With the backing of authority, the reformed belief gained strength and stability. It spread across regions, shaping both religious practice and social order. The ruler who supported it was praised as a protector of truth, a figure who opened the way for a more just and ordered world. Despite these changes, continuity remained. The older rituals were not abandoned. Sacrifices continued, sacred fire was tended, and ancient deities were still honoured. The reform did not erase the past, but reinterpreted it. The familiar forms were given new meaning, aligned with a clearer vision of the struggle between good and evil. The land itself played a major role in shaping this worldview. The environment of eastern Iran was marked by sharp contrasts. Fertile valleys stood beside barren deserts. Harsh winters alternated with burning summers. Life depended on constant effort, on protecting fields and herds from both natural forces and human threats. This environment reinforced the idea of a world divided between forces that sustain life and those that destroy it. In such conditions, the struggle between opposing powers was not an abstract idea, but a daily reality. Success and failure, growth and loss, survival and destruction were all visible outcomes of this ongoing conflict. It is within this setting that the Reformed belief took shape, drawing from the land itself to express a vision of the world as a battleground between order and chaos. This vision gave meaning to both nature and human life. It explained hardship, justified effort, and offered hope for ultimate victory. Through this lens, every action became part of a larger struggle. Every choice carried weight, and in this way, an ancient tradition was transformed into a system that would endure, shaping thought and belief for generations to come. According to the ancient tradition, all living beings had fallen under the pressure of destructive forces. The world was not in balance. Harmful powers spread across nature and human life alike, bringing disorder, decay, and suffering. In response to this condition, a decision was made within the divine order. New guidance would be given, not to replace the old beliefs, but to strengthen them. The goal was not to create a completely different religion, but to reinforce the defenses against the forces that threatened existence. At the heart of this effort stood the power of spoken words. Among early Indo-Iranian peoples, words were never seen as simple expressions. They carried force, influence, and even authority over unseen powers. Correct speech, properly formed prayers, and precise invocations were believed to shape reality itself. A carefully spoken formula could protect, heal, or repel danger. In this tradition, the divine realm itself was imagined as a place filled with sacred utterances, a space where words held lasting presence and power. The reform that emerged from this worldview did not discard earlier practices. Instead, it expanded them. New prayers were added to older ones, and ritual speech became more structured and deliberate. Fire, already central to daily and sacred life, was now emphasized even more strongly. It was to burn constantly, day and night, maintained with care and precision. The flame was not merely practical, it was a living force, a barrier against harmful powers. Around it, prayers were spoken, offerings made, and protection sought. The great forces of light were called upon more frequently and with greater intensity. The sun, the stars, and the powerful guardian figures associated with truth and strength were invoked together. Offerings of the sacred drink were made repeatedly, reinforcing the bond between human effort and divine support. The belief was simple but powerful. Constant attention to these practices would keep destructive forces at a distance. A household, a field, or a settlement that maintained this discipline would remain protected. Among the sacred formulas, one particular expression stood out. It was not just a prayer, but a force in itself, treated almost as a living presence. It was believed to have the power to strike directly at destructive beings, weakening them and driving them away. This idea reflects a broader pattern found in early Indo-Iranian thought, where certain words and sounds were seen as having their own existence and strength, capable of shaping events in the visible and invisible worlds. Another essential part of the reform focused on purity. The belief that impurity allowed harmful forces to gain influence was already widespread. Contact with decay, dirt, or death was thought to weaken a person's connection to protective forces. The response to this belief was the development of detailed rules for purification. These rules became more complex over time, covering every aspect of life. Cleanliness was no longer only physical, but also spiritual, and maintaining it became a central duty. This emphasis on purity extended beyond ritual into everyday life. Actions that supported life and growth were seen as aligning with the forces of order. Cultivating the land, caring for animals, and protecting resources were not just practical activities, but moral ones. A person who worked the soil, irrigated fields, and expanded fertile land was actively supporting the forces that sustained life. At the same time, destroying harmful creatures and preventing damage to crops was seen as part of the same struggle. The environment itself reinforced this worldview. Fertile land stood in constant contrast with barren desert. Water brought life, while drought brought destruction. In such conditions, every effort to maintain growth became significant. Agriculture was not only an economic necessity, but a form of participation in the larger conflict between creation and destruction. The idea emerged that human effort could strengthen the beneficial side of existence and push back against decay. Moral behavior became equally important. Truthfulness was elevated to a central virtue closely linked with purity. Just as physical impurity could weaken a person, falsehood was believed to corrupt the inner self. Deception and lies were treated as the most serious offences, not only because they harmed others, but because they aligned a person with destructive forces. In this system, truth was not just a social value, but a cosmic principle, tied directly to the order of the world. This ethical focus led to new ideas about life after death. Earlier beliefs about ancestors and the continuation of existence beyond death were reshaped. The idea developed that a person's actions would determine their fate after death. Life was no longer seen as isolated from what followed, but as preparation for a judgment based on behaviour. The emphasis on truth, purity, and effort became part of a larger vision of accountability. At the same time, there was a growing attempt to bring order to the understanding of divine powers. Earlier traditions included many different forces, each associated with natural phenomena or aspects of life. Over time, these were grouped into two opposing sides. Beneficial forces were brought together under a single guiding authority, while harmful ones were grouped under another. This created a clearer structure, presenting the world as shaped by two opposing principles. The leader of the beneficial forces was understood as a wise and guiding presence, associated with creation, order, and knowledge. Opposing this figure stood a destructive force representing chaos, harm, and falsehood. These two powers were not equal in nature, but they were seen as engaged in a constant struggle. Everything in the world reflected this tension. Growth and decay, truth and deception, life and death all became expressions of this deeper conflict. This perspective marked a significant development. Instead of seeing the world as a gradual unfolding from a single source, it was understood as the result of opposing actions. Creation itself was seen as a process shaped by both constructive and destructive forces. The beneficial power brought forth what was good, while the destructive force attempted to undermine it. This struggle continued in every aspect of existence. The older divine figures were not removed from this system. They remained active, continuing their traditional roles. They fought against harmful forces, protected life, and supported human efforts. The new structure did not erase them, but placed them within a broader framework. Their actions became part of the larger struggle, guided by the opposing principles. The names used for these forces reflect a more developed stage of thought. They are not simple descriptions of natural phenomena, but expressions of abstract ideas. They represent wisdom, destruction, truth, and deception in a more conceptual way. This suggests that the system was shaped not only by tradition but also by reflection, an effort to understand and organize the forces that shape the world. One striking feature of this transformation is the shift in terminology. Words that once referred to positive forces in earlier traditions came to be associated with negative ones in this system. At the same time, other terms were adopted to describe beneficial powers. This change shows how deeply the reform reshaped the understanding of the divine, redefining older concepts to fit a new structure. As the Indo-Aryan tribes moved eastward from the Indus region and settled along the Ganges, their religious imagination changed with the land around them. In the older homeland, life had sharpened awareness of conflict. Light against darkness, storm against drought, divine protection against threatening forces. But in the richer and more fertile world of the Ganges plain, that earlier vision gradually softened. The older gods lost some of their urgency and thought turned, instead, toward a more unified view of existence, a belief that all living things and the natural world flowed out from a single sacred source. In Iran, however, religious development moved in a very different direction. The conditions of life did not encourage a calm vision of the world unfolding peacefully from one divine essence. The land itself seemed to deny such an idea. On the Iranian plateau, abundance and devastation stood side by side. Productive ground could suddenly give way to wasteland. Green fields bordered dry emptiness. In one season there was burning heat, in another bitter cold. Survival depended not on passive acceptance, but on effort, endurance, and resistance. A people living under such conditions could hardly imagine the divine as something distant and still. The sacred had to be active, forceful, and engaged in the world. For that reason, the older idea of a struggle between beneficent and destructive powers did not fade in Iran. It became even stronger. What had once been a vivid religious image turned into the central framework through which nature, society, and morality were understood. This transformed the role of human beings as well. People were no longer expected merely to pray for help from the good powers. They were expected to join the struggle themselves. Their choices, labor, and discipline now had cosmic weight. To support life, to cultivate the earth, to protect herds, to preserve order, and to resist corruption was to stand on the side of the beneficent powers. In that sense, salvation was no longer pursued only through sacrifice or invocation. It was also pursued through action. By strengthening the living world and pushing back what was barren, violent, and destructive, a person aligned with the side of truth and increase. This was a far more active and practical ethic than the one that developed in India, where the highest goal increasingly became separation from the world, from the body, and from material existence itself. In Iran, the highest path lay not in withdrawal from life, but in disciplined engagement with it. Once that reforming impulse had taken shape, it fell to influential believers and eventually to priestly families to give it structure. They had to connect new religious ideas with older inherited beliefs. The ancient contrast between helpful and harmful powers now required a clearer definition. The spirits of good and evil had to be described more precisely, and the relation between the supreme divine force and the older gods had to be explained. As thought moved further in this direction, it became almost inevitable that the old opposition would take on a more abstract and moral form. Light and darkness, truth and falsehood, order and deception, moral purity and corruption began to stand not only for conditions in nature, but for principles that govern the world itself. Once the good divine force was understood as pure truth and perfect wisdom, deeper questions followed. If the good creator shaped the world according to truth, where had evil come from? Had the destructive force also created? Or Had evil entered the world later as a corruption of what had first been made good? If evil was not original, then perhaps it would one day disappear. If the power of truth was greater, then surely the resistance of evil could not last forever. Questions like these pushed religious thought further. At the same time, the older gods did not simply vanish. The reform had to place them in a new order beneath the supreme creator without denying their long-established presence in worship and tradition. Older legends also had to be fitted into the new framework. Ancient heroic figures and rulers from the distant past could not simply be discarded. Traditions connected with an earlier age had to be interpreted in a way that made sense within the reformed belief. So did the old sacred formulas, the chants and invocations thought to restrain hostile powers. These had to be preserved carefully, especially those believed to come from Zarathustra himself. If their wording changed, their force might fail. Ritual life also had to be regulated. Which offerings were most effective, which prayers were proper, and which actions counted as true purification all had to be defined more clearly. Step by step, a broad religious system emerged, one that included doctrine, worship, ethical conduct, purification, and rules for dealing with sin and pollution. The most reflective and philosophical part of this tradition presents a world shaped by two opposed spiritual forces. In that vision, the good creator stands as the source of light, life, and order. He establishes the courses of the heavenly bodies, sustains the earth and waters, and gives living creatures their place within the world. He is also the giver of wise teachings, the one who reveals the words and practices by which the good creation can be protected. Truth belongs to him. Light belongs to him. He is not only powerful but impossible to deceive. In this system, truth is not a moral ideal added later. It lies at the center of reality itself. The questioning voice within these oldest hymns asks again and again about the structure of existence. Who fixed the path of the sun and stars? Who causes the moon to wax and wane? Who supports the earth and the clouds? Who made water, trees, light, and darkness? Who set the world in motion and gave life to living beings? These are no longer simple ritual praises. They show a mind searching for first causes, for a moral and cosmic order behind visible reality. The same voice asks how deception can be overcome, how falsehood can be placed into the hands of truth, and how living creatures can be guided onto the right path. The emphasis is not only on what exists, but on how one ought to live within it. In these hymns, the Creator is praised as the source of all that gives life. He established sacred customs, gave wise sayings, and shaped the world through thought and will. The earth, the lights of the sky, the waters, and the fields are all said to come from him. Yet the language remains close to practical life. The one who prays does not ask for mystical escape from the world. He asks for strength, long life, health, prosperity, fertile animals, and the means to offer proper sacrifice. The older desire for increase and blessing remains alive, even within this more elevated moral and intellectual framework. At the same time, the oldest hymns speak with unusual clarity about two primal spirits. They are presented as opposed in thought, speech, and action. One chooses what is beneficial, the other what is destructive. From their opposition comes the divided condition of the world. Those who understand rightly choose the better side. Those who are deceived go over to the side of disorder and destruction. The world is not pictured as neutral ground. It is a place where alignment matters. Human beings are constantly making a choice, whether they realize it or not. This does not amount to a belief in two equal gods, ruling side by side forever. The destructive power is real, active, and dangerous, but it is not given the same dignity as the Creator. The Creator remains the source of what is good, while evil enters as distortion, opposition, and corruption. Harm appears in lands that were made fruitful. Destruction attacks what was created to live. Falsehood undermines truth. Disease, drought, winter, vermin, and violence are not treated as independent worlds of their own, but as injuries inflicted upon a good creation. Even moral evils such as lying, idleness, lust, disbelief, and corruption are understood in this way. They do not stand as eternal equals to truth. They are invasive forces that attack it. This is why the conflict between good and evil in Iranian thought is not usually described as a direct battle between two evenly matched gods. Instead, the conflict takes place through the world itself, through nature, through human conduct, and through the fate of the soul. The Creator's side is defended by divine beings associated with light, justice, strength, vigilance, and blessing. The destructive side works through corruption, fear, falsehood, barrenness, and decay. The struggle unfolds in fields, in households, in the conscience, and in ritual life. By the time this system had matured, the older gods had not disappeared, but their place had changed. Some ancient figures remained vivid and active, especially those linked with light, victory, sacred speech, fire, the waters, and the living world. Yet they were now positioned beneath a higher divine authority. The Creator was said to have made them as well. He stood above them as Lord and Source, even if their ancient roles remained powerful in the imagination of the people. In practice, this created a tension inside the religion. The supreme god was intellectually and morally central, but many of the older deities still carried the emotional force of ancient tradition. To create order within this divine world, priestly thinkers grouped certain powers around the Supreme Lord as his sacred companions. These were not old mythic gods in the earlier sense, but elevated principles, personified qualities that express the moral and cosmic order of the Reformed faith. They represented good thought, truth, right dominion, devotion, well-being, and enduring life. Some of them were clearly ethical ideas given sacred form. Others represented real blessings such as health, flourishing water, good plants, and long life. Together they formed a sacred circle around the highest divine authority, making visible the structure of the good world. Good thought was one of the highest of these powers. Truth was another, closely linked with purity and justice. Right dominion expressed not only authority but proper order and lawful rule. Devotion took on the shape of humble piety and patient obedience. Well-being and long life represented the fullness of blessing in the earthly world, including health, prosperity, and the sustaining gifts of water and vegetation. In this way, the religion gradually turned important values into sacred realities. Ethical and natural goods were no longer separate categories. They belonged to the same divine order. This process of personifying qualities did not stop there. Sacred speech itself acquired a near-divine status. The holy word, correctly spoken, became not only an instrument, but a power. So too with the discipline of ritual knowledge, long study, deep understanding, and the right use of sacred formulations. Ancient warrior figures who once fought demons with weapons were now imagined as fighting with prayers, commands, and divine speech. Ritual and moral truth became weapons against chaos. This did not erase the older imagery of struggle. It transformed it. At the same time, many ancient forms were reshaped or dimmed. Some older deities survived only as faint figures. Others were absorbed into symbolic functions. A few retained their older energy more clearly, the powers of the wind, of victory, of fire, of the star that brings rain, and of the great guardian of truth and covenant still move through the tradition with real life and force. The religion never fully resolved the tension between inherited myth and reforming abstraction. That unfinished balance is one of its most revealing features. Even the sun, though less central in some of the surviving theological material than might be expected, remained important in ritual and royal symbolism. The shining body that purifies the world, the heavenly power that disperses destructive forces and protects the earth by its rising light, clearly retained sacred weight. Royal processions and court ceremony preserved traces of this older reverence. White horses, radiant emblems, and divine chariots all point to an enduring solar symbolism that survived beneath the later doctrinal structure. As the good world became more clearly organized, the hostile world also had to be arranged. If the creator was surrounded by sacred powers expressing good thought, truth, order, and blessing, then the destructive side was imagined as having its own corresponding forces. Hostile powers were set opposite the beneficent ones. Bad thought opposed good thought. Disorder opposed right dominion. Pride opposed devotion. Disease, thirst, hunger, and death opposed health and long life. Some of these hostile figures were purely abstract. Others preserved much older mythic forms. The more vivid, destructive beings remained closely tied to the experience of daily life. There were spirits of drought, freezing winter, pestilence, poison, and falsehood. There were demons of sleep and idleness, of drunken confusion, of deceit, and of violence in the night. Some were linked with death and contamination. Others were blamed for scorching heat, barren land, devouring beasts, venomous creatures, or creeping things that infest and consume. This dark side of the world was not distant or symbolic. It was present in everything that made survival harder and life more fragile. Against that darkness, the religion praised all that gave life. Light, clear water, fertile soil, healthy plants, useful animals, wholesome food, truth, cleanliness, and ordered life all belonged to the beneficent side. Certain animals were treated as allies of human beings in the great struggle. The dog, defender of herd and household, was highly valued. The cock too was honoured, because its cry at dawn drove back the powers of night and woke the world to light and duty. Its morning call was not just natural sound but a sign of renewal, a challenge to laziness and darkness. Even feeding or protecting such creatures was seen as a meritorious act. Birds also entered the sacred imagination. Some were portrayed as fighters against evil beings. Others carried messages, protected divine law, or belonged to the heights of heaven. In mythic imagery, great birds perched on the tree of life and scattered seeds across the world. Their movement linked heaven, water, vegetation, and fertility into one grand pattern. What grew on earth had its source above. Rain, seed, and life descended together from a sacred order beyond the visible world. This religious imagination extended even into royal symbolism. Great birds and eagles became emblems of power, guidance, and divine favour. In later memory, heroic figures could be carried across the world by mighty winged beings. In royal ceremony, golden eagles appeared on standards and vehicles, suggesting not only kingship, but a connection between earthly rule and heavenly order. Such symbols show how deeply religion, mythology, and political authority were woven together. What emerges from all this is not a cold system of abstract theology, but a living religious world shaped by a harsh landscape, by inherited Indo-Iranian tradition, by moral reflection, and by priestly organization. The older gods did not simply disappear, nor did philosophy fully replace myth. Instead, a layered vision took shape. At its summit stood a wise creator associated with truth and order. Around him gathered sacred powers expressing thought, justice, devotion, prosperity, and life. Beneath and beside them moved older divine figures of fire, wind, light, victory, and rain. Opposed to all of them stood the hosts of corruption, drought, death, falsehood, and ruin. In that world, existence itself became a battleground of meanings. Nature, ethics, ritual, and politics all belonged to the same conflict. To speak truth, to keep clean, to cultivate the earth, to guard the household, to honor sacred fire, to reject deception, and to stand firm against violence were not separate duties. They were all part of a single struggle between the forces that sustain life and the forces that seek to waste it. That is what gave the Iranian reform its enduring power. It did not ask people to escape the world. It asked them to defend it. The surviving Iranian religious texts do not preserve a full ritual manual in the way one might expect. They reveal enough, however, to show what mattered most. The center of worship was not spectacle, architecture, or elaborate visual ceremony, but spoken devotion. Praise, invocation, and sacred recitation stood at the heart of ritual life. Among the offerings, one act held special importance above the rest: the preparation and dedication of the sacred haoma. This was not simply a plant or a drink, but a force closely tied to vitality, endurance, and the defense of life against destructive powers. The ritual itself appears to have been simple in form but powerful in meaning. The tools required for it seem to have been familiar objects, present not only in priestly settings, but in ordinary households as well. A mortar, a vessel, and the bundle of ritual twigs belonged to this sacred act. The haoma juice was prepared, raised up, and consecrated while the proper words were spoken. The strength of the rite lay not in outward drama, but in the combination of substance, gesture, and recited formula. Even much later, variants of this offering continued to survive in living ritual tradition, which suggests just how deeply rooted it was in the old Iranian world. Alongside the haoma rite stood the constant tending of the sacred fire. The flame was not allowed to die. It had to be maintained day and night with dry, carefully chosen wood and with fragrant materials. Fire was not just a symbol of worship. It was itself an active participant in the struggle between beneficent and destructive powers. To keep it burning was to keep protection alive in the house and in the ritual space. The fire guarded purity, marked sacred presence, and stood as a visible sign that order was being upheld against corruption. Animal sacrifice also remained part of the religious world, although in a more restrained and transformed form than in many neighbouring cultures. The surviving material does not dwell on it in great detail, which is revealing in itself. It suggests that by this stage, spoken prayer and sacred offering had become more central than the slaughter itself. Even so, tradition remembered large sacrificial acts, especially in stories about ancient heroes and kings who offered horses, cattle, and flocks in enormous numbers when seeking victory or divine favour. Such scenes belong to a world in which royal power, warfare, and sacred exchange were still closely connected. Yet the treatment of these sacrifices suggests that something had shifted. The animal was offered and consecrated, but the essential religious act may have been less the destruction of the victim than its dedication. Ancient descriptions indicate that the flesh was prepared, laid out properly, accompanied by sacred recitation, and then consumed. Only a sacred portion belonged directly to the divine side. The greater part returned to human use. This points to a form of sacrifice in which consecration mattered more than burning the whole victim or destroying it completely. As the divine world came to be imagined in more spiritual terms, sacrifice itself seems to have become less about feeding the gods and more about setting life apart under their protection. That helps explain why ritual in this tradition remained so strongly tied to purity, order, and correct procedure. The sacrifice was not a wild act of appeasement. It was an ordered gesture carried out in a clean place, with proper words, proper handling, and proper distribution. The sacred and the practical remained closely connected. Worship took place not in emotional disorder, but in disciplined form. Even when kings performed great public offerings, the structure of the act still reflected that same concern for ritual correctness. One striking feature of this religious world is the absence, at least in its earlier form, of temples and divine statues as a central part of worship. The religion preserved an older style in which sacred places were open, elevated, or marked by fire altars, rather than enclosed by great image-filled sanctuaries. This did not mean the sacred was less real. On the contrary, it meant that divine power was encountered in fire, light, speech, and consecrated space rather than in sculpted form. Worship remained tied to natural settings, ritual platforms, and the visible signs of purity. That older aniconic habit did not remain entirely untouched forever. Contact with neighbouring civilizations, especially in the West, brought new influences. Royal art could borrow imagery from imperial traditions beyond Iran, and some rulers introduced statues and temple forms associated with important goddesses. But even here, the evidence points less to a complete change of religious character than to selective adaptation. The old structure endured beneath these additions. Fire altars, ritual recitation, and offerings without images remained fundamental. Foreign forms entered at the edges, especially in royal and frontier settings, but they never fully displaced the older religious pattern. The deeper aim of the religion still lay elsewhere. At its core was the desire for increase, vitality, health, and the preservation of life. That longing belonged to the most ancient layer of Indo-Iranian religion, and the reform associated with Zarathustra did not reject it. It sharpened it. The powers of health and long life were drawn into the sacred order more clearly than before. Human life was to be defended not only in this world but beyond death. Once the struggle against impurity, falsehood, and destructive forces had been made central, it became almost inevitable that the fate of the soul after death would receive greater attention. From that concern emerged a more defined vision of judgment. A life lived in purity, truth, and disciplined action did not simply end. The soul of such a person could remain bright, strong, and fit to enter the world of light. Death was no longer just a passage to the realm of ancestors. It became a moment of testing. The soul, after a set interval, was imagined as approaching a bridge that marked the crossing from the human world to the divine one. There, its condition would be revealed. What it had become through action and thought now determined what it could endure. The pure soul was not alone on this journey. It was met by powers and presences aligned with truth. It could be joined by other righteous souls and by the protecting beings associated with vigilance and loyalty. Guided onward, it passed into the radiant dwelling of the good powers. There, in the presence of the divine order, it entered a realm no longer subject to decay. This was not merely survival. It was admission into a perfected state, a place of light, praise, and permanence. The fate of the wicked soul was imagined in the opposite way. It approached in terror, cut off from friendship and burdened by its own corruption. Instead of companions, it encountered hostile beings. Instead of crossing into light, it was drawn downward into darkness, into the region associated with deception, misery, and ruin. In this vision, the afterlife became a moral extension of the life already lived. One did not receive an arbitrary fate. One moved toward the world one had already chosen through one's actions. At the same time, the older ancestral religion was not abolished. The dead did not vanish into abstraction. The spirits of the righteous ancestors remained active and close to their descendants. They protected their families, helped them in danger, and supported them in battle if they were properly honoured. This continuity with the older tradition is one of the most revealing features of the Iranian religion. The reform did not erase the ancestors, it redefined them. Only the pure and truthful dead fully joined the side of the beneficent powers, and only they could continue as protectors. Their presence remained especially strong in household and yearly observance. At set times of the year, the ancestral spirits were believed to return to their homes, expecting welcome, offerings, praise, and remembrance. A family that honoured them received blessing in return: prosperity, animals, children, and strength. This pattern preserved an ancient bond between the living and the dead, but it placed that bond within the moral universe of truth and purity. Ancestors were no longer simply family dead. They were now the righteous dead, still active within the divine order. The religious imagination went further still. It did not confine the soul to its posthumous condition. Priestly thought began to distinguish within the living person a higher and purer element, something like an ideal spiritual self. This pure aspect associated with each individual was treated as a protecting essence linked to the divine side of life. It was not merely the soul after death, but the true luminous dimension of the person, already present during life. This idea allowed the religion to speak not only of the souls of the dead, but of the sacred counterpart of the living. From there, the concept widened. The same kind of pure essence could be attributed not only to individuals and ancestors, but to divine beings themselves. The highest God, the great sacred powers, ancient heroes, righteous men of the past, and living worshippers could all be invoked in terms of this purified spiritual reality. This is one of the clearest signs of how Iranian religion combined older beliefs with later theological development. The ancestral spirit became at once a memory of the dead, a moral ideal, and a cosmic principle of protection. Greek observers were not entirely wrong then, when they described the Persian world as full of spiritual presences. To an outsider, it must indeed have seemed that the air, the household, the battlefield, and the road of the soul were all crowded with unseen beings. The world was alive with protective powers, ancestral forces, divine watchers, and destructive entities waiting for openings. Nothing in life stood outside this moral and spiritual landscape. Beyond individual death and ancestral protection, the tradition also looked toward a final transformation of the world itself. Zarathustra's teaching did not merely promise stronger protection in the present. It also pointed forward to a time when the struggle would come to an end. The conflict between truth and deception, life and destruction, would not continue forever. A saviour figure was expected, one who would complete the work that had begun with the reform. Under his coming, the hostile powers would be broken and the hold of evil would fail. This future figure was not imagined as introducing an entirely new order, but as fulfilling the deepest promise of the existing one. The good creation would be restored. The harmful powers that had long opposed it would be rendered powerless. Hunger, thirst, sickness, and death would no longer rule human life. The world would no longer stand under the same conditions of struggle that had shaped it for so long. It would become whole, stable, and free from corruption. In that final age, the dead themselves were expected to rise again. This was one of the most striking elements in Iranian eschatology. Life, once lost, would be restored. What had been broken by the destructive powers would be given back. The separation between living and dead would no longer remain. The world itself would pass into a new state, no longer subject to the old injuries that had marked human existence. This did not mean a vague spiritual survival only. It meant renewal, restoration, and the defeat of everything that had made life incomplete. The image is powerful because it carries the full logic of the religion to its end. If the world began as a good creation wounded by destructive force, then the final victory of truth must mean more than private salvation. It must mean the healing of creation itself. The reform associated with Zarathustra had made moral action, purity, and truthful life central to the defense of the world. The final restoration was the completion of that same struggle on a universal scale. To support this grand vision, priestly tradition also reworked the earliest myths of the world. Older Iranian memory preserved the image of a golden age under the rule of Yima, a blessed era of increase, health, and abundance. But such a memory could not easily be left unchanged in a theology where evil entered the world very early and conflict marked creation from the start. So the old legends were reshaped. The first stages of existence were retold in a more systematic form. In this revised sacred history, the world begins with a series of good creations brought forth in order: heaven, waters, earth, plants, animals, and the first human being. The first bull and the first mortal man stand at the head of life in the world, but both become targets of destructive force. The hostile power strikes at the beginning itself. Yet even this assault does not have the last word. From the death of the first bull come the seeds of animal life. From the first man arises the line of humanity. Destruction interrupts, but it does not annul the creative design. Within this sequence, the old heroic figures are retained but drawn into a new order. The earliest rulers and culture heroes are placed after the first man, and their deeds are connected with the cosmic struggle. One after another, they face destructive beings, oppose monsters, receive divine favor, or rule in an age of temporary blessing. Yima still belongs to this chain, but his story is altered. His golden age remains, yet its end is now explained morally. He loses his place because he fails to remain aligned with the truth that the later religion demands. After him come the heroic slayers of monstrous powers, the old dragon killers and protectors, and finally the family line that leads to Zarathustra himself. In this way, the religion links primordial creation, heroic legend, prophetic reform, and future salvation into a single story. The first world was good. Evil entered and wounded it. Ancient heroes held back destruction for a time. Zarathustra brought the true law and the means to resist the hostile forces more fully. In the end, a final saviour will complete what began at creation by restoring life in its fullness. That broad arc gives the religion its distinctive shape. It is not a faith of endless cycles, nor a philosophy of escape from the world. It is a story of creation, corruption, struggle, judgment, protection, and eventual renewal. Ritual, morality, and myth all support that vision. The Hauma offering, the tending of fire, the purity laws, the judgment of the soul, the care of ancestors, and the promise of resurrection all belong to one connected structure. Life must be protected now. The soul must be made fit for truth. The dead remain bound to the living, and the world itself is moving toward a final correction. In the form now known, the sacred writings associated with ancient Iranian religion clearly reflect the work of priestly circles rooted in the Eastern Iranian world. Their own language reveals the social order they assumed around them. Again and again, society appears divided into three main groups: priests, warriors, and cultivators. The sequence is consistent, and that consistency matters. It shows that the priestly class claimed the highest place, ranking itself above the men of war and above those who worked the land. This was not a casual detail. It was a statement about authority, prestige, and the right to define the religious life of the community. That claim becomes easier to understand when placed against the background of Eastern Iran itself. In the old Bactrian realm, the the settled population lived under constant pressure from the outer world. To the north and northeast stretched the Great Steppe, home to mobile groups who could raid the fertile lands whenever weakness appeared. Once the Aryan settlers had secured the valleys and built a more stable life there, some families naturally took on the burden of defense. They became specialists in violence, guardians of pasture, field, and settlement. As danger increased, these fighting families gained importance, and with time they likely gathered around strong leaders, whose authority rested on military ability. Out of that process, more durable forms of kingship and political order could emerge. The evidence points toward a world in which royal power and aristocratic warfare had deep roots. That older martial culture left traces in both myth and ritual memory. The reverence shown toward kingship, glory, and victorious power suggests that the rulers of Bactria once possessed real authority and commanded armed followers, drawn from noble warrior houses. Those men were supported by estates, herds, and dependent labour, which allowed them to devote themselves to war. The old invocations to divine figures associated with victory, force, wind, and covenant preserve a strong military tone. Even the transformation of ancient sky powers into heroic figures hints at a long period in which warfare, raiding, and border defense shaped public life. The surviving tradition knows of weapons, robes, towers, halls with columns, precious vessels, carpets, and gold adornments. It also remembers immense sacrificial gifts of horses, cattle, and flocks attributed to heroes and kings. These memories point toward a noble culture in which wealth, war, and religious display were closely connected. The cultivators stood beneath that warrior stratum, but they were no less essential. Their labour sustained the land, and in the religious vision of Iran, agriculture carried moral meaning as well as economic necessity. The farmer was not merely a labourer. He was one who strengthened life, widened the realm of order, and held back barrenness and waste. That gave husbandmen a clear place within the structure of society, though not an equal one. Above them stood those who fought, and above the fighters stood those who claimed to know the sacred law. The priesthood itself rested on an old foundation. Like their Indo-Aryan relatives further east, the Iranians believed that correctly spoken prayers, invocations, and rites had real power. The sacrifice strengthened the divine forces. Sacred formulas protected life and drove hostile beings away. Such knowledge could not remain open and undefined. Families arose who preserved it, taught it, and guarded its use. In eastern Iran, these priestly lines were known by a name tied to fire and ritual service, a title that reflects the centrality of the sacred flame in their work. These families handed down the old hymns and invocations, including those directed to the ancient powers of covenant, victory, wind, water, and celestial order. Even after reform transformed the religious system, much of this inherited material remained alive, although often in reworked form. The movement associated with Zarathustra must have altered the position of these ritual specialists. If the new teaching first gained strength in particular lineages and among key supporters, then the old priestly families who accepted the reform would have merged with those new circles into a stronger and more coherent body. The result would not have been a completely new caste, created from nothing, but a reorganization of existing ritual authority around a more sharply defined religious system. Once united by doctrine, sacred formulas, and a shared moral vision, these priests would have stood together more firmly than the older ritual families had before. Even so, the position they achieved was not the same as that of the Brahmins in India. Iranian religion never developed the same absolute social separation between priest and non-priest. There was no equivalent of a permanently degraded fourth order standing beneath the three higher groups. and the theology of Iran did not support the idea that priests were by birth a more divine form of humanity than everyone else. The world was not understood as a layered emanation from a single cosmic essence, in which some classes embodied a purer portion of sacred being. Instead, all human beings stood within a moral struggle against destructive powers. Priests led that struggle through knowledge, purity, and ritual discipline, but they could not claim to belong to a fundamentally higher species of human life. For that reason, the boundaries of the priesthood were real but not absolute. Their authority came from sacred knowledge, not from an untouchable, metaphysical superiority. Only they fully knew the invocations, the laws of purity, the methods of sacrifice, and the means of expiation. Through them alone, or at least through their instruction, the correct rites could be performed. They taught how impurity was removed, how sins were answered, and how the favour of the good powers might be secured. Yet this did not mean that entry into the priestly order was forever sealed by birth. The surviving tradition suggests that teaching, learning, and even transition into priestly function remained possible. Ritual knowledge had to be handed down, but it could also be acquired. The economic position of the priests appears modest when compared with the immense privileges later associated with some priestly elites elsewhere. The texts do not present them as lords of huge temple estates or automatic recipients of vast revenues. Their income seems to have come from gifts, payments for ritual services, offerings associated with purification, and fines imposed for certain religious offences. The law repeatedly urges that gifts be given to the pure man, but it does not picture the priests as monopolists of all material wealth. In that respect too, their status seems more restrained than that of Indian Brahmins at the height of Brahmanical development. Their duties, however, were broad and demanding. They had to watch over the sacred fire, preserve it from pollution, praise the good powers, conduct sacrifice, perform purifications, and remain continually occupied with sacred study. Ritual service required specific tools and signs of office. The cup for the Haoma rite, the ritual implements associated with purity, the cloth used to cover the mouth so that impure breath would not touch the sacred fire. The ideal priest was expected to be disciplined, patient, moderate in appetite, and satisfied with little. He was not defined by luxury, but by vigilance, learning, and ritual correctness. The surviving tradition also makes a distinction between the true priest and the false one. It is not enough merely to possess the outer signs of office. A man may carry the mouth covering, the sacred twigs, and the instruments of ritual, and yet not deserve the name. The true priest is the one who spends the night in praise, recitation, study, and instruction. He is devoted to sacred knowledge, continually asking, learning, and transmitting what purifies from sin and prepares the soul for blessedness. This image is striking because it defines priesthood above all through discipline of mind and sacred labour, not simply through inherited status. Within the priestly order there were also functional distinctions. Some priests specialised in reciting prayers and leading invocations. Others attended to the fire. Others to cleansing vessels and implements, and others carried out supporting parts of the rite. These roles formed a liturgical hierarchy based on sacred function, rather than on separate social castes. The order was differentiated from within, but its divisions reflected ritual labour more than birth alone. If the reform associated with Zarathustra took shape centuries before the rise of the Persian Empire, then by the late 8th or early 7th century, before the Common Era, the priesthood shaped by that reform may already have become firmly established in eastern Iran. From there, the new religious order appears to have moved westward. By the time the Medes emerge clearly in the historical record, a hereditary priesthood already existed among them, and that priesthood had become strong enough to stand as a recognized body beside the tribal divisions of Median society. This suggests not a sudden creation, but a long process through which older priestly families were reorganized under the influence of the Eastern reform. In Western Iran, however, the priesthood bore a different name. Instead of the Eastern title associated with fire and ritual service, Greek writers consistently used the name that became famous in the ancient world, the Magi. That difference is significant. It strongly suggests that priestly lineages had existed in Media and Persia even before the Reformed religion spread there. If the Reform had introduced priesthood for the first time, the Western priests would likely have received the same title as those in the East. The persistence of a separate Western name points instead to older local ritual families that later adopted the Reformed doctrine. This makes historical sense. The Medes and Persians cannot have lacked priests before the rise of the new religious order. They had old Aryan rites, old divine names, old sacrificial customs, and old forms of fire worship. When the Eastern doctrine advanced into Western Iran, these existing ritual families would have been the natural agents of its reception and transmission. Some among them accepted and reshaped the older faith accordingly. In this way, the Western priesthood became attached to the religion later associated with Zarathustra without ceasing to preserve features of its earlier identity. Among the Medes, the priestly body became numerous and cohesive enough to be treated almost as a tribe in its own right. Among the Persians, the situation seems to have been somewhat different. The evidence suggests that priestly families existed there too, but they were perhaps less consolidated into a single separate body. They may have remained more closely tied to the tribal structures from which they emerged. Even so, there can be no real doubt that Persians served as priests and were trained in the sacred doctrine. The heirs to the throne were instructed in this religious wisdom. Members of elite Persian society clearly had access to priestly learning, sacred texts, ritual practice, and doctrinal tradition. The idea that priesthood belonged only to the Medes cannot be sustained. As Persian imperial power expanded, the priestly families of the West must have become more tightly connected. Over time, the Magi appear not just as scattered ritual experts, but as a large hereditary order, united by tradition and social identity. Later sources describe them as a people apart in lifestyle and vocation, inhabiting their own settlements and transmitting doctrine through family descent. Their cohesion gave them influence, though not independent sovereignty. They were respected because they stood close to the sacred realm and were seen as guardians of powerful knowledge. That closeness also brought them near the throne. Kings consulted them, entrusted them with major ritual responsibilities, and relied on them in moments of dynastic transition. They watched over royal tombs, tended sacred fires carried in military expeditions, and performed rites connected with kingship itself. Princes were educated under their guidance. New rulers were consecrated with their participation. At later stages of Iranian history, their influence became still more visible in court and state. Yet even at their height, their power remained largely moral and religious. They did not stand over the king as a separate political state within the state. Their influence depended on conscience, ritual authority, inherited prestige, and the king's own respect for religion. That limitation matters. Iranian kings could still punish priests harshly if they chose. The priesthood had no independent hierarchy that could safely challenge royal power in open institutional form. A priest remained a subject of the king. Influence could be immense, but it was influence within a monarchy, not above it. That distinguishes the Iranian priesthood sharply from later sacerdotal systems, in which religious institutions developed an autonomous, legal or political force of their own. As for their daily life, the picture that emerges is one of ritual strictness, rather than luxury. Some sources describe them as living simply, eating modest food, and devoting themselves to holiness. Their role in sacrifice agrees remarkably well with what the Eastern religious texts prescribe. No one could offer sacrifice properly without priestly guidance. Rituals were conducted in pure places, often on elevated ground. Sacred grass, or its equivalent, was laid out, the offering arranged, and long recitations sung. The sacrifice was completed not through spectacle, but through proper words and consecrated action. The priests also took responsibility for acts tied to the struggle against impurity. They destroyed harmful creatures seen as agents of the hostile side of existence. They guarded the purity of fire. They honored the dog. They exposed the dead in ways that reflected the religion's refusal to pollute earth and flame with corpses. Morning praise, set ritual locations, and inherited sacred songs all belong to the same world. The picture is consistent, a priestly body defined by purity, recitation, fire service, sacrifice, and the defense of ritual order. Descriptions from outside observers add vivid details. The priests sang in their own language from books. At the fire altars, they wore felt coverings that protected the sacred flame from pollution by breath. They stood before perpetually maintained ash heaps and living fire, reciting chants for long periods. The ritual seemed strange and foreign to Greek eyes, but it was marked by seriousness, fixed procedure, and a strong sense of separation between the pure and impure. In Western Anatolia and Cappadocia, where Iranian religious practice continued under changing political conditions, outsiders could still witness these rites and recognize the same essential patterns. In the surviving form of the Iranian sacred tradition, the laws of purity are only a fragment of what once existed. What remains points to a much larger system, one that tried to regulate nearly every part of life. It was not limited to prayers, hymns, and ritual acts. It also seems to have included rules for legal procedure, civil disputes, punishments, agriculture, and healing. In other words, the priestly tradition of Eastern Iran was not merely religious in a narrow sense. It aimed to define the proper order of society itself. These texts preserve the outline of a world in which sacred law offered guidance not only for worship, but for conduct, justice, health, and the care of the land. How closely kings, judges, and governors actually obeyed these priestly rules is another matter. The political authorities of Bactria, Media, and later Persia were not simply controlled by the religious specialists who preserved this system. The priests could advise, persuade, and claim moral authority, but they could only shape public life as far as rulers chose to respect them. Their influence depended on the force of tradition, the seriousness of belief, and the prestige of sacred knowledge. Even so, the ideal they set down was ambitious. They tried to present a complete image of life as it should be lived under the protection of the good powers. The laws that survive grew out of the moral direction taken by the Iranian reform. That reform demanded purity, but not in the same sense that developed in India. The human body was not treated as a prison to be despised or escaped. It was not something to be broken through extreme self-denial. On the contrary, health, vigor, and strength were valued. The body was to be protected, not rejected. But it had to be kept free from corruption. Dirt, decay, and contact with what belonged to death or pollution were dangerous, because they gave destructive forces an opening into human life. Purity, then, was not mystical detachment. It was the guarding of life against contamination. The same principle applied to the soul. The inner life had to be kept clear of falsehood, deceit, and evil intent, because such qualities did not merely make a person morally weak. They aligned that person with the powers of ruin. Truth belonged to the realm of light. Lies, deception, and corruption belonged to the side of darkness. To live in purity meant not only to wash and avoid filth, but to think clearly, speak honestly, and act uprightly. In this system, moral and physical cleanliness were woven together. They were not identical, but they reflected the same struggle between order and corruption. The religion speaks again and again of purity as one of the highest gifts granted to human beings. The greatest duty of a worshipper is to preserve that purity in thought, speech, and action. Truthfulness is not merely praised as a social virtue. It is treated as a sacred condition of life. A person must be honest in all relations, faithful in promises and reliable in pledges. Oaths and agreements were placed under divine witness, especially under the watch of the ancient guardian of covenant and right dealing. The seriousness of a promise depended on the closeness of the relationship involved. A broken agreement between strangers was already grave. Between teacher and student, husband and wife, brother and brother, father and son, it became even more serious. The message is unmistakable. Trust was sacred, and betrayal struck at the very structure of moral life. That is why deception appears in these laws as one of the worst of all offences. It is treated as more dangerous even than theft or open violence. Evil speech, slander, and false accusation are not mere personal faults. They are moral injuries that support the side of disorder. The gravest form of lying is not only false speech in ordinary life, but the distortion of truth itself, especially when sacred teaching is corrupted. To spread false doctrine or knowingly mislead others in religious matters is presented as a crime of the highest order. It is not only an attack on individuals, it is an attack on the law that protects the world. Ancient observers noticed this powerful emphasis on truth among the Iranians. Persian education, especially for the young, was remembered as deeply concerned with honesty. Falsehood was held in disgrace. Debt itself was viewed with suspicion because it might tempt a person to lie. The ideal was clear, even if reality often failed to match it. For the religion of Iran, truth was not an ornament of character. It was the foundation of human worth. Laziness was condemned almost as strongly. The righteous person was expected to rise early and live actively. The old religious imagination gives even the dawn a moral voice. The bird that cries before sunrise becomes a herald of duty, calling sleepers to wakefulness, prayer, and disciplined action. To remain wrapped in sleep too long was not just bad habit. It meant yielding to forces that preferred men to be idle, dull, and spiritually weak. Rising before daybreak, tending the sacred fire, beginning the day in purity and effort. These were signs that a person belonged to the side of life. Work itself was treated as holy when it increased the world's fruitfulness. The best labour was the labour that sustained fields, herds, and growth. To sow grain, plant trees, irrigate dry soil, and expand cultivation into neglected land was not only useful, it was righteous. The earth, in this view, responds to effort. It becomes glad under the hands of those who improve it. A well-kept home, productive land, healthy animals, and a thriving family are all signs that life is being strengthened against the forces that seek to exhaust it. When the fields are full and grain rises in abundance, the realm of destruction is pushed back. Agriculture becomes a moral act. This idea is one of the most distinctive features of Iranian religion. It turns farming into participation in a cosmic struggle. The man who tills the land, waters it properly, and makes barren places fruitful is not simply earning a living. He is siding with order against disorder. He is widening the domain of life. The one who neglects the land, by contrast, is condemned to dependence and humiliation, forced to beg where he might have produced. The religion consistently links moral worth with disciplined effort and visible contribution to the world's health. That attitude did not remain confined to Eastern Iranian priestly theory. Later, Persian royal culture reflects the same deep respect for cultivation. Trees, gardens, and fertile estates became symbols not only of pleasure but of good order. Kings were expected to care about irrigation, planting, and agricultural prosperity. A ruler who governed well was one whose lands were well watered, productive, and populous. Even the famous royal gardens carried something of this moral meaning. They were not merely ornamental spaces, they embodied the triumph of order, design, and growth over dryness and waste. Care for animals occupied a similar place in the law. Certain creatures belonged to the side of life and had to be protected. Others were identified with destruction and were to be eliminated. The cow was not raised to quite the same untouchable status as in India, but it remained deeply valued. The dog received exceptional attention. It was praised as a guardian of the household, the village, and the flock. It protected the weak against thieves and predators. The law describes the dog in terms that are almost human, comparing its patience, vigilance, loyalty, and usefulness to the virtues admired in people. The dog is not a minor creature in this world. It is an ally in the defense of order. Because of that role, cruelty toward dogs was treated with great seriousness. A dog had to be fed properly. To harm one carelessly, to neglect one, or to injure a pregnant dog was considered a major offence. Young dogs had to be raised and protected. Sick dogs were to be treated, not discarded. The law even enters into details that seem strangely practical and intimate, insisting that proper food be given, bones not be dangerous, and injuries not be ignored. This is not sentimentality. It reflects a religious system in which useful, vigilant, and life-preserving animals were part of the good creation and had to be defended. The water dog, or otter-like animal known to the tradition, was protected with even greater severity. Killing it was regarded as an enormous crime, followed by crushing penalties and long acts of expiation. The sinner had to offer wood for the sacred fire, destroy countless harmful creatures, equip priests, warriors, and farmers, raise young dogs, build bridges, cleanse animals, and feed holy men. Such details may strike a modern reader as excessive, but they reveal how seriously the law tried to balance offences against the living order of the world. To kill a creature identified with the beneficent side of creation was not a small act. It was a blow against the sacred structure itself. On the other side stood the harmful animals associated with decay, disease, and destruction. Here, the law becomes relentless. Snakes, vermin, biting insects, rodents, and many crawling or stinging creatures are treated as agents of the hostile realm. Killing them was a religious duty. Ancient observers noticed the same thing and reported that the Iranian priests took pride in destroying such animals with their own hands. Public piety could be displayed through the elimination of noxious creatures. This may seem harsh, but it follows directly from the religion's central logic. What damages life belongs to the side of ruin. To destroy it is to defend the good creation. The concern for purity extended beyond ethics and useful labour into the smallest details of bodily life. The human body, though valued, was never free of risk. Certain things that came from it or clung to it were treated as dangerous because they were associated with death, corruption, or decay. Hair and nails, once cut away, ceased to belong to living order and entered the zone of impurity. They could not simply be thrown anywhere. They had to be carried away, buried properly, and dealt with through fixed formulas. Even small fragments of the body, once separated, became religiously charged. Spittle was especially polluting. This concern shaped behavior in daily life. Covering the mouth before the sacred fire, avoiding certain forms of contact while eating, and maintaining caution in speech and breathing were all connected to the fear of impurity spreading where it should not. Bodily waste required strict handling as well. The details could become extremely precise, even severe, because the law aimed to close every possible opening through which corruption might enter spaces or bodies that ought to remain clean. Women in childbirth or during menstruation were also surrounded by extensive purity regulations. This was not because birth itself was seen as evil. On the contrary, fertility and life were celebrated. But blood, bodily discharge, and the dangerous threshold between life and death made such states highly charged within the system. Women in these conditions were placed apart, given food under special restrictions, and carefully separated from fire, water, and sacred objects. After childbirth or miscarriage, prolonged purification was required. The body had to be restored to ritual cleanliness, step by step. Much in these rules is severe and would today be seen as deeply burdensome. Yet within the original worldview, the aim was always the same: to prevent the spread of dangerous impurity into the spaces and elements through which life was preserved. Fire and water, above all, had to be guarded. These were among the purest gifts of the beneficent powers. To defile a river, a spring, or the sacred flame was a serious offence because it injured what sustained both life and ritual order. Ancient reports from outside observers confirm that Iranians took such rules seriously. Acts that might seem ordinary elsewhere, spitting carelessly, polluting flowing water, behaving irreverently in the presence of heavenly light, were treated with alarm. The sun, the moon, the fire, and the waters were not neutral parts of the world. They were visible signs of purity and had to be respected as such. What emerges from all of this is a legal and moral vision of remarkable intensity. It does not separate physical life from spiritual life. It does not divide religion neatly from labour, ethics, health, or the management of daily conduct. Everything belongs to one struggle: truth, wakefulness, hard work, cultivated land, healthy animals, clean bodies, guarded fire, undefiled water, and disciplined speech all stand together on one side. Lies, sloth, barrenness, pollution, vermin, decay, and moral corruption stand on the other. The law of the priests sought to map that struggle in exact detail, not only in the soul, but in the field, the house, the stable, the road, and the body itself. In this worldview, impurity is not a minor condition, but a serious break in the order of life. A person who lives in a state of corruption is seen as cut off from the harmony of the world. Even the light of the heavens is described as turning away from such a person. Prosperity fades, growth is weakened, sickness takes hold, and death draws nearer. After life ends, the impure soul is believed to lose its path and fail to reach the realm of the blessed. The message is clear. Impurity is not only physical, it shapes destiny itself. Yet this system is not without hope. No matter how deeply a person has fallen into wrongdoing or pollution, there remains a path back. The sacred law is presented as a force powerful enough to erase even the heaviest burden of guilt, as long as the prescribed acts of cleansing and atonement are carried out. It is described as something vast and all-encompassing, greater than any other rule or system, stretching over human life like the sky over the earth. Through it, deception can be undone, violence can be atoned for, and even long-standing guilt can be washed away. The idea is not simply punishment, but restoration. For minor impurities, the solution is relatively simple. Washing with clean water, accompanied by spoken formulas, is enough to drive away the harmful presence. These spoken words are not empty phrases. They are treated as active forces, directly confronting and rejecting the powers of corruption. They call upon the good forces of the world and command the hostile ones to withdraw. Purification here is both physical and verbal, combining action and speech into a single process of renewal. More serious forms of pollution require stronger measures. In these cases, cleansing involves repeated washings with specially prepared substances, often combined with ritual actions and repeated invocations. The repetition is important. It reflects the belief that impurity clings stubbornly and must be removed step by step. Each stage weakens its hold until the body is finally restored to a state of balance. The most elaborate form of purification is a prolonged ritual lasting several days. This process can only be carried out by someone trained in the sacred tradition, someone who knows the correct words and performs them without error. A special space must be prepared, carefully separated from fire, water, and sacred objects. Within this space, a series of actions unfold in a fixed order: sprinkling, washing, rubbing with earth, repeated cleansing at designated points, and finally exposure to fragrant smoke. Each stage is accompanied by recitations that reinforce the act. By the end of this extended process, the individual is considered restored, no longer marked by the presence of corruption. This ritual is not only about the person being purified, it also reinforces the authority of the one who performs it. The purifier must be compensated according to the means of the individual receiving the cleansing. The payment is not merely a fee, it is part of the balance that must be maintained. If the one who performs the ritual leaves dissatisfied, it is believed that the forces of impurity may return. Satisfaction, fairness, and completion are all part of the same system. Among all forms of impurity, none is considered more dangerous than the presence of a dead body. The moment life leaves the body, it is no longer part of the order of the living world. It becomes a source of contamination, a point where destructive forces take hold. This transformation is immediate and absolute. Anyone who comes into contact with the dead, or even remains too close to it, is exposed to the same danger. The influence spreads quickly, affecting not just individuals, but entire households. The first response to death is not physical action, but spoken defense. Sacred recitations are used to push back the invisible threat. These are believed to break the power of corruption before it spreads further. Only after this has been done can practical steps follow. The fire in the house must be removed and sacred objects taken away. For a time, the space itself is treated as unclean. Only after a fixed period, longer in warmer seasons, shorter in colder ones, can normal life resume. The delay reflects the belief that impurity lingers and must be allowed to fade. Prayers are then offered for the dead, with the number of recitations varying according to closeness of relationship. The nearer the bond, the more intense the effort. If the person who died had lived in a state of impurity, the number of prayers increases as if to compensate for the imbalance left behind. The structure of these acts shows a deep concern with proportion and measure. Nothing is left to chance. At the center of this entire system lies a simple principle. Life must be protected and expanded. Everything that supports growth, agriculture, animals, family, health, is treated as sacred. For this reason, marriage is strongly encouraged. A person who builds a household, raises children, and contributes to the continuation of life is placed above one who remains alone. The father of a family is valued not only for his role within the home, but for his place in sustaining the human world. Marriage itself is treated as a meaningful act, even a duty. It is encouraged as something that strengthens the order of existence. Certain forms of union, including those between close relatives, were even viewed as especially favourable within this tradition, though such practices would later be viewed very differently by other cultures. At the same time, strict boundaries were drawn between those who shared the same belief system and those who did not. Marriage across these boundaries was strongly condemned, not simply as a social issue but as a disruption of the natural and moral balance. It was believed to weaken the strength of the faithful and to damage the order of the world itself. Within the household, authority rested firmly with the father, though the mother also held a respected position. Children were expected to show deep respect, and the structure of the family was clearly defined. At the same time, discipline and control were emphasized, especially over women and dependents. The household was not only a place of affection, but of order, supervision, and responsibility. Children were raised carefully and gradually introduced into religious life. After a certain age, they were formally accepted into the community through symbolic acts, including the wearing of a sacred garment or belt. This marked their entry into a life governed by the principles of truth, purity, and responsibility. It was not simply a personal milestone, but a moment that tied them to the wider community and its traditions. The value placed on life extended into attitudes toward birth, family size, and celebration. Having many children was considered a sign of strength and success. Birthdays were marked with special meals and gatherings, reflecting a broader appreciation for life and continuity. The joy of existence, the expansion of the family, and the growth of the land were all seen as connected parts of the same vision. Health and healing also played an important role in this system. Disease was not seen as random, but as something connected to disorder and imbalance. Healing could take several forms. The most powerful was believed to be the use of sacred words, spoken formulas that directly opposed illness. These were followed by remedies based on plants and natural substances, and finally, by physical intervention. The hierarchy reflects a belief that the deepest causes of illness lie beyond the visible world, and that true healing begins there. Water and plants were especially valued as sources of healing. Rain, rivers, and natural growth were seen as carriers of life-giving power. The idea that healing comes from the natural world is strongly emphasized. At the same time, the spoken word remains central, reinforcing the idea that physical and spiritual processes are inseparable. Time itself was structured in a way that reflected these beliefs. The year was divided into months associated with different divine forces, and certain periods were set aside for remembering the dead. During these times, the spirits of ancestors were believed to return to their families, linking past and present in a continuous cycle. The rhythm of the year was not just agricultural or seasonal, but deeply spiritual. One of the most striking aspects of this tradition is its approach to death. Because the body after death is considered a source of extreme impurity, it cannot be treated in ways common in other cultures. It must not be burned, buried, or placed in water, as this would pollute fire, earth, or water. Instead, it is left exposed in a designated place where it can be consumed by animals and broken down naturally. This method is not seen as neglect, but as the most appropriate way to return the body to the cycle of nature without contaminating the elements. The place where bodies are left becomes a space associated with danger and decay. It is carefully managed, and once the remains have fully decomposed, the area is restored. Even this act of restoration is treated as a meaningful achievement, as if the presence of death itself has been erased. Those who come into contact with the dead must undergo special cleansing. The process is detailed and exact, involving repeated washing and ritual actions. Even the path taken by the body must be purified afterward. The system leaves nothing untouched. Every contact, every movement, every object must be accounted for. Despite all this, there is also a practical side to these rules. Certain materials can be cleaned and reused, while others must be discarded. There is an attempt to balance strict religious concerns with everyday reality. The system is not entirely rigid. It allows for solutions that make life possible while still maintaining its core principles. Greek observers believed that the rulers of the Persian Empire were laid to rest in carefully prepared royal tombs, far from ordinary burial practices. They spoke of Pasargadae and Persepolis as sacred resting places of kings, and described how the body of Cyrus was preserved in a monumental structure at Pasargadae. Darius, it was said, had already chosen and prepared his own tomb during his lifetime, carving it high into the face of a mountain. Later, rulers of the same dynasty were also placed in royal burial chambers, and even after the fall of the empire, Alexander ensured that the last Persian king received burial with full royal honours. These tombs were not simple graves. They were carved directly into towering rock faces, raised high above the ground, unreachable by ordinary means. According to ancient descriptions, the bodies were lifted upward by mechanical devices and placed within chambers hidden inside the stone. The entrances were sealed or made inaccessible, turning the tomb itself into a distant and almost untouchable space. This method of burial created a sense of separation between the dead and the living, reinforcing the elevated status of the king even after death. The remains of these royal tombs can still be seen today. Near Persepolis, high on the cliffs, monumental facades are carved into the rock. These structures resemble grand gateways supported by columns decorated with detailed reliefs. The figures of kings appear standing before sacred fire altars, holding bows and raising their hands in gestures of reverence. Beneath them, rows of carved figures represent the many peoples of the empire, as if the king is eternally upheld by the lands he ruled. Not far away, another group of tombs stands cut into the rock, each marking the burial place of a ruler. Among them, the tomb of Darius can still be identified by its inscriptions. At first glance, these burial places might seem to follow the religious rules that required bodies to be exposed to the elements. It is possible that the high platforms once served as places where corpses were left, to be consumed by animals and birds. However, the discovery of inner chambers behind the rock facades suggests something different. The kings were not left exposed. Instead, they were placed within sealed spaces, protected from direct contact with the outside world. This practice stands in clear contrast to the religious rules that discouraged burial or enclosure of the dead. This difference reveals a tension between royal custom and religious doctrine. While priests followed strict rules that demanded exposure of the dead, the rulers of the empire appear to have chosen a different path. The burial of kings in tombs shows that political power and religious ideals did not always align. In some regions, even during earlier times, the dead were burned or buried despite religious opposition. Only in later periods did the practice of exposure become more strictly enforced across both Eastern and Western regions. Among later followers of this tradition, the handling of the dead became highly regulated and carefully preserved. Special structures were built in elevated and isolated locations, designed to prevent contamination of the natural elements. The process surrounding death was surrounded by ritual actions. At the final moments of life, animals, especially dogs, were brought near the dying person, believed to possess the power to drive away harmful forces. After death, the body was handled only by designated individuals, who avoided direct contact and used specific materials to reduce the spread of impurity. The body was carried to the designated place in silence, accompanied by prayers. Relatives followed only to a certain distance, maintaining separation from the site itself. For several nights, prayers were recited continuously, as it was believed that the fate of the soul was determined during this period. The process did not end with burial or exposure. For a full year, the memory of the dead was maintained through daily prayers, and at fixed intervals, rituals were performed to honour the departed. Over time, these practices became deeply rooted, surviving even major political and cultural changes. They reflect a consistent concern with purity, order, and the separation between life and death. At the same time, they show how different layers of society, priests, rulers, and common people, could follow different traditions while still belonging to the same cultural world. Beyond burial practices, only fragments remain about how society itself was organized. The available clues suggest a structured hierarchy, with priests at the top, followed by warriors and agricultural communities. The priestly class held authority in religious matters, but did not form a completely closed caste. Their influence came from tradition and knowledge, rather than strict social separation. Warriors are mentioned, but not described in great detail. Their equipment is listed: armor, weapons, and tools of combat, indicating a society familiar with organized warfare. Large households and extended communities formed the basic structure of society. Leadership moved upward from the head of a household to leaders of villages, tribes, and larger regions. This layered system reflects a world that had moved beyond simple tribal organization toward more complex forms of governance. Property and economic life were also carefully regulated. Animals formed the basis of wealth, and many transactions were measured in livestock. Agreements could be made in different forms, from spoken promises to formal exchanges involving land, animals, or labor. Breaking such agreements was treated as a serious offense, punished with increasing severity depending on the nature of the violation. Violence and injury were also strictly controlled. Even the act of threatening another person carried penalties. Actual harm brought heavier punishment, especially if it was done with intent. The system emphasized both prevention and correction, aiming to control behavior before it escalated into greater conflict. Despite its strong focus on agriculture and animal husbandry, this society was not primitive. References to crafted goods, metalwork, textiles, and structured dwellings suggest a developed material culture. Medical knowledge was also advanced, with different methods of healing recognized and organized into distinct categories. At a deeper level, these social and legal systems reflect the broader values of the culture. Order, responsibility, and discipline were central. Authority appears to have been concentrated in the hands of rulers who exercised strong control, while religious specialists shaped moral and ritual life. The result was a society that combined practical organization with a powerful sense of spiritual purpose. Behind all of this lies a longer historical development. In the eastern regions, communities had gradually united for defense against external threats, forming early political structures centered in areas like Bactria. Constant pressure from nomadic groups shaped a culture that valued strength, cooperation, and readiness for conflict. Over time, these conditions gave rise to organized leadership and eventually to monarchy. At the same time, older religious beliefs evolved into a more structured system. The natural world was seen as a battleground between opposing forces, and human beings were expected to take part in this struggle. Life was not about withdrawal or escape, but about active engagement, protecting what was good, expanding it, and pushing back against destruction. This outlook set the culture apart from others that emphasized withdrawal from the world. Instead of rejecting the material world, it encouraged working within it, cultivating land, raising families, and maintaining order. Truthfulness, effort, and discipline were seen as the foundations of a meaningful life. Success was measured not by isolation, but by contribution. Over centuries, these ideas were preserved, reshaped, and revived, even as empires rose and fell. Political power shifted from one dynasty to another, but the underlying cultural patterns endured. Traditions were collected, retold, and transformed into epic narratives that preserved the memory of earlier ages. These stories speak of the first kings, who taught humanity basic skills: how to farm, build, create tools, and organize society. They describe rulers who brought order to the world, who controlled destructive forces, and who established the foundations of civilization. Yet they also warn of pride and downfall. Even the greatest kings could fall if they lost their sense of balance and overstepped their place. The memory of a distant golden age still echoes through later Persian storytelling, where the figure of Yima stands as a symbol of a world untouched by decay. In that age, death held no power over humanity. Illness did not exist, and life unfolded in a state of perfect balance. Because of this, later tradition credits Jamshid, the reflection of Yima, with the discovery of healing, not as a response to suffering, but as a natural extension of a world that had yet to know it. Yet this perfection did not endure. Earlier traditions had already explained Yima's fall as the result of a moral failure. He refused to uphold divine truth and gradually turned toward falsehood. This shift marked the end of harmony and the beginning of decline. From this collapse emerges a darker figure, Zahak, whose origins lie in a far older mythological being. Once imagined as a monstrous force that sought to seize the waters of the sky and devour living creatures, he later appears as a tyrant king. In this later form, Zahak becomes a symbol of oppression and chaos, bringing ruin to the world that Yima once preserved. His monstrous nature remains visible in the serpents that grow from his shoulders, creatures that must be fed with human brains. Each day, 2 young men are sacrificed to sustain them, and over time, countless lives are consumed in this ritual of terror. His association with Babylon reflects distant historical memories of foreign domination over Iranian lands, reshaped into mythic form. Zahak's rule is marked by relentless persecution, especially against the descendants of Jamshid. Among them is Abtin, who ultimately falls into the tyrant's grasp and is killed to feed the serpents. But his story does not end there. His wife escapes with their young son, Feridun, carrying him to safety in the mountains of Elburz. There, far from Zahak's reach, the child grows. When he comes of age, his mother reveals the truth about his father's death. This revelation sparks a movement of resistance as those who have suffered under Zahak gather around the young hero. Guided by divine wisdom, Feridun learns how to confront the tyrant. The confrontation unfolds within Zahak's stronghold, where Feridun strikes him down with a weapon forged by a blacksmith named Kaveh, a figure who represents the uprising of ordinary people against tyranny. Yet Zahak is not killed. Instead, he is bound and imprisoned deep within the mountains, a fate that reflects his nature as more than a mortal enemy. His continued existence serves as a reminder that destructive forces are never entirely erased, only contained. With Zahak defeated, Feridun establishes a new order. He divides his realm among his 3 sons, Zalm, Tur, and Iraj. The youngest, Iraj, receives the heart of the kingdom, a decision that breeds jealousy in his brothers. Unable to accept this, Zalm and Tur conspire against him and ultimately take his life. This act of betrayal introduces a new cycle of conflict, one driven not by monsters, but by human ambition and envy. Feridun is devastated by the loss of Iraj. Yet the story continues through the next generation. Iraj's lineage survives through his daughter, whose son, Manucher, grows to avenge his grandfather. When Salm and Tur attempt to prevent this by invading the land, a great conflict unfolds. After days of battle, Manucher defeats both of his uncles, restoring justice and allowing Feridun to see peace before his death. The throne then passes forward, but the cycle of conflict does not end. From the lineage of Tur arises Afrasiab, a powerful ruler of Turan, who seeks revenge for the death of his ancestor. He invades the land, defeats the reigning king, and executes him along with many nobles. The balance of power shifts once again, and the struggle between Iran and Turan becomes a defining theme of the narrative. Alongside these royal conflicts, another line of heroes emerges from the region of Zabul. Among them is Zal, a figure of wisdom and strength, and his son Rostam, whose name becomes synonymous with heroism. When the throne of Iran is left uncertain, Zal plays a crucial role in restoring order by supporting the rise of a new king, Kai Kobad. This king, destined for greatness, is brought from the mountains and placed upon the throne after a decisive victory against invading forces. The story then follows a series of rulers, each facing trials that test both their strength and their judgment. Kai Kaus, for example, embarks on a reckless campaign against a land believed to be inhabited by demons. His failure leads to his capture, and only through Rostam's extraordinary efforts is he rescued. Rostam's journey is marked by a series of challenges, each more dangerous than the last, culminating in a confrontation with the leader of these supernatural forces. His victory restores the king and reaffirms his role as the protector of the realm. Yet even after such triumphs, pride leads Kai Kaus into further mistakes. His attempt to ascend to the heavens ends in humiliation, forcing him to confront his own limitations. This pattern of ambition, followed by consequence, continues throughout the narrative, shaping the fate of both kings and heroes. The next generation brings new tragedy. Siavash, the son of Kai Kaus, proves himself in battle and seeks peace with Turan. But when his father refuses to honour the agreement, Siavash chooses to uphold his word, even at great personal cost. He enters the court of Afrasiab, where he is initially welcomed and even married into the royal family. However, suspicion eventually leads to his execution. His death becomes one of the most poignant moments in the story, symbolising the cost of integrity in a world driven by power. Siavash's son, raised in secrecy, later emerges as a rightful heir. His journey back to his homeland is filled with danger, but he ultimately claims his place and seeks to avenge his father. The conflict with Afrasiab reaches its climax in a series of battles that push both sides to their limits. In the end, Afrasiab is captured and executed, bringing closure to a long-standing cycle of vengeance. After years of rule, this new king chooses not to die in the ordinary sense, but to withdraw from the world. He disappears into the mountains, leaving behind a legacy that blends the human and the divine. His departure marks the end of one era and the beginning of another. The story continues with new rulers, including Lorasp and his son Gushtasp, whose reign introduces a new spiritual dimension. A prophet appears, bringing a message that reshapes belief and challenges existing traditions. While the king accepts this new teaching, it also leads to conflict with external forces that reject it. War follows, marked by both heroism and loss. Among the central figures of this period is Isfandiar, a prince tasked with spreading the new faith. He is granted extraordinary protection, making him nearly invulnerable. Yet despite his achievements, he faces betrayal from within his own family. Imprisoned under false accusations, he is later called upon to defend the very kingdom that wronged him. When enemies attack and the kingdom falls into crisis, Isfandiar returns to battle. He fights with unmatched strength, defeating invading forces and restoring order. His final challenge involves rescuing captured members of the royal family from a distant stronghold. Disguised and acting with careful strategy, he infiltrates the enemy's fortress and defeats their leader in direct combat. A final and far more dangerous trial now rises before Isfandiar. The enemy waiting for him is not a foreign king, nor an army from beyond the frontier, but one of Iran's greatest living heroes. Rustam, the legendary champion who had helped place Kai Kobad on the throne and had since defended the realm through the reigns of several kings, remains distant from the court of Gushtasp. He has never fully joined the king's world, and he stands apart from the new religious order now spreading through the land. For Gushtasp, this independence is no longer tolerable. He commands Isfandiar to bring Rustam before him in chains and force him into submission. The order places Isfandiar in a difficult position. He is being asked to confront not a rebel of little importance, but a man whose strength, service, and fame have protected Iran for generations. Rustam, now advanced in age, has no desire for such a conflict. He does not rush toward battle. Instead, he tries to avoid bloodshed. He speaks to Isfandiar and seeks a peaceful settlement, hoping that reason and honor might prevent disaster. But Isfandiar refuses to soften his demand. He insists that Rustam surrender completely and appear before the king as a captive. That is a humiliation Rustam cannot accept. When all efforts at peace fail, the old warrior is forced into a struggle he never wished to begin. The battle reveals at once that this is no ordinary contest. Rustam's power, which had defeated countless enemies in the past, cannot easily prevail against Isfandiar. The prince's body seems untouched by ordinary weapons. Blow after blow fails to bring him down. Even Rustam's loyal horse, Raksh, is wounded, and Rustam himself is injured and driven back. By the end of the clash, the old hero understands the truth. If the battle begins again in the same way the next day, defeat is almost certain. For perhaps the first time in his long life, he stands before an enemy whom courage and skill alone may not be enough to overcome. In that moment of despair, Rustam turns to the Simurgh, the great bird of wisdom and mystery that has aided his house before. The creature comes to him, heals his wounds, and restores Raksh as well. Yet healing the body is not enough. What lies ahead demands knowledge beyond ordinary warfare. The Simurgh knows what destiny holds and warns Rustam that there is a way to defeat Isfandiar. But that victory will carry a terrible price. Whoever brings about the prince's death will not escape sorrow. The act itself will stain the future. Still, Rustam cannot accept dishonor, and he cannot allow himself to be crushed before the eyes of the world. Bound by pride, necessity, and fate, he chooses the path that has been opened before him. During the night, the Simurgh leads him to a distant and wondrous place, to a sacred tree said to hold the seeds of life itself. From one of its branches comes the means of Isfandiar's destruction. A special arrow is prepared from that branch, because only one small point in the prince's body can be struck. When battle begins again, Rustam uses that final chance. The arrow flies true and reaches the only vulnerable place in Isfandiar's face. The invincible warrior falls. Rustam survives, but the moment is not a triumph. It feels instead like the fulfillment of a curse. By saving his own honor, he has stepped into a dark judgment that cannot be undone. Rustam's own end soon follows. Fate does not leave him long in peace after Isfandiar's death. A ruler from Kabul, outwardly friendly and bound to him by political ties, invites the old hero on a hunt. Beneath this appearance of loyalty, betrayal has already been prepared. The ruler's son-in-law, Shagad, arranges a trap, a concealed pit lined with swords and spears, meant to destroy Rustam once and for all. Rustam rides into the ambush and falls with Raksh into the deadly hollow. Even then, at the edge of death, he remains the same warrior he had always been. Realizing what has happened, he asks for his bow. With one last shot, he strikes Shagad, who has hidden nearby to watch the success of the plan. Rustam dies, but not before taking vengeance upon the man who betrayed him. The murder of the great hero does not go unanswered. His son Faramas avenges his father by striking back against the house responsible for the crime. Yet the age that produced Rustam is already passing away. Gushtasp, worn by the disasters of his reign and the losses within his own family, withdraws from worldly rule. He leaves the throne to Bahman, the son of Isfandiar, and in that transfer of power, the story moves from the age of old heroic strength into a more fragile and uncertain era. Beneath these later narratives, much older patterns can still be seen. The figures of Lurasp and Gushtasp belong to a different royal line than the earliest kings of Iranian legend, and their place in the tradition reflects a shift in both political memory and religious meaning. The struggle between Gushtasp and the Turanian ruler Arjasp preserves the shape of an older conflict, one in which Iran's king is tested not only by war but by the challenge of preserving a sacred order. Zarir, the brave brother who falls in battle, stands as the model of noble sacrifice, while Jamasp appears as the wise counselor whose loyalty never breaks. Around them, the old heroic world is gradually absorbed into a new framework shaped by revelation, kingship, and religious duty. In this later telling, the acceptance of Zoroaster's teaching becomes one of the central turning points. Gushtasp and his queen receive the new faith, and Isfandiar becomes its great champion. He is not remembered only as a prince or warrior, but as the figure chosen to carry the new law across the land. His campaigns are no longer simply military expeditions. They are also acts of expansion for a sacred cause. This gives his story a different character from that of Rustam. Rustam belongs to the ancient heroic age, rooted in family honour, battlefield glory, and personal loyalty. Isfandiar stands for a newer ideal, one tied to obedience, mission, and the defence of belief. Their collision, therefore, becomes more than a duel between two men. It becomes a symbolic clash between two visions of authority. That deeper meaning helps explain why the story ends with such bitterness. Isfandiar, as the defender of the faith, appears stronger and more righteous in purpose, yet he is brought down through extraordinary means rather than open combat alone. Rustam, the older hero, cannot match him fairly and survives only through supernatural guidance and a fatal secret. In doing so, he preserves his name but loses the moral clarity that once defined his greatness. The victory feels hollow because it destroys something larger than a single life. It brings down the very champion who had been sent to give shape and strength to a new religious order. Over time, these stories did not remain only in poetry. They sank deeply into the memory of the land itself. In many places across Iran and the neighbouring regions, ruins, mountains, lakes, and fortresses became attached to the names of these legendary figures. The ruined terraces and palaces of Persepolis were associated with Jamshid and remembered as his throne. Strongholds near the eastern frontiers were linked with Zahak. The smoke rising from Mount Damavand was imagined as the breath of the chained tyrant still imprisoned beneath the mountain. In some regions, fires were lit on high ground in celebration of his downfall, as if the ancient victory had never ceased to matter. Elsewhere, ancient ruins were connected to Kai Khosrow, and Balkh continued to be remembered as a primal and noble city of kings. The landscape of Sistan became especially rich in these memories. Cliffs, castles, canals, and dams were all attributed to Rustam or to his line. Vast stones in remote desert country were shown as the tracks of his camels. Battlefields in the north were said to be the very places where he fought demons and rescued captive kings. Even royal tomb reliefs and monumental carvings were drawn into his legend, their origins forgotten by many and replaced with his name. Long after the heroic age had passed into story, people still pointed to the earth around them as proof that Rustem had once moved through it as a living force. These traditions were not limited to place names. Certain noble families claimed descent from the ancient kings and preserved that connection as part of their identity. In Sistan, one such line held local authority for generations and treated that role almost as an inherited right, rooted in the distant past. When a governor died, another member of the family would go to court and seek formal confirmation, receiving robes and arms as signs of office. In this way, legend, lineage, and political custom blended together, keeping the memory of heroic Iran alive within historical society itself. While the old stories remained powerful in Iranian cultural memory, the religion associated with Zoroaster survived far beyond the political world that had first carried it. Communities of Zoroastrians continued their rituals elsewhere, especially in India, where their traditions endured with remarkable strength. Their religious life preserved a rhythm of prayer, purity, and devotion shaped by very ancient patterns. Sacred fire stood at the center of worship, tended daily with care and reverence. Hauma continued to hold ceremonial importance. Time itself was organized in a sacred way, with each month and each day placed under the protection of spiritual beings who were honored through prayer. The yearly cycle also retained its old sacred structure. Festivals marked the creation of the world in stages, celebrating the sky, the waters, the earth, plants, animals, and humankind. At the turning of the year, families prepared their homes to welcome the souls of their ancestors. Houses were cleaned and adorned. Food and drink were set out in their honor. The spirits of the departed were invited to approach peacefully, receive the offerings made for them, and then return in blessing. During these days, priests recited the appointed liturgies, while ordinary believers repeated ancient prayers again and again with disciplined devotion. Daily life itself was filled with acts of remembrance and ritual. At dawn, the believer rose with prayers centered on purity in thought, speech, and action. The sacred cord was tied and untied with formulas of repentance and loyalty to the forces of good. Ablutions were carefully performed. Fire was fed with wood and fragrant offerings. Prayers greeted the morning light, the sun at its height, and the coming of evening. Before meals and before sleep, words of reverence were spoken. Even ordinary moments, turning in bed, approaching water or fire, answering the needs of the body, kindling light in darkness, could call for prayer. Birth, death, festivals, and periods of impurity all brought further obligations, weaving religion into the fabric of family and communal life. To an outside observer, this world of repeated prayers and detailed ritual might appear formal or highly structured. Yet beneath that formality lies something deeper. These practices are not empty habits preserved by accident. They reflect a religious culture shaped by discipline, moral seriousness, and an enduring sense that purity, order, and reverence matter in every part of life. The survival of these customs across centuries shows that the old faith did not vanish when empires fell. It remained alive through memory, through households, through priests and families, and through the conviction that the struggle between truth and falsehood still touch the daily life of every believer. Along the northern rim of the Iranian plateau, where the mountains fall toward the Caspian Sea, a chain of old peoples occupied the borderland between highland Iran and the coastal world. In the east lived the Hyrcanians, whose name survived for centuries in the region later known as Gorgan. West of them, between the Alborz Range and the Caspian shore, lived the Tapurians, remembered in the later name Tabaristan. Farther along the coast, near the mouth of the river now called the Safidrud, were the Mardians. Beyond them stretching along the Caspian littoral toward the mouth of the Cyrus, lived the people the Greeks called the Cadusians, though their older native identity seems to have endured in the name of Gilan. South of these coastal and mountain tribes, the broad northwestern section of the Iranian plateau was held by the Medes. Ancient descriptions of Media emphasize both its scale and its natural strength. The northern reaches were high, rugged and heavily wooded, rising toward the lands near the Black Sea. Other parts were more open, broken by plains, valleys and wide uplands. Later writers described Media as one of the central lands of Asia, elevated above most of the surrounding world and placed in such a way that it touched or overlooked many major peoples. To the east stretched harsh ground leading toward Parthia and Persia. To the north stood the peoples of the Caspian borderlands. To the west lay the road toward the highlands and frontier zones beyond. To the south rose the Zagros, forming a massive barrier above Mesopotamia and shielding the plateau behind a wall of mountains, ravines and difficult passes. Within Media itself, ridge followed ridge from east to west, but between them lay rich plains filled with settlements, grazing land and cultivated fields. Media was admired above all for its abundance. Grain was plentiful, livestock was everywhere, and horses became one of the great symbols of the land. Ancient observers regarded Median horses as among the finest in Asia, and the country's open uplands and cool grazing grounds made it especially well suited for breeding them. In breadth and height, in manpower and cavalry, Media was remembered as a powerful land long before it became famous for its kings. Though many districts were cold and elevated, much of the region could support dense settlement. Only the harsher mountain zones limited habitation. Elsewhere, the land provided enough to sustain villages, towns, and large herds, giving the Medes a strong economic base even before their rise to imperial importance. The Medes belonged to the wider Iranian world that spread across the plateau. Their language, personal names, and religious traditions all point to that shared background. Ancient tradition even preserved the memory that they had once been known by a more general name, connected to the wider Iranian peoples. One account divides the Medes into 6 tribes, though it is not always clear how neatly these tribal identities match the geography of the land. Some names seem to describe priestly or noble groups, rather than territorial communities, while others appear connected to recognizable regions. One tribal name seems to survive in the mountainous district known later as Parasitasin, a frontier zone separating Media from Persia. This suggests that at least some Median tribes occupied distinct regions of their own, much as Persian tribes later did. The internal geography of Media became clearer in later centuries, when several major districts were recognized within the broader land. To the northwest lay Atropatene, around the Great Lake, later known as Urmia. This was a country of high valleys, alpine meadows, forests, snow-covered ridges and volcanic features, one of the most dramatic landscapes in western Iran. In some places, the snow lay across the heights for most of the year, while the valleys below enjoyed a much milder climate. Green lowlands, sharp cliffs, and naphtha springs gave the region an atmosphere that must have seemed extraordinary to peoples who held fire in special reverence. The later name of the region reflected that association, carrying the sense of a land protected by fire. Farther south, in the Zagros and the neighbouring highlands, other Median districts took shape. One region bore a name linked to the worship of Mithra, suggesting how deeply sacred language was woven into the map itself. East of the great mountain masses lay the area where Ecbatana would later rise, one of the chief centres of Median power. Nearby stretched the famous Nisaean plains, renowned in antiquity for their horses. These grasslands became legendary for the breeding of large and beautiful animals, so much so that later kings continued to value them as one of the greatest equine regions in Asia. Ancient reports spoke of vast numbers of mares kept there in earlier times, and although such figures were likely exaggerated, they reflect the fame of the district as a centre of horse raising on a grand scale. To the northeast lay the district of Raggiana, centred on the city of Raga near the southern foot of the Alborz. This city endured for many centuries and remained important under later dynasties. In the south was another district remembered in royal inscriptions, probably corresponding to a later region on the eastern side of the Zagros. To the southwest was Bagastana, the land near the sacred mountain later known as Behistun. The very name suggests a place associated with the gods. Ancient descriptions portray it as an especially beautiful and fertile district, rich in trees and suitable for pleasure as well as devotion. This may have been a particularly revered place in Median memory, whether because of its natural beauty, its religious significance, or both. Traditions about the earliest history of the Medes are confused, and later, writers preserved sharply different versions of how their kingdom began. One old Babylonian tradition claimed that the Medes had once ruled over Babylonia itself in a very remote age. In that account, they crossed into Mesopotamia, imposed their power, and set rulers of their own over the land. Such stories place Median domination centuries before the rise of the historical Median kingdom and associate it with legendary names. Whether this reflects genuine memory, later imagination, or an attempt to project familiar peoples back into the distant past is impossible to say with confidence. What is clear is that by classical times, the Medes were already surrounded by stories that push their antiquity far beyond anything that can be securely verified. Another tradition, shaped by epic storytelling, linked the Medes to the age of Assyrian conquest. In that version, the great kings of Assyria attacked the Medes, defeated their ruler, and reduced the land to subjection for many generations. The Medes then remained under Assyrian control until the fall of Assyria itself. This narrative belongs more to the realm of heroic memory than strict history, but it preserves one important truth. The rise of Media was remembered as inseparable from the struggle against Assyria. A different and far more influential account describes the birth of the Median kingdom in political, rather than epic terms. In that story, the Medes at first lived in scattered villages without central authority. Disorder and injustice became common, and in that troubled environment, a man named Deioces gained fame for his fairness in settling disputes. People from many places came to him because he alone seemed capable of delivering reliable judgments. Once he had won broad respect, he withdrew from public arbitration, and the resulting chaos made his absence felt even more strongly. The Medes, weary of lawlessness, decided that they needed a king. Deioces was chosen, and once raised to power, he reorganized the people, built a great royal centre, and established the structures of monarchy. A fortified city arose, identified with Ecbatana, with successive rings of walls surrounding the royal residence and treasury. Access to the king became tightly controlled, court ritual was formalized, and written petitions and judgments replaced informal custom. Spies and royal agents extended the king's presence across the country. In this way, scattered village life was transformed into centralized rule. The story is compelling, but it raises serious problems. It presents the Medes as winning freedom from Assyria before they had any unified leadership, and then almost immediately creating a highly organized monarchy under a single ruler. It expects a society of villages to produce monumental fortifications, palace culture, written administration, and court ceremony in a very short time. It also assumes that Deioces became universally accepted, despite the likelihood that strong local leaders would have resisted any such concentration of power. The account bears the marks of political storytelling. It explains monarchy as the answer to disorder and frames the founder as a just man who rose by serving the common good. Such a pattern would have been very understandable to Greek audiences, who were familiar with the rise of tyrants and the consolidation of local communities into cities and states. The narrative may preserve a real memory of unification, but it also appears shaped by later ideas about how kingship begins. The chronology causes even greater difficulty. If the Medes had truly broken free from Assyria at the time assigned in that story, the event would have fallen during the very centuries when Assyrian power was not collapsing, but expanding. Assyrian kings of the 8th and 7th centuries campaigned across Syria, Babylonia, Egypt, and the Iranian plateau. Far from losing control over Asia, Assyria was reaching one of the highest points of its imperial history. This makes it unlikely that the Medes achieved complete and lasting independence at so early a date, in the simple way the later account suggests. The Assyrian royal inscriptions tell a different story, one grounded in repeated campaigns and gradual pressure rather than sudden liberation. In the 9th century, Assyrian armies were already reaching deep into the lands of western Iran. One king received tribute from dozens of local rulers in Pasua and advanced into the plains associated with the Medes. A few years later, Assyrian commanders again entered these regions, seized cities, and carried off people and wealth. These records do not show a united Median kingdom. Instead, they reveal a landscape divided among many chiefs and local powers, each vulnerable to attack and tribute. In the 8th century, Assyrian pressure intensified. Campaigns pushed through districts associated with the Medes, the Persians, and neighbouring peoples. Specific regions were named, tribute was imposed, and local rulers were forced into submission. Some areas were directly attached to the Assyrian sphere. Others remained under their own leaders but paid heavily for the right to survive. The fall of Samaria brought deported populations into the cities of the Medes, showing that the Assyrian state already treated parts of Media as territory within its imperial system. Under Sargon, Assyrian control became even more aggressive. He boasted of taking tribute from numerous Median chiefs, erecting royal monuments in their territories, deporting local rulers with their families, building fortresses to hold the region, conquering many Median cities, and crushing repeated revolts. His claims extended even to the far eastern reaches of Media, as if he had driven Assyrian authority farther across the plateau than any predecessor. Sennacherib continued to describe Media as a land from which tribute could still be extracted. Esarhaddon pushed even farther, claiming submission from remote districts that earlier Assyrian kings had never mastered. Chiefs from distant lands on the northeastern edge of the plateau came to Nineveh, bringing livestock, metal, and mineral wealth, bowing before the Assyrian throne, and accepting viceroys imposed over them. These notices suggest that Assyrian control in Media was uneven but very real. Some regions were repeatedly subdued. Others entered the empire only briefly. Still others had to be reconquered whenever the opportunity arose. The picture is not one of a fully annexed and stable province, but neither is it one of an early, secure, and independent Median kingdom. Even in the mid-7th century, Assurbanipal was still fighting in the same broad zone. He records the capture of local rulers and the storming of fortified places that had thrown off Assyrian authority. This shows that the struggle in Media remained unresolved, deep into the final century of Assyrian power. The region was restless, fractured, and difficult to dominate, but it had by no means cleanly escaped Assyrian interference generations earlier. The foundation of the Median kingdom, then, was almost certainly not the simple event described in later literary tradition. It was more likely the result of long pressure repeated invasions, shifting alliances, and the slow emergence of stronger local leadership under the shadow of Assyria. What later memory turned into the story of one wise man rising from village justice to kingship may preserve, in highly polished form, the deeper truth that the Medes eventually learned to unite under central authority. But that unification must have come through a harsher and more complex process than the elegant story suggests. The contradiction between the Assyrian records and the later Greek narrative cannot be solved simply by dismissing the Assyrian kings as boasters, even though their inscriptions are full of exaggeration and imperial self-praise. Their language was grand, their victories were often presented as total, and their claims were designed to magnify royal power. Yet beneath that style, one fact remains unavoidable. The campaigns against the Medes did happen. Tiglath-Pileser, Sargon, Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, and Ashurbanipal all sent armies into Median lands. Whether those expeditions ended in deep conquest or only temporary submission is another matter. But the repeated military pressure is real and cannot be ignored. It is tempting to argue that the frequency of these invasions proves Assyria never truly ruled Media in any serious sense. But that argument goes too far. The same pattern appears across the Assyrian world. Rebellions, renewed tribute demands, punitive expeditions, deportations, and fresh campaigns were normal features of Assyrian imperial rule everywhere. If repeated war is taken as proof that Assyria had no authority in Media, then, by the same logic, it had no authority over Syria, Babylonia, or any other region it claimed. The reality is more complex. Assyria did possess an empire, but not one built on stable administration in the later Persian style. Its power rested on force, intimidation, tribute collection, hostage-taking, deportation, and the replacement of rebellious rulers with more obedient ones. Garrisons and strongholds were planted where useful, and in some smaller regions governors were imposed. The same loose but violent system clearly operated in Median territory as well. At the same time, the very need to campaign again and again in Media suggests something important about the Medes themselves. These were not passive highland tribes merely waiting to be ruled. Their resistance must have been persistent and often effective, especially in the more distant districts. Freedom may not have appeared all at once across the entire land. It may have begun in the outer edges, among tribes harder to reach, and then spread gradually inward. In that case, later, Median memory may have done what national traditions often do. It remembered the beginning of resistance as though it were the completion of liberation. The first real break from Assyrian pressure may have become, in retrospective storytelling, the moment when the whole nation rose and became free. Even so, such a memory could only survive if resistance had gathered around something solid. There must have been a centre, a leading district, or a ruling family capable of giving shape to the struggle. That is where the traditional account becomes unsatisfying. It speaks of disorder, village life, and scattered justice, but it does not present a clear military leader at the beginning of the revolt. Meanwhile, the Assyrian records show a very different picture. They speak not of a lawless countryside without structure, but of many chiefs, fortified places, and named territories. One campaign strikes one ruler, another campaign strikes a different one. The Medes appear not as an unorganized mass, but as a collection of local powers. This matters because the disorder described in later tradition is not simply political fragmentation. It is described as something more extreme, almost social collapse, with villagers wandering from one settlement to another in search of fair judgment. That picture does not fit well with the evidence for local rulers already governing defined lands. If chiefs existed, then they must have exercised authority in war and peace alike. Under such conditions, a village judge, suddenly gaining universal power across Media, becomes far less convincing. Strong local dynasts would not have quietly allowed such a figure to rise over them unless he already belonged to the princely world himself. A far greater problem remains, and no interpretation can fully remove it. According to the traditional sequence, Deioces and then Phraortes ruled over Media during the very decades when Assyrian inscriptions still speak of tribute from Median chiefs, deportations from distant Median districts, and the appointment of Assyrian officials over parts of the region. Even after the supposed beginning of a united Median monarchy, Assyrian kings continue to treat Media as a zone of separate rulers rather than a single consolidated kingdom. The names of Deioces and Phraortes do not appear in those royal records, nor is there any explicit acknowledgement of a Median empire already formed under them. The Assyrian texts describe Media as stretching far to the east, broken into many local domains under numerous chiefs. The economy reflected in those records is pastoral and regional. Tribute appears in horses, cattle, asses, and sheep, along with metals and other local wealth. Cities are also mentioned repeatedly, and some campaigns list dozens of them. These places were probably fortified centres more often than large urban communities. But they still showed that Media was not simply a country of isolated villages. Elements of settled life and local administration were already present. That alone makes the later image of an entirely rural and politically shapeless Media too simple. There are further signs that Median society in this period had already moved beyond that primitive picture. Zoroastrian teaching had begun to spread among the Medes, and the religious specialists who preserved sacred words and ritual practice were becoming a defined hereditary class. Through such circles, Median elitists may also have absorbed elements of Assyrian culture, including administrative habits and writing. The cuneiform system later adapted for Persian royal use did not emerge out of nothing. If later memory credited Deioces with introducing written legal procedure, that memory itself points to an already established familiarity with writing. Such a development presupposes more than village custom. It suggests courts, records, and a ruling environment prepared to use them. The rise of monarchy in Media is therefore better understood as the result of an internal political ascent among existing princely houses. One ruling family must gradually have gained prestige above the others. In that setting, the historical core behind Deioces and Phraortes becomes easier to recognize. A clue appears in the Assyrian mention of a land called Bit Diaoku, literally the territory of Diaoku. That name is too important to ignore. It shows that before the date traditionally assigned to Deioces' election, there already existed a principality associated with a ruler or dynasty of that name. Whatever else later storytellers added, this suggests that a real political centre linked to Deioces stood among the other Median principalities by the late 8th century. That does not prove he ruled all Media. It proves something more modest, but much more credible. He was probably one local prince among several, though perhaps more prominent than most. His land may have expanded over time, and his authority may have become greater, even if he did not immediately lead the whole resistance to Assyria. After the Assyrian reference to his territory, the name disappears from surviving inscriptions. That silence is important. It suggests that his principality either lost its distinct identity within a larger Median formation, or ceased to matter independently once new political structures emerged. From that point, the figure of Phraortes becomes more historically plausible as the real architect of unity. If Deioces was a significant local ruler, then his son may have been the one who succeeded in drawing the Median chiefs together under one leadership. At the same time, he may have forged a working alliance with the Persians, among whom the Achaemenid line was rising to prominence. Such a coalition would have transformed the balance of power east of Assyria. Only from this stage does it make sense to speak of a genuinely united and independent Media. Before that moment, Assyria still had too much freedom of action for a consolidated Median kingdom to have existed nearby. Assyrian kings campaigned in Syria, Cilicia, Babylonia, Arabia, and Egypt. They were able to suppress revolts, project power over vast distances, and direct major resources to multiple fronts. None of that would have been possible if a strong Median state had already been firmly established just beyond the Zagros, threatening the imperial core. The formation of Median power must therefore belong to a later phase, when Assyria was still formidable, but no longer beyond challenge. The destruction of Elam may have played an important role here. Once Assyria eliminated that old kingdom, the Persians had even more reason to seek protection through alignment with the Medes, and Median-Persian cooperation became not only possible, but necessary. In that light, the early Median strategy was probably defensive before it became expansionist. A leader like Phraates would first have needed to secure the highland heartland, strengthen Ecbatana, and organize a coalition capable of surviving Assyrian retaliation. Only then could larger ambitions emerge. It is difficult to believe that a prudent ruler would abandon the protection of the Zagros and rush straight into Assyria unless forced by circumstances or emboldened by a significant shift in regional power. It is equally difficult to imagine an experienced Assyrian king allowing a dangerous new Median state to rise unchecked on his frontier. More likely, the first large clash came when Assyria moved to crush this growing power, and in such a struggle Phraates may well have fallen. That makes sense of the old tradition while also correcting it. Phraates appears not as the conqueror of all Asia from the beginning, but as the ruler who truly gave shape to Median kingship and independence. Later, Median memory, eager to deepen the antiquity of its monarchy, pushed this achievement back one generation and credited Deioces with what more likely belonged to his son and successors. It also placed liberation from Assyria before the full formation of the monarchy, as if freedom naturally led to kingship. In reality, the two processes were probably intertwined. Resistance, consolidation, alliance building, and royal power grew together. Once that shift in memory happened, the rest followed easily. The founder of the dynasty became a wise organizer and lawgiver. The great fortifications of Ecbatana were attached to his name. The court ceremonial of Eastern monarchy was projected back onto his reign. The story grew cleaner, more elegant, and more dramatic than the tangled history behind it. The later tradition then divided the great achievements of the Median past between two figures, one founder who created kingship, and one conqueror who expanded power. Yet even that division was not stable. By the late 6th century, another memory had become stronger still, one that credited Cyaxares rather than Phraates as the true maker of Median greatness. This shifting tradition reveals something important. The Median past was never remembered as a simple chain of facts. It was reshaped to magnify the nation's origins, explain the rise of royal power, and assign glory where later generations thought it belonged. In that process, Phraates became a bridge figure. He stood between scattered principalities and a real kingdom, between local rule and wider ambition, between defense and empire. The stories surrounding him expanded, but behind them lies a hard historical truth. The Median state was not born in one peaceful election or one sudden revolt. It emerged through pressure, warfare, coalition, and the slow triumph of one ruling house over the rest. After the death of Phraates, power passed to his son Cyaxares, a ruler remembered not simply for inheriting a kingdom, but for rescuing one that stood on the edge of collapse. Later tradition presents him as a prince who immediately gathered his strength and marched against Nineveh to avenge his father and destroy Assyria's great capital. That image is dramatic, but the real situation was almost certainly far more difficult. Phraortes had not died in peace. He had fallen in conflict with Assyria, and much of his army had fallen with him. A son inheriting such a disaster could not begin with vengeance. His first task had to be survival. Before dreaming of striking at Nineveh, Cyaxares had to prevent the Assyrians from turning their victory into complete domination over Media. That alone would have been a serious challenge, but another danger arrived before the kingdom could recover its footing. From the northeast came the nomadic invaders later remembered as Scythians. Though the movement seems to have involved steppe tribes, closely associated with the Saka world. Greek tradition connected their arrival with the pursuit of the Cimmerians. But the deeper reality was larger than a single chase across the map. Mobile warrior peoples from beyond the settled Iranian lands broke into Media and then surged farther south and west. Their advance did not stop at the Median frontier. It rolled through the weakened political order of Western Asia and contributed to the unravelling of Assyrian control. In later memory, this became a period in which the invaders dominated all Asia, imposing tribute, plundering at will, and spreading fear everywhere they passed. However exaggerated that image may be, the shock itself was real. Media, which had only begun to consolidate, was struck by forces far harder to contain than ordinary frontier enemies. These were not city-states to be besieged or settled kingdoms whose rulers could be replaced. They were mounted raiders of the open world, moving quickly, living lightly, and feeding off the weakness of every settled power they encountered. For a time, Cyaxares could do little more than endure. The immediate struggle was not for imperial expansion, but for the preservation of Median political life itself. If he survived this storm, it was because he proved able to hold together enough authority to re-emerge once the wave of destruction began to lose cohesion. That moment came only gradually. Around the early decades of the 7th century, Cyaxares seems to have regained control over the core of Media by overcoming the steppe groups that had remained in the country after the first great incursion. They were probably scattered in different regions, no longer a single united host, and that made them vulnerable. Later, storytelling reduced this recovery to a dramatic banquet massacre, with the Scythian chiefs made drunk and slaughtered. Whether or not any such episode lies behind the tradition, the larger result is credible. Cyaxares reasserted authority in his own land and emerged as the first ruler in the region who could again organize a substantial and coherent military power after years of disruption. That recovery transformed the political map. The same invasions that had nearly ruined Media had also shattered the cohesion of Assyrian power. Regions that had long lived under the shadow of Nineveh were now more exposed, more autonomous, and more willing to look elsewhere for protection. Cyaxares was in a unique position to profit from that moment. To Western Highland, peoples like the Armenians and the Cappadocians, he could present himself not merely as a conqueror, but as a defender against the very nomadic violence that had swept through the region. By resisting the raiders and restoring order, he also opened the way for these lands to slip out of the Assyrian orbit. The old imperial structure had not merely been challenged, it had been loosened in a way that made new loyalties possible. Within a relatively short time, Median power stretched westward as far as the Halys. That expansion brought Cyaxares into the same geopolitical zone as Lydia, which had itself grown stronger by taking advantage of the same era of confusion and military displacement. While the Cimmerians and other disturbances unsettled Anatolia, the Lydian kings had extended their authority over former Phrygian territory. and moved eastward toward the central plateau. Thus, two ambitious powers, both rising from the ruins of older orders, approached one another from opposite directions. At the same time, events farther south created another opportunity. In Babylon, Nabopolassar had already begun to build an independent power by exploiting Assyria's weakening grip. The blow delivered to Assyria by the northern invaders made rebellion more thinkable and success more attainable. It was natural for Media and Babylon to find common cause. A political and dynastic alliance linked them, and Cyaxares' family became tied by marriage to the house that would soon dominate Babylonia. This alliance was more than symbolic. It joined the strongest rising power of the Iranian plateau with the state best positioned to undermine Assyria from Mesopotamia. Before they could act decisively against Nineveh, however, Media still had to settle matters in the west. The confrontation with Lydia turned into a war that lasted for years. The Medes had numbers and strategic depth, but the Lydians proved that they could not be brushed aside. Their kingdom was smaller, yet resilient, and they matched Median pressure strongly enough to prevent a quick result. Eventually the war ended not in the destruction of one side by the other, but in negotiated peace. The Halys became the line dividing their spheres, and that arrangement was reinforced by marriage between the dynasties. The western frontier of Media was thus stabilized, and Cyaxares was free to turn his full attention eastward and southward toward the greater prize. The final struggle against Assyria followed. By this stage, Nineveh was no longer confronting a scattered highland resistance or isolated rebellions. It faced a coordinated threat from two major powers that had grown stronger while Assyria weakened. Cyaxares led the Medes. Nabopolassar led the Babylonians. Against them stood the remnants of Assyrian strength, still dangerous despite years of strain. The last resistance was not negligible. The end came only after stubborn defense, and later memory preserved the image of the Assyrian king perishing amid the destruction of his own capital, rather than surviving its fall. When Nineveh was finally broken, the old world that had dominated Western Asia for centuries came to an end. The division of the spoils reflected the structure of the alliance. The Assyrian lands east of the Tigris passed into Median hands, while Mesopotamia became part of the Babylonian sphere. In this way, Media and Babylonia replaced Assyria as the two central land powers of the region. Babylonia inherited much of the old southern imperial world. Media inherited the northern and eastern highland zone that linked Mesopotamia to the Iranian plateau and beyond. This settlement did not create rivalry at once. For the moment, cooperation still served both sides better than competition. With Assyria destroyed, Cyaxares could now think beyond immediate survival and frontier stabilization. The Iranian plateau still contained many peoples who were related, neighboring, or strategically important, but not yet fully integrated into a Median order. Some poetic traditions preserve the memory that Eastern peoples such as the Hyrcanians, Parthians, Bactrians, and others stood under Median authority through viceroys or subordinate rulers. Such traditions should be treated cautiously, but they likely preserve a real expansion of Median influence across much of the plateau. Cyaxares probably succeeded in extending his control over many of the Iranian-speaking populations of the north and east, either directly or through a looser system of dependency. This wider expansion was not automatic. It had to be won. Stories, preserved in later literature, even when wrapped in romance and court intrigue, point towards serious resistance from several frontier peoples. The Cadusians along the southwestern Caspian seem to have remained difficult opponents. The Parthians did not submit quietly. They were able to align themselves with the Saka and defend their independence through prolonged struggle. Such episodes should not be read as literal transcripts of events, yet they reflect a political truth. Cyaxares did not inherit a ready-made empire in the east. He had to build it, region by region, often through hard campaigning. The same appears true farther northeast. If the Medes fought with Sarka groups established near the Oxus, then Bactria too must have come within the field of Median power, whether through conquest, alliance, or subordinate rule. Later traditions and Greek notices alike suggest that Bactria was not outside the reach of Median kings. Even peoples farther east, near the approaches to the Indus, were remembered in some accounts as having belonged to the wider sphere of Median domination. That may represent exaggeration, but it captures the scale of ambition and the broad horizon of Median statecraft under Cyaxares. His kingdom was no longer a defensive hill power. It had become a trans-regional empire. Military reform must have played a major role in this rise. Tradition credits Cyaxares with reorganizing the army by separating and arranging its main fighting arms more effectively. Instead of a less structured force, he is said to have distinguished clearly between spearmen, archers, and cavalry. Whether this reform occurred in exactly that form or not, the tradition itself is revealing. It remembers Cyaxares not just as a conqueror, but as a commander who improved the military machinery of the state. That would fit the needs of a ruler confronting steppe raiders, Assyrian armies, western kingdoms, and eastern horse peoples in quick succession. A kingdom that survived such tests, and then expanded across so much territory, must have possessed discipline as well as bravery. The building and embellishment of Ecbatana belongs naturally within the same age. Earlier rulers may have begun to fortify the site, but the full development of the Median capital is best understood as part of Cyaxares' larger project of durable state formation. The city stood in a fertile plain beneath the great mass of Mount Orontes, with strong natural protection in the surrounding landscape. To the west rose the Zagros, beyond which lay the road to Assyria. To the east spread the Median plateau. If retreat ever became necessary, the mountain barriers and fortified centre of Ecbatana offered successive layers of defence. But after the fall of Nineveh, the meaning of the city deepened. It was no longer merely a refuge. It became the monumental heart of a victorious empire. The royal citadel at Ecbatana entered memory as a place of astonishing strength and splendour. Its concentric fortifications, rising one behind another, expressed both practical defence and ceremonial majesty. The innermost enclosure contained the king's residence and treasure. The outer circuits protected the wider urban settlement and turned the capital into a statement of power, visible from afar. Accounts of coloured walls, silvered and gilded upper structures, and richly adorned palace surfaces may have been heightened by admiration, yet they fit the broader pattern of royal display in the ancient Near East. A ruler who had helped destroy Nineveh and inherited immense war booty had both the motive and the means to build on a grand scale. The palace itself was remembered as an extraordinary work of timber architecture, using cedar and cypress, and covering visible surfaces with precious metal. Whether every detail later reported should be taken literally is less important than the overall impression preserved by multiple traditions. Ecbatana was regarded as one of the great royal centres of Asia. It embodied Median kingship in architectural form. It was defensive, ceremonial, wealthy, elevated, and deliberately magnificent. In a world where capitals announced legitimacy as much as they housed governments, that mattered deeply. A kingdom ruling from the Halys to the Oxus needed more than armies. It needed a centre worthy of empire. The wealth that made this possible almost certainly came in large part from the collapse of Assyria. The treasures taken from Nineveh and other cities would have flowed heavily toward the Median court. That influx of gold and silver helps explain why later observers saw Median elites as more richly dressed and more luxurious than their Persian successors had once been. The royal citadel, plated and gleaming, expressed not only victory but transformation. The Medes had moved from a highland political order of chiefs and competing principalities into the rank of imperial powers. And Ecbatana materialized that change in stone, wood, and precious metal. Cyaxares' achievements were therefore immense. He inherited a kingdom threatened by Assyria, shaken by nomadic invasion, and still uncertain in its internal cohesion. He survived those dangers, restored order in Media, expanded westward to the Halys, forged and maintained a strategic alliance with Babylonia, participated decisively in the destruction of Assyria, and then extended Median power over wide stretches of the Iranian world. Under him, the Persians remained subordinate. The Sagartians, Hyrcanians, Parthians, and Bactrians were drawn into the Median orbit. The Saka were checked or made dependent. In the east, Median influence may have pushed to the very threshold of India. From Ecbatana, Cyaxares ruled the largest and most powerful state of inner Western Asia. Later memory was justified in seeing him as greater than his predecessors. For many traditions, he became the true founder of Median greatness, even if earlier figures were credited with preparing the way. In times of later revolt against Persian rule, those who wanted to rouse Median pride invoked his name or claimed descent from his house. That alone shows how powerful his reputation remained, long after the empire itself had vanished. After the fall of Assyria, three major kingdoms stood out in the region: Media, Babylonia, and Lydia. They were linked by diplomacy and marriage, and for a time, their interests did not collide directly. Babylon turned towards Syria and the Phoenician coast. Lydia focused on western Anatolia and the Greek cities. Media held the highlands and the vast interior spaces between Anatolia and Central Asia. Of the three, Media was the strongest in sheer territorial reach and military depth. Babylonia possessed wealth and ancient prestige, but not the same martial capacity. Lydia was formidable, but smaller and more exposed. Even together, those two did not equal the scale of Median power under Cyaxares. When Cyaxares died and Astyages succeeded him, the new king inherited not a precarious throne, but a secure empire. Its borders were stable. Its rival powers were connected to it by alliance. Its capital was formidable. Its army had been shaped into an effective instrument. Lydia and Babylonia were occupied with their own expansions, while Media stood at the center of the highland world in relative peace. Astyages would enjoy for decades the position that his father had built through war, reform, and conquest. That long calm at the top of Median power was itself the final proof of Cyaxares' success. He had not merely won battles. He had created an empire strong enough to outlive him, at least for a generation. The earliest and most enduring subjects of the Median kingdom were the Persians, a people whose homeland lay in the far southwest of the Iranian plateau. Their territory stretched between natural barriers that shaped both their way of life and their historical destiny. To the west and northwest rose the Zagros Mountains, forming a rugged divide between Persia and the older civilizations of Elam and Mesopotamia. To the north, another chain separated them from Media, while to the east, the land faded into the vast deserts that dominated central Iran. To the south lay the open coastline of the Persian Gulf, a harsh and sun-scorched strip that marked the edge of their world. The Persian landscape itself was a land of contrasts. Along the coast, conditions were severe, dry, sandy, and largely unproductive, broken only by scattered palm groves. Moving inland, however, the terrain rose in a series of terraces, each bringing cooler air and more fertile soil. In these higher regions, clear streams descended from the mountains, feeding valleys where vegetation flourished. Vineyards, orchards, and flowering fields thrived in sheltered basins, especially in regions that would later become known for their beauty and productivity. Further north, the land grew colder and more rugged, better suited for herding than farming. Snow-covered peaks and open grazing grounds defined this upper zone, where life demanded endurance and adaptability. This geography shaped the character of the Persian people. They were not a nation of dense cities or vast agricultural plains, but of highlands, pastures, and scattered valleys. Much of their economy rested on animal husbandry, and their daily life required constant movement across difficult terrain. From an early age, Persian men were accustomed to hardship. They hunted, rode, and lived outdoors for long periods, developing strength and resilience. Their diet was simple, their clothing practical, often made from leather, and their habits marked by discipline and restraint. Later, observers consistently described them as hardy, self-controlled, and physically capable, a people whose lifestyle naturally prepared them for war. The Persians were not a single unified tribe, but a collection of many groups, each occupying its own territory or pasture land. Among them, a few held greater prominence than the rest. The Pasargadae stood at the center of Persian identity, accompanied closely by the Marathians and the Maspians. These three groups occupied some of the most fertile and strategically valuable regions, and their influence extended over the others. Alongside them were additional tribes, some settled and agricultural, others more nomadic, moving with their herds across the land. Beyond these core groups, related peoples such as the Sagartians and Carmanians lived on the edges of Persian territory, maintaining close connections but remaining distinct. This fragmented structure meant that Persia, in its early form, lacked a single centralized authority. Each tribe had its own leadership, its own interests, and its own sphere of activity. Yet over time, a process of unification began to take shape. This transformation is closely tied to the rise of a particular lineage within the Pasargadae, the family later known as the Achaemenids. According to tradition, this line traced its origin to a figure remembered as Achaemenes, whose story was surrounded by symbolic imagery and signs of divine favour. Such traditions were not unusual in the ancient world, but they reveal how later generations understood the beginnings of Persian kingship as something both political and sacred. Achaemenes appears to have been the first to bring together the leading Persian tribes into a more coherent structure. By aligning the Pasargadae with the Marathians and Maspians, and then extending influence over the remaining groups, he laid the foundation for a broader political unity. This was not a sudden conquest, but a gradual process of consolidation, likely involving agreements with other tribal leaders, as much as force. The result was a system in which several leading families shared authority, forming a kind of aristocratic council around the dominant house. Within this structure, a group of powerful chiefs emerged alongside the ruling family. Later, tradition remembers 6 such figures standing beside the king, forming the highest rank of Persian nobility. Their position was not a temporary creation, but an inherited status, passed down through generations. They enjoyed privileges that set them apart, including close access to the ruler and a role in the highest decisions of the state. This arrangement suggests that Persian unity was built not by eliminating rival elites, but by integrating them into a shared system of power. The king stood above, but he did not rule alone. The number of these leading houses, 7 in total, including the royal line, may also reflect deeper cultural influences. The number 7 held symbolic importance in Iranian religious thought, associated with divine order and cosmic structure. As new religious ideas spread across the plateau, particularly those connected with the teachings later attributed to Zarathustra, such symbolic patterns may have shaped political organization as well. The emerging Persian state was therefore not only a political creation, but also one influenced by evolving spiritual concepts. The center of this early Persian world lay in the heartland of the Pasargadae, in a region of valleys and rivers that offered both security and fertility. This area became the ancestral seat of the ruling family, the place where kings were crowned and where the memory of their origins was preserved. It was here that later rulers would return for legitimacy, and where the founder of their empire would eventually be laid to rest. The land itself, with its combination of natural beauty and strategic depth, provided the ideal setting for the rise of a powerful dynasty. At the time when the Persians were undergoing this process of internal consolidation, the wider political landscape was dominated by Assyria. The great empire of the north had extended its influence across much of western Iran, including regions inhabited by the Persians. For a time, Persian tribes were drawn into this system, paying tribute or acknowledging distant authority. But this arrangement was unstable. As Assyrian power began to weaken under external pressure and internal strain, new possibilities emerged. It was in this context that the Persians entered into a decisive relationship with the Medes. When the Median leader, Phraortes, sought to resist Assyrian domination, the Persians joined him. Later traditions differ on the nature of this alliance. Some portray the Persians as having been conquered and subordinated by the Medes. Others suggest a more cooperative arrangement, in which the Persians allied themselves with a stronger neighbour in pursuit of a shared goal: independence from Assyria. The second interpretation aligns more closely with the broader situation. It is unlikely that a newly independent Median power would have risked alienating the Persians by attacking them, especially when unity was essential for survival. The destruction of Elam by Assyria may have further encouraged this alliance. With a major regional power eliminated, the Persians faced the possibility of direct Assyrian expansion into their territory. Aligning with the Medes offered protection as well as opportunity. Under this arrangement, the Persians retained their internal leadership, but accepted a subordinate position within the Median sphere. Their chiefs continued to rule, but now as vassals, bound to follow the Median king in war and policy. This relationship shaped Persian development for decades. Persian forces fought alongside the Medes in their struggles, sharing both defeats and victories. They experienced the hardships of war against Assyria, the shock of nomadic invasions, and the eventual triumph over Nineveh. At the same time, they participated in the expansion of Median power across the Iranian plateau, gaining military experience and exposure to wider political systems. Despite their subordinate status, the Persians were not passive subjects. Their leaders held positions at the Median court, took part in decision-making, and commanded troops in the field. They were integrated into the structure of the Median Empire, but they maintained their own identity and traditions. Over time, this dual position, both dependent and distinct, would prove crucial. As Median power grew, the distinction between ruler and vassal became more pronounced. The Persian chiefs were increasingly seen as governors under Median authority, even if their titles and traditions preserved the appearance of kingship. In the political language of the ancient East, a subordinate ruler could still be called a king, even while acknowledging a greater sovereign above him. This ambiguity allowed the Persians to maintain a sense of dignity and continuity, even within a hierarchical system. At the same time, Persian tradition continued to elevate the memory of its early leaders. Just as Achaemenes was remembered as a figure marked by divine favour, Later generations surrounded their founders with stories that emphasized destiny and legitimacy. These narratives did not erase the reality of subordination, but they prepared the ground for a future in which the Persians would step out of the shadow of Media and claim supremacy for themselves. When Cyaxares died, the throne of Media passed to his son Astyages. Later tradition wrapped the beginning of his reign in prophecy and fear. It was said that Astyages saw troubling visions about his daughter, dreams so overwhelming that they seemed to foretell not a family quarrel, but the overturning of kingdoms. In one version, a flood poured from her and covered all Asia. In another, a vine rose from her body and spread across the world. However the images were remembered, the meaning was always the same. The line of Astyages would not end where he expected, and power would pass through his daughter to someone greater than himself. Because of that fear, Astyages did not marry his daughter into the highest Median nobility. Instead, he gave her to a Persian nobleman named Cambyses, a man of good family but politically unthreatening in the eyes of the Median court. The choice was deliberate. A powerful Mede might produce a dangerous heir. A Persian, at least as Astyages imagined him, seemed too distant and too modest to become the source of a rival dynasty. Yet the attempt to escape fate only brought it closer, and when the daughter of Astyages conceived a son, the king's fear returned with greater force. The child, he was told, would one day take his place. From that moment, the story turns dark. In one tradition, Astyages resolved that the infant must die and entrusted the task to one of his most loyal men, Harpagus. Harpagus accepted the order outwardly, but recoiled from carrying it out with his own hands. The child was too close to the royal line, and the political danger of such a murder was too great. So he passed the burden to a royal herdsman, living in the rough country beyond the capital, ordering him to expose the infant in the mountains. The man returned home with the royal child, only to find that his own wife had just delivered a stillborn baby. Faced with the dying body of her own child and the living son of the king's daughter, she begged her husband to spare the boy. Their dead infant would be dressed in the rich clothing of the royal child and shown as the corpse. The living baby would be hidden and raised as their own. So, the child survived, carried away from the palace and the court into the harsher world of shepherds and mountain life. He grew up not as a prince, but as the son of humble people. Yet even in obscurity, the signs of command were said to show themselves early. One famous story places him among village boys at play. They chose him as their mock king, and he took the role with natural authority, assigning duties, giving orders, and punishing disobedience with alarming seriousness. When the son of a noble Median refused to obey him, the disguised royal child had him whipped. The insult reached the ears of Astyages, who summoned the boy and was struck by something unsettling in his bearing. The child looked too noble, spoke too boldly, and carried himself with a confidence far beyond his supposed station. Under questioning, the truth emerged. The exposed infant had lived. At that point, the old king's rage shifted from the herdsman to Harpagus. The servant he had trusted had disobeyed him, and in doing so had allowed the threat to survive. Yet Astyages concealed his anger. He summoned Harpagus, spoke to him calmly, and assured him that all had turned out for the best. Then he invited him to a banquet and requested that his son be sent to the palace as well. What followed became one of the most terrible episodes in royal legend. The boy was killed, prepared as food, and served to his unsuspecting father. Only after Harpagus had eaten did Astyages reveal what he had done. It was a punishment designed not merely to kill, but to humiliate, break, and poison the soul of the man who had disobeyed him. After this, the king again sought the advice of the interpreters who had first warned him. They reassured him. The danger, they said, had already spent itself in symbolic form. The boy had played at being king among children. The prophecy had therefore been fulfilled harmlessly. Astyages accepted this reasoning, or perhaps chose to accept it, because it offered relief from fear. The child was sent away to Persia, back to his real parents, and there he grew to manhood. That is one form of the story. Another tradition tells it differently, and in many ways more harshly. In that version, the future conqueror did not grow up hidden among shepherds after a royal rescue, but rose from a humbler and harsher beginning. He is described as a Persian youth of obscure birth who entered Median service in search of a livelihood. He began at the lowest level, attached to the workers and servants of the palace, doing rough tasks and surviving through diligence rather than favour. But he rose quickly. His intelligence, discipline, and bearing drew attention. One superior moved him to a better post, then another. At last, he reached the household of a high royal official and from there came close to the king himself. Astyages noticed his grace, his competence, and the unusual dignity with which he served. The unknown youth was brought into the inner world of the court. In this second tradition, the story of prophecy survives in altered form. The dream belonged not to a Median princess, but to the mother of the young man himself. She dreamed of a flood that covered Asia, and the meaning was interpreted secretly by a Babylonian wise man who told the youth that destiny had marked him for supreme power. That revelation changed everything. The young Persian no longer saw himself merely as a court servant, risen by talent. He began to think in terms of kingship. He drew to himself capable men, especially one fierce and cunning advisor named Obares, who urged him toward revolt. Obares saw what the young Persian had perhaps only begun to suspect. The Medes ruled by old prestige and habit, but the Persians were not weaker men. Under the right leader, they could challenge their masters. In this version, the first steps toward rebellion are marked by secrecy, calculation, and cold resolve. The Babylonian who interpreted the dream became dangerous because he knew too much. Obares, fearing betrayal, had him killed. The young Persian recoiled from the act, but did not turn back. Instead, he moved closer to his goal. He won permission to travel to Persia under the pretext of family duty and religious obligation, and once there he began to prepare his people for war. In the more familiar tradition, his method of persuasion is both theatrical and brutally effective. He summoned the Persian tribes and ordered them to clear a wild and thorn-covered tract of land in a single day. The labour was exhausting, degrading, and miserable. On the next day he gathered them again, this time for a feast of meat, wine, and ease. Once they had enjoyed the contrast, he asked them which life they preferred, the toil of the previous day or the abundance of the present one. When they answered as he expected, he gave them the meaning of the lesson. Under Median rule, he told them, Persia lived like men cutting thorns in stony ground. If they followed him, they could live like free men at a feast. In that moment, the rebellion ceased to be a noble conspiracy and became a national cause. The old king, hearing of these movements, ordered the Persian leader back to court. The answer he received was defiant. Summons would no longer be obeyed as commands. By then, the break was real. According to one story, Harpagus, who had never forgotten the murder of his son, had already prepared the ground among the Median nobility. He had persuaded leading men that Astyages had become intolerable and that the Persian claimant should be raised up against him. In one striking detail, his message to the rebel was hidden inside the body of a hare and sent disguised as a hunter's catch. Whether such scenes are true or not matters less than what they express. The rebellion succeeded not only because Persia rose, but because Media itself was divided. Astyages responded with force but also with blindness. In some tellings, he made the disastrous choice of appointing Harpagus himself to lead the Median army, forgetting or underestimating the hatred he had planted in that man. When the Medes and Persians met in battle, many of the Median nobles had already made their decision. Some fought, others stood aside, others crossed over. The army of Astyages, strong in appearance, broke apart in spirit. The king, furious and stunned, armed those still left to him and tried to fight on with whatever forces remained loyal. He was defeated again and taken prisoner. The throne of Media passed into Persian hands. Yet another version, fuller and more military in tone, gives the fall of Astyages not as a single betrayal in battle, but as a hard campaign fought across Persian uplands and mountain defences. In that telling, Astyages marched with immense forces, confident in numbers and royal authority. The Persians, led by Cyrus and supported by his father and Oibares, fell back into the rough country they knew best. Cities were abandoned, mountain passes fortified, women and children sent to safer heights. There were repeated clashes, not one decisive blow. In one battle, the Persians were driven back. In another, they rallied with desperate courage. The terrain mattered as much as numbers. Narrow gorges, steep slopes, forests, and rocky heights all worked against the heavier Median advance. This version also preserves one of the most dramatic scenes in the entire cycle. At the height of the struggle, as Persian fighters began to give way and climb back toward the refuge where their families waited, the women rushed forward to meet them. They did not greet them with tears or pleas, but with scorn. They asked whether these men meant to crawl back into the wombs that had borne them. It was a moment designed to burn away all shame. Stung by that challenge, the Persians turned back downhill and hurled themselves once more at the Medes. The counterattack broke the assault and sent the enemy reeling down the slopes. In the language of legend, courage, dishonour, family, and homeland fused into a single turning point. Whatever version is followed, the end is the same. Astyages lost his throne not because Media had become weak, but because his own rule had hollowed it out from within. Cruelty had turned faithful servants into enemies. Fear had driven him to strike at his own blood. Pride had blinded him to the resentment gathering in court and army alike. Meanwhile, the Persians, once subjects, had found both a leader and a sense of themselves as a people capable of rule. Cyrus stood at the centre of that transformation. Later, generations made him a child of prophecy, a hidden prince, a shepherd's son, a palace servant, a rebel, and a conqueror all at once. Each tradition shaped him differently, but all agreed on the outcome. Under his leadership, the old order of Media fell, and a new imperial age began. Even in defeat, Astyages was not always treated in the stories as a figure destroyed in misery. Some accounts say Cyrus spared him and kept him near until the end of his life. That detail matters. It presents the fall of Media not as a war of extermination, but as a transfer of supremacy from one Iranian people to another. The Persians did not step in from a foreign world. They rose out of the same highland political sphere, inherited much from the Medes, and then carried that inheritance farther than Astyages ever could. The rebellion of Cyrus was therefore more than the overthrow of a king. It was the moment when Persian power, long growing beneath Median dominance, finally claimed the centre of history for itself. Even after the great reversal in the mountains, the struggle was not over. Astyages did not simply abandon the field and disappear into exile. The war continued, and Cyrus still had to earn victory through persistence, nerve, and political skill. The mountain strongholds had saved the Persians from destruction, but they had not yet delivered the empire into his hands. The Median king still possessed loyal troops, prestige, and the memory of long rule. The fate of Asia had not been settled in a single clash. It had to be completed step by step, through pursuit, defections, fresh battles, and the gradual collapse of Median resistance. At last, after further fighting, the Persian advance broke the remaining strength of Astyages. Cyrus entered the royal tent of the defeated king and seated himself on the Median throne. This was more than a symbolic gesture. It was the public moment when Persian revolt became royal succession. Around him, the Persian warriors acclaimed him as king, and one of his closest companions placed the royal headdress upon his head, declaring that he was more worthy to bear it, and that heaven itself had granted rule to Persia over Media. The language is the language of epic, but the meaning is unmistakable. The old order had been overturned, and the Persian leader was no longer merely a rebel. He had become sovereign. The victory brought immense wealth. The treasures taken from the Median camp were carried back under careful guard, and even the ordinary tents of Median nobles yielded riches on a scale that astonished the Persians. This detail mattered deeply in later memory. It wasn't only a picture of spoil, but a contrast between two worlds. The Persians had long been remembered as harder, poorer, more restrained. The Medes stood for rank, ornament, and long-established court splendour. When Cyrus captured the Median camp, he did not just defeat an army, he seized the material inheritance of kingship. News of Astyages' defeat spread rapidly. That was the beginning of the real political collapse. Once it became clear that the Median king had lost the field and could no longer guarantee power or protection, important leaders and subject peoples began to abandon him. The Hyrcanians were among the first to come over, followed by chiefs of the Parthians, the Saka, the Bactrians, and other eastern nations. Each wanted to secure favour with the new ruler before rivals could do the same. One by one, the outer supports of the Median world detached themselves from the old dynasty and aligned with Cyrus. What had begun as a Persian rebellion was now becoming the transfer of imperial loyalty across the wider Iranian world. This pattern reveals something essential. Astyages did not lose power only because Persia fought well. He lost because the empire he inherited was already a coalition held together by prestige, force, and the personal authority of the king. Once that authority visibly failed, the structure began to dissolve. The subject peoples of the East were not prepared to sync with him. They moved toward the rising power. In that sense, the defeat of Astyages was military, but it was also political and psychological. The moment belief in his rule broke, the empire began to change masters almost by instinct. Cyrus then moved on Ecbatana, the great Median capital. The city represented far more than a strategic prize. It was the heart of Median kingship, the place where royal dignity, wealth, and memory had been gathered together. To take Ecbatana was to claim the inheritance of Cyaxares and all that had followed from his reign. Yet even here, the fall of Astyages was surrounded by dramatic storytelling. In one tradition, members of the royal household hid the defeated king within the palace itself, concealing him among the wooden structures of the roof. His daughter and her husband were captured, their children with them, and only the threat of torture brought Astyages out of hiding. In that version, the old king stepped forward not in surrender to Cyrus alone, but to spare his family. This same account adds scenes of harsh judgment and shifting loyalties. One man connected to the old royal house is executed for deception. Astyages, who had once been bound in heavy chains, is then released and treated with outward respect. Cyrus is said to have honoured him like a father and appointed him to rule another region under Persian authority. Whether that detail preserves a real arrangement, or simply reflects the later desire to soften the humiliation of the Median dynasty, it fits a larger pattern found in many traditions. Cyrus was remembered not as a butcher of the defeated king, but as a ruler who knew how to turn conquest into legitimacy. Other stories about the same events preserve different details, but they move in the same emotional world. In one account, Cyrus had once served Astyages at court and risen through positions of trust before turning against him. In another, Astyages was warned at a banquet by a singer whose words came not as direct accusation, but as symbolic song. The image was that of a dangerous beast released into the wild, a creature that would grow strong in its own land and then return as a destroyer. Here again, the point is not merely factual. These traditions insist that Astyages was warned repeatedly. Signs, dreams, songs, advisors, and omens all pointed toward disaster, yet he failed to prevent it. His downfall is therefore presented not only as a political event, but as a form of fate unfolding through blindness and pride. Some versions of the story make Cyrus the son of a royal Median woman and a Persian nobleman. Others reject that entirely and refuse to tie him by blood to Astyages. Some say he was exposed as a child and miraculously preserved. Others make him rise by ability from obscurity within the Median court. Some place Harpagus at the center of the drama. Others give that place to Ubares. In one tradition, the rebellion is won largely through Median betrayal. In another, it is secured only after repeated Persian defeats and desperate fighting in the homeland itself. These differences matter because they show how deeply contested the memory of the fall of Media became. The version that made Cyrus the grandson of Astyages clearly served Median pride. It was easier for the defeated to accept Persian rule if the conqueror could be claimed, at least in part, as one of their own. If Cyrus was descended from the Median royal line, then the transfer of empire looked less like humiliation at the hands of foreigners, and more like a dynastic shift within the same broad world. The same motive may explain why some traditions made a Median nobleman, Harpagus, the essential architect of Astyages' destruction. If a Mede had opened the way, then the defeat did not rest solely on Persian strength. It could be explained through the king's own cruelty and the internal treachery it provoked. That interpretation is especially clear in stories centered on Harpagus. There, Cyrus is almost secondary at first, an instrument used by a man seeking revenge for an unspeakable wrong. The banquet of human flesh becomes the moral hinge of the entire narrative. Astyages commits an atrocity, and the kingdom later falls as the consequence of that crime. The story works like a tragedy. The king is warned, acts savagely, tries to outwit destiny, and instead creates the very conditions of his ruin. Such a structure would have appealed strongly to Greek tastes, and it is easy to see why a writer might prefer it. It contains prophecy, exposure, hidden identity, revenge, and the certainty that no crime escapes its answer. But another stream of tradition, more closely aligned with Persian self-image, tells a different story. In that version, Cyrus is not the accidental beneficiary of a Median court intrigue. He is the central force from the beginning. Whatever humble or embellished features later storytellers attach to his youth, the real emphasis falls on his character. He rises because he is capable. He sees farther than others, endures more than others, and takes hold of destiny with an energy that weaker men could not have sustained. His advisor remains important, but not supreme. The future belongs to Cyrus because he is made for command. This Persian style of memory also explains why the conflict with Astyages expands into a long and dangerous war, rather than ending in one easy betrayal. A founder of empire could not simply inherit victory from the hatred of another man. He had to prove himself through repeated danger. That is why some accounts place Cyrus in a campaign of setbacks and recoveries. He is checked, beaten back, nearly overwhelmed, and still continues. The war in Persia becomes a test of endurance. The homeland itself becomes a battlefield, Families are drawn into the struggle. Women and children are present on the heights above the fighting. The Persians must not only desire freedom, they must show themselves worthy of ruling. Within that framework, the famous intervention of the Persian women becomes one of the defining scenes. The warriors fall back toward the refuge where their families are gathered, and instead of comfort they meet contempt. Shame turns them around. They return to battle and win. This is exactly the kind of scene that heroic national poetry loves. Brief, harsh, unforgettable, and morally decisive. It turns the whole community into a participant in victory. Not only the leader, not only the army, but the women of Persia become guardians of the nation's honour. By preserving this moment, the tradition makes clear that the new empire was imagined not as the achievement of one ambitious prince alone, but as the rising of a whole people under one determined will. Some later writers tried to combine these different traditions into a single flowing narrative. In those mixed versions, Cyrus is both the threatened royal child and the hardened young man marked out by dreams. He is both linked to Median royalty and raised in obscurity. Harpagus sends the secret message, but Oberes still appears as the indispensable Persian companion. Astyages is warned by prophecy, by singers, by ominous signs, and yet still walks into the catastrophe. The result is rich in drama, but it also shows how powerful the story had become. No single form of it was enough. Every retelling tried to preserve the strongest scenes, even when they came from different and sometimes incompatible traditions. The more closely these traditions are examined, the more clearly their purpose appears. They are not simply trying to report what happened, they are explaining why the empire changed hands, and what that change meant. The Median version tends to reduce the humiliation of defeat. It makes Cyrus partly Median by blood, gives a Mede an essential role in the rebellion, and frames the downfall of Astyages as punishment for cruelty. The Persian version magnifies Cyrus, sharpens the trials he overcomes, and presents the conquest as the achievement of superior courage, discipline, and destiny. Greek retellings often select the most tragic or striking features and shape them into narratives familiar to their own audience. Yet beneath all the variations, a common core remains. Astyages was warned and failed to act wisely. Cyrus gained support in Persia and among discontented forces within the Median realm. A hard struggle followed. The decisive contest took place in Persian territory, especially around Pasargadae, where memory placed the final triumph. The Persians were at moments close to destruction, but they recovered. The Medes lost not only battles, but confidence in their king. After the final reversal, the empire did not vanish. It changed hands. Cyrus preserved Astyages rather than destroying him, took possession of the Median capital, and stepped into the imperial place the Medes had built. That final detail is crucial. The Persians did not erase Median statecraft. They inherited it, absorbed it, and then expanded it. Ecbatana, the subject peoples of the plateau, the prestige of kingship, the habits of rule, none of these disappeared when Astyages fell. They were taken over by a stronger, more dynamic power. In that sense, the fall of the Median kingdom was not the destruction of one world by another, entirely foreign to it. It was the transfer of leadership from one Iranian ruling people to another, from an older imperial house to a new one with greater energy and wider ambition. The songs that grew around these events understood that perfectly. That is why they gave the struggle such scale. Cyrus could not become Lord of Asia through a simple palace murder or a brief revolt. He had to be shown surpassing the founder of Media, just as Media had once surpassed Assyria. The older empire had risen through alliance, boldness, and the collapse of a decaying king. The Persian Empire now rose through the same grand pattern, but on a higher level. Astyages was not weak in the beginning, and Cyrus was not handed victory. The future founder of Persian greatness had to endure warnings, plans, betrayal, retreat, danger, and repeated battle before he could sit in the king's tent and receive the headdress of rule. So the fall of Astyages became more than the end of a reign. It became the founding drama of Persian monarchy. In one telling, it was the vengeance of a wronged courtier. In another, it was the ascent of a marked child. In another, it was the rise of a man of ability through labour, courage, and fortune. In yet another, it was the triumph of a people who refused to remain under foreign mastery. All of these versions survived because each one captured a part of the truth that later generations wanted to preserve. A king had fallen, a greater king had risen, and from that turning point, the political centre of Western Asia would never be the same again. From these scattered traditions, the main shape of the Persian memory can still be recovered. Cambyses, descended from the line of Achaemenes, stood as the leading prince of the Persians. Before the birth of his son, his wife was said to have seen a powerful dream. Water flowed from her in such abundance that it became a vast river, spreading across all Asia and pouring at last into the sea. In Iranian religious imagination, such a sign did not point to ordinary fortune. It suggested that a child of extraordinary destiny was about to enter the world, someone whose life would overflow the bounds of his own land and touch the whole of the known world. The child himself was marked from the beginning by divine favour. In the older Iranian mind, few creatures held a more sacred place than the dog, which was treated not merely as a useful animal, but as a being bound to divine purity and protection. The tradition that Cyrus was nursed or guarded by a dog was not a lowly or comic detail. It was a statement of heavenly approval. It meant that the gods had singled him out, watched over him, and preserved him for a future beyond that of ordinary men. Later, traditions also made much of this elevated origin. Cyrus was remembered as more than merely human in fortune, born from a princely line, shaped from youth toward courage, command, and excellence. Like other noble sons of the Persian world, he was imagined as growing up close to flocks and the open land. That setting was not a sign of weakness, but of proper formation. Persian ideals admired a youth hardened by outdoor life, trained among animals, mountains, and difficult ground, not softened by luxury. Even the name associated with the herdsman who raised him carried religious meaning, linking the boy with the favour of Mithra, the power who watched over contracts, cattle, battle, and victory. In that way, the whole atmosphere of Cyrus's childhood became part of a sacred pattern. He was not just hidden, he was being prepared. Even in play, his future seemed to reveal itself. Among boys, he took command naturally. He imposed order, expected obedience, and refused to bend when challenged. Such episodes were more than charming stories. In heroic tradition, the child who already behaves like a ruler is a familiar sign that destiny is at work long before formal power arrives. The message was simple. Cyrus did not become great by accident. Greatness was visible in him from the beginning. As he grew older, he entered the court of the Median king. That too fit well with the realities of the age. Sons of powerful houses often served near great rulers, learning discipline, warfare, and royal custom while at the same time acting as bonds between subject peoples and the imperial centre. Persian memory likely preserved Cyrus in just such a role, distinguishing himself by intelligence, courage, and noble bearing in every position he held. Some traditions even placed him close to the royal bodyguard, suggesting that his rise at court was already part of the larger story of his future. He was not a stranger to kingship. He learned it from within. At some point, the signs around him multiplied. One tradition says he saw the sun in a dream, not once but repeatedly, and stretched out toward it. In Iranian royal symbolism, brilliance, radiance, and the visible glory of the sun were closely tied to the divine force that gave legitimacy to kings. In older sacred tradition, royal splendor was something that could depart from one ruler and pass to another, more worthy. The dream, therefore, did not merely flatter Cyrus. It announced that royal glory itself was moving toward him. Another omen followed on the borders of the Caducean land. There, he encountered a Persian slave in Median service, a man whose very name suggested favorable destiny and good tidings. In the Persian telling, this was more than a chance meeting. It was the first living sign that the old order could be reversed. A Persian, humbled under Median power, was set free by the man who would soon free Persia itself. The companion gained in that moment became one of the most loyal and decisive figures in the entire story. Even the warnings given to Astyages helped define Cyrus in heroic terms. In song, he was compared not to a harmless or courtly creature, but to a boar, fierce, unstoppable, and associated in Iranian imagination with victorious divine force. This was not simply an insult cast by enemies. It belonged to a deeper symbolic world, one in which victorious power often appeared through the forms of dangerous animals. The warning meant that Cyrus was not merely bold. He carried the force of conquest itself. The struggle in the Persian mountains preserved the heart of this national memory. It was there, in the homeland of the Persians, that Cyrus's fate was tested and then confirmed. The decisive turn came not in some distant palace intrigue, alone, but in the land of his ancestors, around Pasargadae, the old centre of the Persian ruling house. There, the battle turned. There, Persian endurance overcame Median force. There, the fortunes of empire shifted. This mattered immensely, because it tied the birth of Persian monarchy to Persian soil. The future ruler of Asia did not seize his crown in exile or receive it from foreign hands. He won it where his people were strongest and where their identity was rooted. His enthronement in the tent of Astyages completed that transformation. One moment he was the rebel leader of a subject people. The next, he was crowned before Persian eyes, as a king who had broken the power of his former master. The ceremony mattered because it marked liberation as well as conquest. Cyrus was not simply replacing one monarch with another. He was ending the condition in which Persia had stood beneath Media. That is why the act was remembered so vividly. It was the moment when Persian subordination ended and Persian sovereignty began. His treatment of Astyages also belonged to the Persian tradition of noble kingship. Cyrus did not simply destroy the defeated ruler. He showed restraint and generosity, even where vengeance would have been easy. That quality was central to his image. Great kings in Iranian memory were not only victorious, they were magnanimous. In that sense, Cyrus's conduct after victory became part of the proof that he truly deserved what he had won. His closest advisor and companion, the loyal Persian who had helped secure the kingdom even against hesitation and danger, also belonged deeply to this tradition. He appears as the servant who understands the interests of the throne with absolute clarity and is ready to go farther for the sake of the kingdom than even the king himself. In later Persian ideals, devotion to the ruler could rise to the level of self-sacrifice, and the figure of this faithful supporter fits that pattern perfectly. He is not merely clever, he is the instrument through which destiny is secured. A later Persian royal legend followed a remarkably similar pattern. In that story too, a humble or hidden beginning was marked by dreams, heavenly signs, royal service, flight from a hostile court, and the arming of Persia against a greater imperial master. The child destined for rule was recognized through unusual behavior, even in youth. the future founder rose by courage, secrecy, and divine favor. This repetition is revealing. It shows that Persian political imagination had a familiar way of telling the birth of empires. A chosen figure appears in obscurity. Signs gather around him. The old power dismisses or misunderstands him. And at last, Persia rises through him into sovereignty. By the time Astyages faced rebellion, he was already an old man. He had ruled for decades and inherited a state that seemed secure. Yet long rule had also brought softness, complacency, and the habits of a court grown too confident in its own permanence. Later, observers even remarked that the weakness of his government and the luxury surrounding it gave courage to Cyrus. The Median Empire had been built by harder men in more dangerous days. Under Astyages, that earlier force had begun to dull. Astyages appears to have had no surviving son to secure the succession. His daughter stood at the centre of dynastic hopes, and in one line of tradition she was married to a Median nobleman of high standing, a man whose position gave him a strong claim if the old king were to die. That detail matters because it shows that succession around the Median throne may already have been a source of tension. If a royal daughter and her husband stood near power, then rival ambitions must also have surrounded them. In such a court, a Persian prince serving nearby could easily see both the weakness of the king and the instability waiting behind him. There is no serious doubt about Cyrus's true descent. He was the son of Cambyses, grandson of Thyestes, and heir to the Achaemenid line that had already brought the Persian tribes under one leadership and placed itself in a subordinate but recognized place beneath the Medes. As one Median king followed another, so too did Persian authority pass within that ruling family. Over time, Median control may have become tighter and more burdensome, especially as the empire expanded and central authority grew more demanding. Persia was no longer merely allied to Media. It lived under it. In such a system, it is very possible that the heir of Persia was expected to spend time at the Median court. That would have been both practical and political. It trained him in royal service while also keeping the loyalty of his family under watch. If so, Cyrus's place near Astyages was not an accident, but part of the larger structure of imperial rule. Yet that very system gave him the chance to measure the Medes closely. He could see the grandeur of their court, but also its weaknesses. He could compare the hard discipline of Persian life with the softer habits of Median nobility. He could recognize both the strength of the empire and the openings through which it might one day be broken. The old king's suspicions may have sharpened this crisis sooner than Cyrus intended. If Astyages sensed danger and summoned him back or tried to restrict his movements, the break may have come earlier than either side expected. It is also likely that Cambyses was still alive when the rising began. That matters because it reminds us that the rebellion was not simply the private venture of an impatient young prince. It emerged from within an existing Persian ruling house, one already established, already legitimate in its own land, and ready to act. The war itself was almost certainly long and difficult. The Persians could not hope to overpower Media quickly in open country. Their best chance lay in defending their own mountain land, forcing the Medes into narrow passes, harsh terrain, and exhausting campaigns. The traditions that preserve defeats, retreats, desperate resistance, and repeated struggle are likely closer to reality than any account of instant triumph. Persia survived first. Only afterward could it conquer. The women's intervention at the decisive moment, remembered in multiple traditions, belongs to that core memory. So too does the association of the turning point with Pasargadae, the ancient centre of the Achaemenid house. These details are not likely to have been invented without purpose. They reflect the Persian desire to place the birth of their empire in their own land, among their own people, under conditions of utmost danger and ultimate resolve. Once victory in Persia had been secured, Cyrus moved into Media itself. Whether from ambition, necessity, or both, he understood that Persian freedom could not remain safe while Median power still stood intact. After further battle and the collapse of support around Astyages, subject peoples from across the east began to leave the old king and come over to the new one. Hyrcanians, Parthians, Saka, Bactrians, and others shifted their loyalty. At last, Astyages was defeated again, and Ecbatana, for all its great fortifications and royal prestige, could not save him. The year of that final overthrow marked one of the great turning points in ancient history. A state little more than half a century old in its imperial form lost its place to the people it had once ruled. Yet the transition was not simple destruction. Cyrus, whatever else he intended, ruled with caution after his victory. The old king was not mutilated or publicly degraded. He was spared, and traditions from different sides agree on that point. This was wise politics as much as personal generosity. The Medes had to be reconciled, not annihilated. The new empire could not afford to turn all Median pride into lasting rebellion. That is why the fate of Astyages and his house mattered so much. If Cyrus could present himself not as a destroyer of Media, but as the rightful heir to its imperial mission, he would rule more securely. Marriage into the old royal line, respectful treatment of the defeated king, and the inclusion of Median nobles in the new order all helped soften the shock. The empire changed masters, but it did not dissolve. Persia stepped into the place that Media had built. Cyrus's legitimate queen, however, came from his own Persian world. She was drawn from one of the great Persian houses and gave him the sons who would inherit his line. That detail is important because it shows where the future of the dynasty truly lay. Reconciliation with Media was useful and necessary, but the core of the new monarchy remained Persian. The Achaemenid house had not risen merely to become Median by another name. It had risen to rule in its own right. One later story claimed that some Persians urged Cyrus, after victory, to leave their rugged homeland and settle in a richer land, arguing that a great ruling people deserved a more fertile country. Cyrus is said to have rejected the idea. A harsh land, he told them, makes hard men, while rich and easy ground produces softness. Better to rule from a difficult homeland than to become comfortable and fall under others. Whether the words are exact or not, the thought fits Persian memory perfectly. It explains how a people from a narrow and stony country could rise to command vast regions without abandoning the discipline that made such a rise possible. That idea stands at the center of the Persian self-image after the fall of Media. Persia had not won because it was richer, older, or more splendid than the Medes. It had won because it was harder, more disciplined, and led by a man who could unite courage, cunning, endurance, and restraint. The new empire did not begin as a luxury of the plains. It began in a land of mountains, flocks, and difficult living. That contrast mattered deeply because it explained both the victory itself and the kind of kingship Cyrus was believed to embody. So the Persian tradition, when reconstructed in broad outline, presents a coherent and powerful story. A princely child marked by divine favor grows up under sacred protection, shows command from youth, enters the service of the greater power above him, and gathers signs that royal glory is moving toward him. A faithful Persian companion joins him. A hostile king receives warnings, but fails to act wisely. The homeland rises. The struggle is long and dangerous. At Pasargadae, the tide turns. In the tent of the defeated ruler, the new king is crowned. Then, with caution and intelligence, he preserves the empire he has won by reconciling old enemies and building something larger than rebellion. That was how the Persians remembered the beginning of their rule. Not as an accident, not as mere conspiracy, and not as inheritance alone, but as the moment when destiny, character, and the strength of a hard people came together in one man. Even after the fall of Media, Persian rule was far from secure across Asia. The defeat of Astyages did not cause every people once subject to the Medes to rush willingly under the authority of Cyrus. Some later stories make the transfer look almost immediate, as though the eastern nations simply abandoned the old king and came one after another to honour the new one. But the real process must have been far slower and far more difficult. The collapse of Median power created an opening, not a finished empire. If many subject peoples were ready to cast off Median control, that did not mean they were eager to exchange one master for another. Cyrus still had to prove that he could replace what had fallen and hold together what the Medes had once ruled. The first necessity was to secure the regions closest to the old Median centre. So long as the Hyrcanians, Parthians, Armenians, and other neighbouring peoples remained uncertain or hostile, the Medes themselves might still hope to restore their old supremacy. A defeated empire can recover quickly if the lands around it remain unsettled and the victors overreach too soon. Cyrus seems to have understood that. His power could not rest on the mere memory of one victory over Astyages. He had to turn military success into durable control, and that meant bringing the surrounding peoples into obedience before the whole structure could begin to resemble an empire. Traditions from different directions preserve traces of these early struggles. Some eastern peoples may have submitted sooner than others, either because they had already grown hostile to Median rule, or because proximity to the new Persian power left them little choice. The Hyrcanians and Parthians, lying close to the former Median sphere, were likely among the first to come within Cyrus's control. The same may be true of some of the Caspian frontier peoples. Other regions were not so easily settled. The Bactrians and the Sarka appear in later memory not as quiet subjects, but as peoples who had to be fought, tested, and in some cases won by alliance after resistance. This is exactly what would be expected in the years after the overthrow of a major power. The farther one moved from the Median core, the weaker any immediate Persian claim must have appeared. One Eastern tradition remembers a campaign against Bactria in which the struggle was not decided at once. Another preserves a vivid story of war against the Sarka, whose king was taken captive and whose queen then led her people into battle with fierce determination. In that version, the fighting turns against Cyrus, prisoners are taken, and the conflict ends not in total destruction, but in a negotiated restoration and alliance. Whether the details are exact matters less than the larger truth beneath them. The Eastern world did not bow down in silence. Cyrus had to fight, bargain, and adapt. His empire was built not only through triumph, but through a flexible ability to turn enemies into followers when victory alone was too costly. In the west, Cyrus moved along a line already opened by Median expansion. Armenia and Cappadocia had once been drawn into the orbit of the Medes, and with the fall of Media they became key lands in the contest over succession to that imperial inheritance. Control of these regions was essential because they formed the western shield of the plateau and the approach toward Lydia. The Halys became the great dividing line. Once that frontier was secured, Cyrus stood face to face with the strongest western kingdom, beyond the old Median sphere. Before any great Lydian war could be fought, however, the lands behind him had to be brought into order. Persia could not challenge the west while its rear was open in the east and north. This means that the years immediately following the overthrow of Astyages were probably filled with almost continuous movement and campaigning. Cyrus was not yet the undisputed master of Asia. He was the head of a rising power trying to convert a dynastic victory into a political world. It is likely that he first concentrated on the lands nearest to Media, then extended and tightened control across the plateau, and only afterward turned with full force toward the richer and more visible powers of the West. Some peoples accepted his rule quickly. Others required war. Still others may have shifted back and forth according to the balance of power. The empire did not appear at once. It was assembled. At the same time, Cyrus had to shape a court and a system of rule worthy of his new position. He could not govern a former imperial realm as though he were still only the chief of the Persians. In practice, that meant adopting and transforming the older models of kingship, already established by Assyria, Babylon, and above all, Media. The Persian monarchy did not begin from nothing. It inherited ceremonial habits, administrative expectations, and the visible style of great kingship from the states that had come before it. Court officials, eunuchs, palace hierarchy, royal protocol, and the use of fortified capitals all belonged to that older Near Eastern world, and Cyrus stepped into it with remarkable intelligence. At the centre of the new Persian kingship stood Pasargadae, the old seat of the Achaemenid line. Cyrus turned it into something greater than an ancestral stronghold. It became a royal city, a dynastic centre, and a place where the treasure of conquest could be gathered and displayed. This mattered politically as much as practically. By building there, storing wealth there, and making it the symbolic heart of Persian power, Cyrus connected the new empire directly to the ancient authority of his own house. He did not disappear into Ecbatana and become merely a Median successor wearing a Persian name. He preserved the Median inheritance, but anchored his kingship in Persian ground. The Persians themselves remained the foundation of the new state. They were the core of the army, the people most closely tied to the person of the king, and the main source of leading officers and provincial rulers. Unlike the other peoples of the empire, they were not treated simply as tributaries. Their relationship to Cyrus was different. It was political, military, and almost personal. They had raised him, followed him, suffered with him, and won the kingdom with him. The empire rested on that bond. Yet Cyrus also understood that the Persians alone were not enough. If he ruled only as the chief of a victorious tribe, his empire would remain narrow and fragile. The Medes had to be reconciled, not crushed into endless hostility. That is why his treatment of the old royal house was so important. Astyages was spared. The defeated dynasty was not erased. In some traditions, Cyrus married into it, drawing the old Median line into his own. Whether every detail of those stories is exact is less important than the political logic behind them. Cyrus needed the Medes, especially their nobility, their military experience, and the legitimacy that came with their imperial past. Within less than a decade, Medes appear again in high positions under Persian rule. This was not an accident. It was the result of deliberate policy. Cyrus knew that to inherit an empire meant more than seizing its capital. It meant persuading its former masters to live within the new order. His wider reputation for clemency belongs to the same political style. Later, writers repeatedly emphasized that he did not burden conquered peoples with immediate harshness, and that he was liberal in reward, generous to those who served well, and capable of winning loyalty by honor as much as by fear. Even if some of these portraits idealize him, they reflect a real memory of his statecraft. Cyrus succeeded not merely because he conquered, but because he knew how to make conquest acceptable. Men served him not only because they had been broken, but because many found service under him useful, honorable, and increasingly profitable. Greek writers, especially those who thought deeply about power and politics, were fascinated by this. To them, Cyrus became more than a historical conqueror. He was the example of a man who had discovered how to hold together many peoples, under one rule. Some admired him as the founder of a monarchy that balanced force with intelligence. Others treated him almost as a political teacher, a ruler who understood discipline, reward, command, and the management of different nations. In these portraits, Cyrus appears as ambitious, but not reckless, eager to learn, willing to endure hardship, and determined to make his followers feel that the empire was their achievement as well as his. One especially striking interpretation imagines an unwritten understanding between Cyrus and the Persians. In that picture, he is not simply their master by brute right. He protects Persia, upholds its laws, and leads it to greatness, while the Persians give him their loyalty, their service, and the armed strength necessary to sustain empire. Such a vision may not describe a literal constitutional arrangement, but it captures something important about how Persian kingship was remembered at its best. The ruler and the ruling people were bound together by mutual advantage. Cyrus did not stand apart from Persia like a remote despot ruling strangers. He remained the foremost Persian among Persians, even as he became lord of many nations. This also explains another famous idea attached to his memory, that Persia should remain Persian. One story says that after great victories, some Persians wanted to leave their hard and narrow land for a richer country more worthy of imperial rulers. Cyrus refused. Easy lands, he warned, make soft men. Great empires are not built by peoples who abandon discipline for comfort. Whether those were his exact words or not, the idea fits perfectly with the image later generations preserved. Persian power, in this view, came from the toughness of its homeland and the character formed there. To give that up would be to surrender the very source of superiority. In that sense, the rise of the Persian kingdom was not only a matter of armies and diplomacy, it was also an identity. The Persians believed, or came to believe, that they ruled because they were harder, more self-controlled, and less corrupted by luxury than the peoples they conquered. Cyrus embodied that ideal. He emerged from a rough land, mastered a richer one, inherited an imperial system, and then held it together through a mixture of moderation, strength, and political imagination. That combination made him unforgettable, not only to Persians, but to peoples far beyond Persia itself. So after the fall of Media, the real work of empire began. Cyrus did not simply receive Asia. He secured the lands nearest him, fought where he had to fight, negotiated where negotiations served him better, and shaped a court and monarchy capable of ruling far beyond the Persian homeland. He preserved the strength of Persia, absorbed the inheritance of Media, and set the pattern for the empire that would follow. The achievement was not sudden and not effortless, but step by step, through conquest, conciliation, and careful statecraft, the Persian kingdom became something larger than any of the powers that had existed on the Iranian plateau before it.